Cinema is everything to me. I live and breathe films. I even eat them.
One podcast has crushed the horror landscape, leaving behind the silent audio waves of all of those who have came before. Introducing our host. This man needs no introduction, but needs 7 takes to record his own. He is known for rating bad movies high and known for rating good movies high. Don't try to call him because he only phones it in. He is our host from the foreign land of Canada, Mood 616. This man is willing to die even on the smallest of hills. He argues to the point in which he disagrees with himself. A man who knows a remake when he sees one. He is the Mexican-born super producer known as the humble one and the sexy one, JP. They are known for creating superstars out of their guests. They are known for being the #1 horror podcast on the Horrorphilia network, except for when they allow others to take a turn. They are the devil's advocate of horror podcasting. They are the 22 shots of moods and horror.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now, episode 94. That's right, the real episode 94 is coming at you live. I am your host, MOOD to the Z. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, man, I actually had to cough. Oh my god, my throat, I got this tickle and that sucks. I'm coughing throughout the goddamn show again. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now, episode 94. That's right, the real episode 94 is coming at you live. I am your host, Moods 616. And of course, I've always got the humble one, JP, in the house. And we're very, very proud to welcome back to the show, the Boston... Man, I cannot fucking talk right now, man. It's gonna be one of those fucking days, man. Holy fuck. Let's try this again. Jesus Christ. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 94, the 22 shots of booze. God damn. Fuck. This is fucking horrible, man. Okay, do this. Focus. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 94 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Moods, and of course, I've always got the humble one in the house, JP. And yes, we've got definitely Derek representing Boston in the house also, and we're very, very proud to welcome back to the show 1/3 of the Exploding Heads Horror podcast, and yes, their very own Jew, Brandon, back to the show. What's going on, guys?
Hold on, you can't just call him Brandon. You got like 8 nicknames.
I did call him the Jew, though.
Well, that's just...
AKA the Jew, AKA the New Blood, AKA the Chosen One.
AKA 0 out of 10s.
You know, actually, for a second there, I was actually going to call you Jeremy, but I decided against it. I just thought that was rude.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want me not to be on the show?
Well, we tried to keep you off, but you found your way
You
in.
know what? I gotta say this. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and not because I'm among people I like, but because it's such a relief to be on the second rated podcast on Horrorphilia. It's almost like I don't have to try tonight.
Not bad. Yeah, you guys actually been smoking us a little bit in the ratings lately, I've noticed. So
It's all Dave
I'm not
and
liking
Christian.
this. Dave is a promoting beast, man. He really is.
He is.
Horror Mania always on.
I'm just too lazy.
Dave's
I actually got off my ass, and even the last podcast, Lamberto Bob one, I actually posted in a bunch of different groups and stuff.
Happy about that.
I think I posted in 5 or 6 different ones, and even promoted on Instagram and things. And I was like, wow, yeah, and it's doing really bad.
Good job.
I know. I was like, I go out of my way to start promoting this thing a little bit more, and I don't know what it is, man. How come people aren't clicking on the Lamberto Bob episode? It's fucking demons, man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's Italian month in general. Like we said, it did bad last year too. It was one of our worst streaks ever.
You know, it's actually kind of interesting. I was looking at the numbers just the other day of the 4 shows that we did last November, and they're actually all doing pretty well now in views. Like they've gotten, a couple hundred extra more views like over last year and stuff. I was actually quite surprised but I will say though, the Dario Argento 2, like the Mother's Trilogy that we just did, is doing a lot better than last year's Argento show by like way better. So, I mean, that's a plus, but the Lamberto Bava show is not doing the greatest, but hopefully Fulci will pick it back up, and I can't see people not clicking on this. It's Lucio Fulci, man. Come on,
Well, one thing that I would like to mention though, Brandon, is that you might be the number 1 rated downloaded show on Horrorphilia this month, and we might be the number 2 and like the number 4 and 5, but we are the number 1 horror podcast on Mood's YouTube channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're crushing it. We have like over 500 more views weekly than any other podcast on that channel.
That's only because we haven't started downloading on Moods' channel yet.
Uploading, you mean?
Uploading,
it's so weird if I started uploading like the audio of their shows to my channel. It's like so, like what is going on, man? It's so strange.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Horrorphilia is growing. That's the key here. Jason said that we were up a bunch of downloads from last month and things like that. It's really cool that the network's continuing to grow. And let's be honest. I mean, the very fact that we dominate so much in general is pretty cool. Whether it's you or us or a
group
crew. It's pretty cool. And I was on that one show, right? Like I was on the Trick or Treat show that made the top 10 as well. So
so JP cool. was on the top 10 like.
Yeah, you were on like the number 2, 3, 4, 5 show.
Yeah. We actually had our first kind of fault. One of our shows actually missed the top 10, and it's the first time ever. First time ever
in nearly a year. A year.
But
I
completely figured it out.
Halloween one, yeah.
Yeah, because we posted. The show was posted on Halloween, which is obviously the last day of October. And the way Jason does the rating or the numbers is he lets it go till about the 15th of November. So
yeah.
And so basically what it is, when you have a theme show like that, I think this is what happened. I mean, apparently it only missed the top 10 by 7 votes. And it still had pretty decent downloads. 7 votes, 7 downloads, which is still pretty good for timing. But I mean, it's a theme show, and like once Halloween's gone, I mean, how many people are really kind of clicking on the shows and stuff? I think that had a lot to do with it, right?
Definitely.
Like a week later, I mean, it just didn't do as good as. I bet you if it had been posted, 3 or 4 days before Halloween, it would have probably been in the top 10 for sure. But it's just a matter of timing. It's a tough break, but I mean, I guess it was inevitable that was probably going to happen eventually, right? So
yeah, it did kind of bum me out a little bit just because it was, that would have been 4 shows in the top 10.
I didn't even realize you released 4 shows last month.
Yeah,
we've been on
4
a
shows.
journey.
Nice.
We've actually done what with this show. This is what the 6th or 7th show in a row that we've done. This is a long streak we've actually got going on here. So
yeah, I think it's 7th in a row because we did 4 in October or 6th. This would be the 7th. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's really neat to see those numbers. I get excited every month just to see what's happening,
Yeah.
And I was a little bummed to not see. I don't know. Did Watson release an episode during that time? I can't remember.
Not sure.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it counted because he released it, I think, also on the 31st. I'm not sure if.
There was a lot of shows.
It still counts. It'll only be for that month. Like, for example, the show we released won't be on the rankings for next month, so it technically did miss it because Jason does give each show 2 weeks.
Extra 2 weeks. Yeah.
But it's interesting to know that we only missed by 6 downloads or whatever. One thing that a little theory that I have as well is, one, obviously October is just madness with shows.
Yeah, it was
just so much content.
Shows. Yeah,
there's so much. I mean, you got to look at it this way. I mean, when we uploaded the show on the 31st, how many shows were uploaded that day? I mean, it probably affected pretty much everyone's numbers. Yeah. I would assume,
as
right?
You can see, I don't think any shows made the top 10 that were uploaded on the 31st.
And that's exactly why. I mean, those shows came and went. There was so much content, put in your face at one time, and then November 1st, and everyone's going, well, Halloween's passed.
Not to mention the fact that our shows have been really long lately. 4.5, 5 hours.
Yeah.
And what that does is, people like me can work and listen to 4 or 5 podcasts a day sometimes.
Yeah.
But some people don't. Maybe they just listen to it in the car when they're going to work, which is like 20 minutes, half-hour drive, all week.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's people who haven't even finished our episode 60, say, and episode 61 is already out. So it might take them a little extra time to download that episode because, the amount of time in our catalog now is probably ridiculous. But
it's like
especially
days and
lately,
days.
man. Like lately with these longer shows, having 3 films as featured reviews, plus covering news, sometimes what we watched, having a guest on, they've been tending to go a little bit longer. Plus, we just never shut up. So,
that's definitely the major factor in this. I mean, don't you get comments like that? Like, dude, you talk way too much in your videos. It's the same shit on when you're talking into a microphone. It's like, yeah. So, Brandon, what's new, buddy?
Not much. We just recorded our 1-year anniversary show last weekend.
That's awesome.
When's that come out?
Hopefully sometime this week it'll drop. I'm not sure exactly what Christian's doing with it, how far along he is, but
what did you guys do for the 1 year?
Maniac Cop, thanks to JP, who
dude, I feel like I solely caught. I mean, obviously everybody that asked to help also helped. But,
yeah.
But I mean, it's a joint effort, but at the same time, I was seriously going hard for that. So, you're welcome. I don't know if it turned out to be a good show or not, but
we had a lot of fun doing it. I'm not sure Dave is going to be your friend anymore, but
but he didn't even like the first one. Wow.
He gave it its due. I'll say that. He gave it its due.
Dave is weird, man. We had that conversation on this show about how he doesn't care for
guns.
Like, and it's interesting because I started thinking, I still think about it daily, where I'm like thinking of all these horror movies that like revolve around like a lot of guns, like From Dusk Till Dawn and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, Dave.
I wonder what his thoughts would be on, the one of the last scenes in the New York Ripper. That involves a gun. I wonder if he'd like that scene. Because it's pretty fucking awesome the way it comes out, like the way it happens in the film, but it involves a gun. And, he stressed a lot that, a gun kind of taking control of a scene is not his thing. I don't know, man. It'd be interesting. I'd like to hear his thoughts on that anyways. But,
yeah.
But did he like, let me ask you something. Did he like part 1 or part 2 more?
Yeah, Dave definitely enjoyed part 1 the most. After that, it was kind of stressful for him to finish.
Well, it actually makes sense though, man, because part 2 is a little more action filled.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I considered part 1 more action than part 2. Like, I like part 2 more.
I loved part 2 more, especially because it had a much bigger budget.
Me too.
Yeah.
Plus, there's a lot more going on with it, like with Leo Rossi's character.
Plus, it has one of the best fire scenes of all time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Rossi, a.k.a. Mick Foley, in that film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Clarence Williams III, yeah. Oh, part 3, he's just...
This has got a terrible script, man.
I'm going to come up with a list of movies, horror movies, that center way more around guns than knives. And I'm going to show it to Dave, and he's going to be like, yeah, like that one, and that one. And then he's going to be like, I'm going to be like, okay, now why? And he's not going to be able to tell me.
Well, he liked the green room, and that's mostly guns.
No, just show him the list, and don't tell him what the list is for, and be like, yo, man, which of these films do you like?
And he'll be like, well, he's going to hear this, but...
I could see why.
Do it before this airs. Do it before this airs. See what he says.
It takes away from the personal connection to each individual kill.
You mean intimacy?
Intimacy, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's studies on that say why that's effective and stuff, and I agree. But to me, it doesn't negate the fact that guns are scary still.
Oh, they're very scary.
Like, I don't want to be shot. Like, if I have a knife and I try to kill you, yeah, you might be pretty damn scared. And if I have a gun and I'm trying to kill you, yeah, you might be pretty damn scared. like
Mexican with a gun, I'm terrified.
You might have a deeper fear of the knife because of how it kills you. It seems more painful.
It's the personal aspect of it, though, man. I totally agree. Because, you know, if you're like a police investigator and, you know, your victim has been stabbed to death, your initial thoughts are going to be that the victim knew the assailant, right? So it's very personal.
Yeah, because it is more personal, and it's just it's icky, right? It's icky to stab somebody. Yeah. A gun's easy. It's you pull the trigger and it does it for you.
Easy.
Like the knife, it feels like you're still doing the killing more than the gun is.
Yeah,
and
feels icky.
So I do understand that, and I agree that most of the time, you know, all the time, a knife will be more effective than a gun in a situation like that. But to me, it doesn't make it not scary to have somebody making you do things with a gun. Like it's still scary to me. Well, making me do anything, period, is scary to me. You know, if if it's a gun or a knife or whatever, if somebody's holding you hostage and making you do something or whatever, and there's tons of great horror movies that use that, you know, sort of leverage, the gun leverage, where they're you know, like Mother's Day
setup,
and stuff like that, you know. Yeah. I like a lot of, like, you know, even you know, I mean, The Green Room is one that we just mentioned. I had a couple in my head the other day when I was at work, but I do get what he's saying about the action, though, because I don't like action in my horror. That's one reason why I don't really care for Aliens. I don't like the action theme to a horror movie.
Yeah.
Now, I do feel like Maniac Cop is very dark at times, especially when you talk about Maniac Cop 2, when you talk, I don't know, did you guys get into the fact that the little, like, strangler serial killer guy with the Maniac Cop was supposed to be Joe Spinell? Did you get into that?
I'm not sure if that actually came up.
Yeah, that was supposed to be, you know,
That's
the
right.
Maniac from Maniac, but he died.
Yeah.
He was gonna
that makes
cross
sense.
those two films together.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we actually got into that.
That's really too bad that never happened.
That would have been epic, right?
Yeah. There were a lot of missed opportunities in those films. I mean, I love the way the Maniac Cop just kept walking around, twirling the baton the whole time like a badass, and he really never really used it because he would pull it out and it was a blade. So he would use the blade occasionally, but like I wanted to see him smash some heads.
Great score to that film too. I really like the main theme of Maniac.
Yeah.
They were fun though. I had fun with them.
Yeah, part 3 is, you know what I mean.
Robert Davey carried part 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still watchable, but it's definitely the least.
I came in pretty generous with all 3 in terms of my ratings because I just had fun with them, and those are short films.
They're fun movies. How was Christian on them?
He was more with me, more kind of just overall enjoyment of them. In fact, he came in a little higher on, I think, part 2. He might have had the highest grade out of anyone. Dave, by part 3, was like, "Fuck this movie. Let's give our grades and get out of here."
So was Dave mad that those got chosen over Hellraiser then, or?
No, because what we did is we announced at the beginning of the show, because of how many people voted for those 2 specifically, that
I probably
episode
caused
30
you guys to be number 1 for the next, like, you know, couple months off of that.
I'm actually kind of glad we got to do them because it made the point that we were covering so many shows that we were giving such high scores to. And it just happened to work out that way, that we were picking movies that it turned out we liked. So it was nice to cover some films where we got to stress Dave out a little. I'm a little worried about his
little different reviews and stuff.
I think my most favorite podcasts ever are the ones where hosts disagree. Because then you get to hear points that are brought up, like defenses and arguments on why something is good or why something is bad or why somebody just likes something or somebody doesn't like something. One of my favorite podcasts. What was the most
recent one where we scrapped? I think it was Blair Witch. I think that was probably it.
That was where we scrapped hardcore, but we also scrapped in When a Stranger Calls.
Oh yeah, I was
7 out of 10.
When a Stranger Calls.
If I was on that show, I would have been having a heart attack hearing the things I was hearing.
I like it.
Where do you
really enjoy those films?
I do too, Brandon. I do too. So you were saying though that you announced at the beginning of the show or something. I didn't want you to drop that in limbo?
Oh no, that's no big deal. Every 5 we do a big show, so episode 30 is going to be our Hellraiser show.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, and eventually we'll do the Romero Dead trilogy, which actually I think won the votes on Twitter.
So is that show just going to be a trilogy, or are you gonna,
I think we'll
battle it out and do all 9?
No, I think we'll do the original 3 Dead, and then if anyone wants, the
part 2. But that's where the more interesting conversations come from. Like, honestly, as a listener, and it might be because I've listened to so many podcasts and I've heard the Romero trilogy covered so much, but when I'm listening to a show and they're talking about a franchise, right, I'm always more interested in the later half. Like, I even think our Halloween show that we split up, the second half has way more listeners than the first.
Because there's more films to debate on.
It's just nobody talks about them as much. There's more points to bring up, and oftentimes there are surprises in later sequels. Like, we found that out with the Children of the Corn films. We didn't find that out with the Howling films, or the Silent Night, Deadly Night films. But, Hellraiser, I think we all kind of found that out when we were doing these top 10s, because 2002 had, I believe,
Part 6.
Hellseeker, and I watched another one for another reason, but I can't remember.
Bloodline
for 96.
Yeah. So, I think we were all a little surprised that Hellseeker wasn't as bad as we maybe remembered it. And me and Moods were super surprised at the remake of Children of the Corn, like how much we actually like that one now. And
I know. It's so weird.
Those conversations to me are very interesting. And I understand, too, that Dave is a madman, right? Like, he's on like 4 different podcasts.
Yeah.
And he watches, and they're not like, I think ABC's of Hidden Horror, he has to watch 3 movies each episode, right?
Yeah.
Plus, if you guys are doing 3 movies, plus he's trying to catch up for 2000, well, not catch up, but, continue to keep pace with 2016. And then if the Skeleton Crew's doing stuff, video commentaries, Banana Laser. I mean, I understand that when somebody's like, we want you to cover 9 Hellraiser movies, how that would just make his head want to
I'm pretty
explode,
convinced that
literally.
Dave's not even human. He's actually a robot.
Yeah.
He's one of the robots from Halloween 3.
But I think
Exactly.
that, and I almost wanted to leave this as a voicemail for that show too, but I just didn't want to be too long-winded because I know the voicemail's cut off after a while. I think that when I was reading that thread, I think the best thing possible is like the compromise, well, we'll do 1, 2, and 3 of franchises or whatever, trilogies, and then maybe return to it with a 3, 4, or 4, 5, and 6 or whatever. I think that's a great idea, and because listen, you don't always need to cover good films. You just don't. You don't need to cover good films all the time. It's fun to hear.
Well, we've proven that.
Yeah, and some of our better episodes are bad movies, and some of our worst episodes are bad movies too. But I think that covering some of the films that are later in the franchises could be fun, and I particularly just want to hear you guys talk about them too, especially Dave, because I do feel like Dave would be surprised a lot of the time.
I am completely in 100% agreement with JP. I think that, it's fine to hear the conversations about Hellraiser 1, 2, and 3. For the most part, I think you guys are probably really going to enjoy them. But honestly, I would prefer to hear the conversation from, part 4 to 9, because I think the opinions are going to vary quite drastically, especially in the Hellraiser franchise, because those movies are definitely not for everybody. And it's just... the things that you can pick out of them and stuff, and the conversations that can come from those films, I think would be very, very interesting. And I'm actually really looking forward to it. JP, we should actually do this. We should take a vote for the next franchise show.
Yeah.
So we'll put in the ones that we want to do. And maybe Hellraiser will get picked, and then we're going to obviously do all
I'll hold
films,
off on Hellraiser and Texas Chainsaw because of the new ones coming out.
Oh,
yeah, the new ones.
That's right. It seems like all these franchises have something coming out, though. It's like, there's another...
Besides some of the older ones, like The Omen. That's...
Yeah, so...
The Omen.
Just to kind of wrap up that point, I mean, I know that you, Brandon, would have interesting opinions on later sequels, and I know Dave would as well, and I think Christian would as well. So, I mean, I think that the compromise, we'll stick to 3 for time's sake, but that doesn't mean that we won't cover, them in a 2-part episode, and it doesn't have to be right back right back Hellraiser 1 through 3, Hellraiser 3 through 6 or whatever. You know, it could be the next month or whatever. But I think you're doing your listeners an injustice because let's be honest, dude, it was an overwhelming response to cover a whole franchise or not a whole franchise. Like it was not even close.
I told Dave that question was going to backfire. I said, Dave, don't pose that. You know it's going to backfire.
I was really astounded at. Yeah, I was really astounded at that lopsided.
Listen, we posted that same question before.
Dave,
like
Dave was like this, like,
"Aw," and ours was more competitive.
It's weird though because we share so many listeners, so I had a feeling that most of the people voting were 22 Shots listeners who are used to listening to the full franchise, and they're like, "We love it. It's a marathon. We get to hear how tortured these guys are by movie number 8 or 9."
Yeah, especially
dude.
In Silent Deadly Night's case,
I definitely want to finish the franchises. Yeah,
I mean, just Google it, man. How many podcasts have done the entire Howling franchise?
Oh yeah, like 2, like Jamie.
The Howling franchise is so uncommon.
Yeah, I can't imagine anyone would ever really want to do that. So maybe just you guys.
Even the leopard.
You guys would just die. You probably wouldn't even physically make it through it.
For the longest time, Leprechaun was one of our number 1 shows. Like for the longest time, it was our most downloaded show, and you know it was covering the entire franchise. But so I want to see you guys return to franchises after a while, especially something like the Dead trilogy, because those other 3 Dead films, you know, at least 2 of them are pretty interesting to talk about as well.
Dave's talked about actually doing the other half at some point, and same thing with Hellraiser, revisiting the next 3 installments at a later time. So
when are you guys doing the Leprechaun trilogy?
Leprechaun, I don't think has ever seen a Leprechaun movie. I also got to look out for Dave's health. You know, he says he's 40 every podcast, but he was 40 like 20 years ago. So you got to look out for his health. Too much stress. If we did all 9 Hellraisers in one film, he might drop during like part 5.
He's at that stage in his life where blood pressure actually really does matter.
It was funny listening to him, the Maniac cop. Like literally at one point, he's like, "Fuck that movie."
Did you defend it at all?
Yeah, I was defending it.
That's awesome.
Fuck.
Dave Z.
Yeah, Dave could never do the Halloween franchise. It would eat him alive.
It would literally kill him.
It would be a giant Dave's morbid fact.
He would transform.
Dave also said, he even said, you know, he's never seen a Leprechaun film and he's never going to see a Leprechaun film. So I don't think you guys are covering the Leprechaun film.
Unless somebody votes for it, unless you put it on the poll.
Yeah. Listen, I want him to at least see one of them at least. I mean, they're comedy. You gotta at least
watch part 3.
But I don't know. He might. Part 3's solid. Definitely not his cup of tea, but yeah. So besides that, you guys are posting 25 coming up here. I left the voicemail for that show.
Yes. I did too.
Cool.
Yes. I guess I'll just go ahead and tell you now, Derek. It was accidentally misplaced and not played on 25. So you'll be getting an apology and a shout out and a play on episode 26.
Did you guys play mine at least?
Yes, we did play yours. Thank you, JP.
Maybe I should call into this fucking show one time.
I can't believe I totally forgot. I was going to call in tonight because I genuinely had a question for you guys. So I'll actually ask it when we get to the emails and voicemails.
All right. Cool.
I was noticing something in recent films I was watching, so I'll have something for you guys.
Interesting.
So
another live question. That's awesome.
It was actually something, and JP actually kind of talked about it when he came in on the Trick or Treat show. Just a quick thing we mentioned, and it made me start thinking about other films. So,
all right,
cool.
We'll get to it.
Cool, man. Well, I guess we should probably get into that news. JP, we got some news this week.
Yeah. So we do have some news, and this first little bit here, I was kind of conflicted on whether I should talk about it or not. It's not necessarily like horror news, but it's definitely horrifying, and it kind of made me feel weird. So I'm sure you guys seen this flowing around. I mean, I seen it like twice in our group. I seen it once in Exploding Heads and a couple times in other groups and just on Facebook in general. And then I seen a second wave of it. But did you guys catch the article that was going around about Shelley Duvall?
Yeah.
Okay, sad. So I'm not sure if you guys are that
she still looks
familiar
amazing.
on
Too
what's
soon.
going on with
Too
her.
soon.
But did you guys see the
Such a
clip
dick.
from Dr. Phil?
I did.
I just saw a clip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her basically saying that Robin Williams wasn't dead. I think that's the clip I saw.
I
She was being
really
chased by the
didn't
sheriff
like
in
that
Nottingham.
video, dude. Like, to me, it felt 100% exploitive. Like, if somebody
exactly what I
has a
said to
mental
Aaron.
issue, right? If somebody's
that-
crazy or they have a mental issue or they're, retarded or anything, you don't put that person in a public forum to embarrass themselves. It's just not a right thing to do. And I think Dr. Phil's a silly asshole for that.
He's been getting a lot of backlash for it too.
He deserves it. You don't do that. You just don't do it. If somebody
you look at the whole history of the show, he exploits shit to death anyways. I mean, this was just a perfect opportunity for ratings, and that's what essentially these networks care about. They don't give a shit about Shelley Duvall and how this is going to
I mean,
her
maybe
her legacy and what her legacy, whatever. But you know what I'm saying.
Maybe he'll get her some help and have her back. But it's it's definitely a ratings move. But he does seem to help people. So maybe he'll get her the help she needs and then bring her back when she's hopefully doing better.
I understand that it's at the end of the day it is a show and things like that. And I'm not against doing crazy shit for ratings. Look, like I mean, I'm all for doing whatever sells, but I'm just saying as a human being, when you see other human being who's clearly not right, who's clearly not right in the head, who used to be right in the head, or at least from what we understand. To give them a public forum to say things, it's embarrassing. It's like, you know that they're going to make an ass out of themselves. Like, you don't do that. And so I did see that Vivienne Kubrick, daughter of one Stanley, did put together a GoFundMe page. So I will drop the link in the podcast notes whenever I get to the show notes on this episode. That it's for help, for treatment and all 100% of the money goes to Shelley Duvall, and it's already up to 20-some thousand when I checked it this morning. So
I saw it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's really good. Vivienne Kubrick and a couple other people were kind of boycotting the Dr. Phil episode because of just its exploitive nature. And
like Mia Farrow was boycotting it too.
Yeah, it's just so intentional, right? I mean, I saw the clip and I said to the wife, I was like, "Wow, this is really exploitive. This is brutal, man." I couldn't believe that they actually were doing that, but
yeah. So if anything, I mean, hopefully she can get a little.
I hope Shelley gets some help. I actually grew up with her the fairy tale theater show that she used to do and stuff as a kid, and I used to like that show a lot. So I hope she does get some help.
Like, I actually don't even like her. Like, I don't like her as what's her face in The Shining. Her and the kid always rub me the wrong way. So,
you can get arrested for that, having kids rub you the wrong way. Sorry, it wouldn't be. It just wouldn't be me to go a whole show without making a completely inappropriate remark at a completely inappropriate time.
No, I love it. But you know what I'm saying? I don't really care for her as an actress or anything like that. But it just was kind of disgusting to see the video.
Yeah. You're right. You're 100% on point with that. But hopefully it raises a lot of money for her and they get her help and only good things.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, hopefully she takes it too, because I think she's convinced herself that she's not crazy.
Well, I've said this my entire life. I've said it on this podcast. There's certain people out there that don't know things, and dumb people don't know they're dumb, and crazy people don't know they're crazy. It's how the world works. They just don't. And so, moving on here, we have a little bit of update on the TNT Tales from the Crypt adaptation, which should be approaching next year, fourth quarter of 2017. It's been moving a long time, it feels like, but I can't wait for it. Basically, M. Night Shyamalan is producing it for TNT's horror block. We also got word that the Let the Right One In was getting an adaptation. Crave Online did an interview, and basically they asked, will the series feature brand new stories or adaptations of classic EC comic tales? And Shyamalan said this: there's a bunch. I have a folder of my favorite, like my 20 or 30 favorite. I'm trying to remember them. I mean, they're so weird. There's one where there's a bewitching one where when an old lady bewitches and takes the wife, and the husband has to figure it out. He keeps the old lady in the closet, but that's really his wife now. They've swapped, and he can't kill this woman, but now she's a beautiful woman. So I remember that episode. Isn't that an episode of something where the wife
like
and
900 episodes like that on that show? Kinda.
I'm almost certain there's an episode where like a witch lady like swaps bodies with the wife, and
might have been.
It's either that or Tales from the Dark Side.
I'm thinking of Leah Thompson, where she gets old and then.
No, but I love that one.
Yeah, that was a great
awesome.
one. But
That's a good one.
I can't think of this one, but it does sound like a premise I've seen before.
It sounds super familiar, yeah.
Sounds like Wicked Stepmother.
Yeah, so, it apparently, because I remember when the news first came out, we didn't know if they were adapting stories or not, but it seems like they are going to, which is good, because a lot of those stories, that they're all the same, gold diggers and come on, but that's fun. That's, you watch one and you're like, how are these fools going to end up dying, or how are they going to end up, like, screwed over at the end, because clearly they're greedy.
Yeah, they all have definitely the same formula to them.
Yeah, like how many Gold Digger episodes were there in, the first 2 seasons? Like, almost every one. But oddly enough, most of those stories were not actually took from the Tales from the Crypt comic book, but it was the Vault of Horror, right? And shock suspense stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I'm really excited to see, Tales from the Crypt return in some form. It definitely will not be the same, not on HBO, just a different time. Now, what we talk about all the time, what sets Tales from the Crypt apart from the other anthology shows was the fact that they got stars and, names to direct and act. Who knows if that'll happen in this one, but I'm looking forward to it, honestly.
Yeah, especially with Shyamalan involved.
They probably won't be able to afford any too many big names for that, I would assume. But that's definitely what separated Tales from the Crypt from all the other anthology type based shows. I mean, I guess some of the other ones, they had the odd star here and there, but that was a reoccurring thing that was amazing, and even had there was an episode even directed by Schwarzenegger in the first season, right?
The William Hickey one.
No, that's not the first season.
First season, or maybe the second season. Second season.
Yeah, I think it's second.
It's from the early years, anyways. But that's really cool, though. So.
Yeah, so moving along here, this is actually hilarious. So, on the, I believe, 22nd episode of Exploding Heads Horror Podcast, I was a guest on there. And I think
couldn't remember the episode number?
Yeah, I know, right? A listener wrote in or called in and asked about the success of Don't Breathe and, what our ideas for a sequel would be or something like that. And I was like, no. It's like, it will absolutely not happen. I think I said that. I think I said, like, it's not happening. Like, it will not happen. Like,
you dismissed it.
I completely dismissed it.
Well,
apparently, they are thinking about doing one. And basically, Fede Alvarez was interviewed by IGN. And he said, right now, we have Don't Breathe 2 is something we really want to do. The challenge, obviously, is we just didn't want to make the same movie again and just have a 2 in it. We'll feel so embarrassed if we do that. At first, our reaction when they told us was, no, that's Hollywood. That's devil pushing us to do something just because we can. And when we had an idea that we really got excited about, we won't tell you what it is. It'll spoil the whole thing. But apparently... Sam Raimi says that they have the greatest idea ever for a Don't Breathe sequel.
It's going to be set in Hawaii.
That's coming. No, it must be
on
set
a boat.
Yeah, it's on a boat.
I got you, but I knew you were going to say it's on a boat. The blind man
greatest idea. The greatest idea ever. Wow.
For a sequel.
For a sequel. I mean, that's some pretty big words there. And coming from Sam Raimi, that's pretty interesting and piquing my curiosity, that's for sure.
Have a guy that's deaf fight the guy that's blind.
Breathe no evil, see no evil.
Yeah, exactly. Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor.
Make it like Danny Glover.
No, to be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of Don't Breathe. I was very disappointed. I felt like there were too many holes in the story. So a sequel, especially the way they're describing it, if it's going to be that epic, could really help it out.
I voiced my opinion. I liked it, but it wasn't as... I didn't like it as much as most people did.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people were like in the fucking 9s and 9.5 in the ratings and shit. I was like, holy man, that's really fucking high.
I enjoyed it.
What did you rate it?
I talked about it on this show. I pointed out all the things that I disliked. And of course, that film has another one of those scenes in the beginning of the fucking film, you know,
from
that I can't get out of my mind. That's actually from the end. And the way I watch movies is I remember that shit. Where most
so you're waiting to see that scene and it hasn't happened. You know what's coming in the last 10 minutes.
And then, exactly. And when it happens, you go, fuck me, man. It was from the end. Yeah. You know, I know JP doesn't have a problem with this, but
I just don't know how that bothers you.
Because I focus on it, JP. That's the problem. I focus. When I see a scene at the beginning of the film,
don't focus on it.
I can't. It's the way I watch film. Like, I know right away that scene that they're showing me right in the beginning of the film is going to happen again in the third act. And I'm like, fuck. And it just drives me nuts. I don't know what it is. It's just OCD. I don't know, man. It's just, I can't.
I agree with you on this, Moods. Especially with that particular movie, you know there's 3 of them that break in, and they're showing you a scene where he's just dragging the girl back. So you know at one point, at some point in the movie, it's going to get to the point where it's just a girl. And even though we knew that probably before even seeing a preview for it.
I think the ride is basically, how and when are these guys going to die.
But you're like, okay, you can kind of write it off. You're like, all right, just get rid of them. We know you're going to be dragging her at some point.
My argument for that was in this movie was I didn't know it was the girl. I thought it was somebody else. Like, I thought it was just showing that this was a bad guy. That's what I got from it. But I mean, I guess I could kind of understand a little bit like why you guys don't like that stuff. In this movie, it didn't happen to me though, but in like other movies, it doesn't bother me.
I just find, and I don't want to be one of those guys that critiques films, and calls them, modern things, but it is like a little thing that you see in modern films a lot now. Mm-hmm. It's just one of those kind of staple things that filmmakers put into their films now.
It's the Tarantino effect.
Yeah, and I don't care for it because it happens so often. Like, I shake my head, and it just sets me up for disappointment too, man. I see this film, I'm excited for a movie, I see this scene in the beginning of the film, and then the whole time I'm like, of course, I can't let it go, and it just drives me nuts. But it just happens way too much in cinema. I mean, you can probably agree with me, Brandon. Like, you've seen, 100 and how many films from 2016? How many films did you see this year that had something like that happen?
Oh, plenty.
Probably.
Plenty.
Exactly. It's something you've never seen way back in the day,
Yeah,
you just
but back in the day there were other cliches. Like it's just cliches, man. There's always going to be cliches.
Of course, there's cliches.
And I feel like a lot of times
staple things.
As reviewers, we pick out the cliches we don't like, and then we pick out the ones we do not, and we forgive certain ones.
Exactly.
And there's no.
Well, that's the thing. And a lot of older films, there is certain things that do annoy me and things like that, but not as much as this, because I don't want to have anything. I don't want to be trying to focus on something that is potentially going to happen in the end of the film and kind of ruin that surprise for me. If they didn't show that in the beginning of the film and she's getting dragged back.
But was it a surprise? Would that have been a surprise had it not shown it? No, you wouldn't have been surprised. You would have been like, of course, this is how every horror movie plays out ever. They get away and then he drags them back.
It's still more of a surprise. It's
surprise, but you wouldn't have been like, "Oh my god, I did not expect that to happen."
Well, of course, but then again, do we ever react like that when we see shit in films?
No,
probably
that's why I'm saying it's not a big deal.
But it is to me. I mean, at least someone agrees with me.
I feel you.
But
I agree with you too. That's the only problem I have with it too.
All right, so anyway, fucking what is his name? Sam Raimi. He goes on to say that we're happy that this is kind of interesting. He says we're happy that it's kind of an anarchic as an approach to a movie. Is it what the studio would die to have right away? Who knows? Maybe. No, they're not going to like it at all. So he thinks that the idea that they have, that the studio is actually not going to like.
That means it's going to be good.
Probably.
Just going to say that. I was like, it's going to be a great film.
Yeah.
It's going to be like the Godfather Part 2.
Yeah.
I have a feeling the studio also didn't like the turkey baster thing, and it ended up being a huge hit. Like, I feel like that's something that was probably fought to get in the movie.
Yeah, I'm indifferent with the turkey baster. I thought it was kind of silly, but...
It was silly because what he was doing, or because it was a turkey baster?
Yeah, it was silly because of what he's doing. Like one shot with the turkey baster and you're pregnant. Like, come on.
I know, right?
I don't know.
Doesn't mean that it had to work. Just because somebody's crazy enough to do some shit doesn't mean that it has to work.
I've heard people say, yeah, it's a little silly. It was a really cool idea and stuff. I'm a little kind of torn on the scene because it generally kind of shows, the viewer that they're kind of humanizing, this person a little bit. It's like, oh, he's a bad person, but he doesn't rape women, and it's like, it's kind of what it's showing you, and it's like, well, not really.
Well, that was a big problem I had with his character. Stephen Lang is such a great actor, but with his character, at times I wanted to sympathize with him, and at times I absolutely hated him because, because of what he had gone through, but then the next minute he's killing these kids.
That's the duality, though, dude. Like, I love movies like that because it shows the world that it's not cookie-cutter shit. It's not black and white.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
It's not.
There's a middle ground. Some people can be bad people and still have bad things happen to them. Or sometimes people can start out as good people and become bad people because of things that they did or other people did. I like that there's sort of a middle ground where it's like, and it's actually reflective with every character in the movie. That's why I liked it, because every single character has that. Every single character is not perfect.
They do. It's just very. It seems almost too extreme with his character.
It happens in a lot of movies with like people like either like situations happen to them and stuff, and it changes them per se.
Yeah, like, and who knows? Maybe he was just a dickhead to begin with. Like that can be a thing too. Like, you can be a dick, something bad can happen to you that shouldn't happen to anybody, and then you can still be a dick afterwards, too. It's not, that's what I always like movies that are not just good, bad. Like, sometimes people are bad and good at the same time.
Yeah, I had no real problems with Don't Breathe. It was just that one scene that we talked about. Like, I have a problem with that, but I enjoyed the film for what it was.
I loved it.
There's a lot of good moments in the film, for sure. I think there's just a lot of... There could have been a lot of touching up and things. I mean, we talked about this before.
And I agree. There's definitely moments. Yeah. Like, I had a huge issue with, like, the plot hole of, like, how they fucking shut the alarm off. Like, it's ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense.
I said the same thing. And that whole setup to how they break in the house, too. I mean, of course you're going to have a way to get in, but it just seems so obvious to me. I was like, really? Like, I even looked at Dylan and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this whole house is barred like it's fucking Fort Knox, right? Except
you know what, Moods? Fuck you, because I was going to take a picture of this. There is a house in my area that has bars on the outside except for the upstairs attic window.
Weird. But, like, what's the actual meaning behind that? Like, I mean, you could potentially still have someone break through that, like it does in this film. I mean, if you're going to go to the extreme lengths,
it's possible that you didn't bar something or you never got around to it. It's possible.
But it's of course, there's always the possibility. There's always the possibility that that's true. But when it comes down to it, if you're going to take the time and go to extreme levels of barring up every window in your house to that, those
he's
lengths.
Blind. It probably took him a while to do those ones.
I'm assuming he probably didn't fucking do these.
Wait, are you starting to confuse reality with Don't Breathe?
It's like...
It would have been a 10 out of 10 if there was a mongoloid in it. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, all I'm saying is that, like, if you're going to hire someone to bar up your shit, probably do every window.
Probably.
It would have made it a little bit more believable to myself, because if you're that fucking paranoid and you're willing to go and do that to your house, you're going to do every window.
Who gets bars on their windows anyway? Everybody's paranoid with bars on their windows.
There's a reason why you do this, and you don't forget about one bathroom window. I just, if they had
it's just possible. Is what, maybe there wasn't any bars. Maybe the fucking guy didn't have bars the size of that small window.
He was coming back the next day to put in those
just assuming though.
Exactly. But it's possible. Anytime something's like remotely possible, it's not even that far out of the norm for that to happen. Like, it can happen.
No, but it was just so obvious.
It's unlikely, but it can happen. Just because something's unlikely, though.
Like, did you notice when you watched the film? It's always those little things in films that bug me. I'm just like, really? Like,
the only reason it bugs me is because you could have just not had bars on any of the windows.
Exactly. If you're gonna have bars you're gonna have one extreme to the next. Every window in the house has bars, or you're gonna have none. Why have one that doesn't? But that's your way in, right? That's your fucking way in. It's convenient writing. It's convenient writing. That's what we call convenient writing. And it's like, oh shit, man.
It's not even convenience. It's just forgetfulness. Because they do try to explain it away, where they say
they do.
The window's small,
but
and
I'm
she's
totally
small.
100% with you. Mm-hmm. I'm totally 100% with you with the alarm. The alarm thing doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. So anyway, before we review Don't Breathe for a second time and possibly a third time, let's continue along here. We have a little bit of an update here. This is really neat, man. So for a while, Don Mancini has been teasing a Chucky 7, and he recently tweeted out some stuff. He was hanging out with Brad and Fiona Dourif. He actually put a little. His caption was "Good guys?" ? And he's wearing a Child's Play shirt and shit. So I mean, it seems like it's moving along pretty quickly. He was actually pretty busy with other work recently. He worked on the final season of Hannibal. And then he also was working on that new series on Sci-Fi Channel, which has been getting a little bit of buzz, called Channel Zero. And now it seems like he's back. I'm looking here at a picture of Bradley Dourif, and he's looking mighty old, man. He's what's wrong with
Brad Dourif is old.
Well, he's not that old. He's 62, I believe.
62? I mean, Chucky's getting fucking old, man.
When you talk about the other fucking, horror legends, he's 66. He is pretty old.
Chucky, want a nap?
That's getting up there. I have to admit, though, man, I am a little shocked. Like, how you said this is kind of moving along and stuff. I gotta disagree.
Oh, hold up. Excuse me. Bradford Claude Dorff. My bad. I thought it was Bradley, but it was Bradford Claude.
Nice. But I'm a little bit surprised at the speed. You said it was kind of going along at a decent speed. I think it isn't, because I'm really surprised that they didn't try to make the next Chucky film right after they did the last one, because it seemed to be pretty successful, and the consensus was it was really good. That one came out 3 years ago now? 3 years? Was it 2 or 3 years?
2013, yeah.
13. So it's been 3, so it'll be like 4 years in between films. I gotta say, man, I'm just shocked that they waited that long, considering how well it did.
Well, you got gigs doing Hannibal.
I know, but still, you can get it into.
I'm surprised that they waited so long to start it, but now that he said he was doing it, I mean that it's moving along kind of quick.
I mean, generally, when you have a film, that one kind of resurrected the Child's Play franchise, and it was a good film. I have to admit, I mean, we didn't need the 95 different endings and shit to the film. I mean, it was a little overkill. But
I just didn't like that it got sloppy with, it's like.
But you have to admit, though, it's one of the better entries into the franchise, especially in recent years.
It's the fourth best.
Yeah, but still, it was a good thing, and the buzz was there. I'm surprised they didn't just...
It made number 8 in my top 10 of 2013. I really liked the movie, but I think one thing that I was I ignored during that year, because I was so excited that it was good, was that it ended exactly in the way that we were so long trying to get away from, right?
Yeah.
It was everything cool. It was spooky. It was dark. It was serious. And then towards the end, Jennifer Tilly's showing up and I just feel that it's going back in the direction that we pulled it from.
Yeah, if we get a baby Chucky in the next one, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Hermaphrodite Chucky.
Glenn.
Yeah, it's like Glenn. That was like the word. Well, of course, named after
Glenn and Glenda.
Glenn and Glenda. Yeah,
makes sense.
It's fucking awesome, but not really. It was terrible. But yeah, I'm just surprised they didn't just try to, kind of move this one along a little faster.
Maybe he was trying to think of like the way he wanted to like put the next installment in place.
But generally, when you end a film like that, you have a general idea of what you're going to do with the next film.
Well, he had like 10 endings too.
I mean, yeah, I I guess it was a little confusing even to himself. So I don't know, but yeah, I'm
maybe we're trying to raise money too and stuff. You know what I mean? Well, working on other projects too is to get money to like
fund studio film, man. You got to raise money. I'll give him money for it, but. Who knows?
Yeah,
I can't wait to see it, though.
It's definitely made way more than it cost. That's 100% fact. Because it wasn't even very high budgeted, and it went direct to video. And I heard rumor has it that it did gangbusters. So I just think that it was. I just think that it goes back to what we said before. I was talking about it recently, where I think that the studio process is just so much slower.
Mm-hmm.
Just more people involved, more hands in the jar.
Well, we've really noticed it with franchise entries. I mean, look at all these franchises that have these potential sequels coming out. Halloween, Friday, grumblings of a new Nightmare film, Chainsaw. Wrong Turn 7. Like, all these franchises have these potential films, but nothing is materializing because it's like the studios are just playing it safe or something. They're just not sure what they really want to do, and it's just they're going, well, it's 2016, 2017. It's not the 80s anymore where we could pump these things out every year.
I remember when you guys reported really on the Cabin Fever remake before even like Part 3 ever came out. Like Part 3 was just going to be released, and then you're like, Cabin Fever remake. I'm like, what?
That's right. That's right.
I gotta say, with all the technology today, especially in the automobile industry, how can you still make a wrong turn at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, Wrong Turn 7?
Something.
Listen.
Yeah.
Wrong Turn 7,
that
GPS malfunction.
Listen, I'm a complete weirdo, okay? Listen to this, guys. I know that you guys already know I'm a weirdo, but, like, I literally was talking to somebody at work about this the other day. Like, I'm getting excited about the amount of wrong turns there are for multiple reasons, but one reason that I get excited every time a new one gets announced.
Franchise show.
No. It's because it came out titled Wrong Turn 7 and not Wrong Turn Left Turn or something, And like, it gets me so excited because I'm like, right now, like, the record in major franchises, not counting crappy witchcraft films, is, I believe, Friday the 13th Part 8 was the last numbered.
Oh, yeah. You just jinxed it.
And, that's like, if there is a Wrong Turn 9 that comes out eventually, like, I'm gonna lose my shit. If it's called Wrong Turn 9, like, I'm fine with the subtitle, like Dead End or
no, it's called Turn Around, Wrong Turn.
That's fucking that's honestly, that's one thing that's always bugged me about Hellraiser 2, because it's called Hellbound Hellraiser 2.
Yeah,
that annoys me, man.
Book of Shadows, Blair Witch 2.
That's annoying. Why is Blair Witch 2 Book of Shadows? Like,
you know what they're gonna make next? They're gonna make Wrong Turn versus Rest Stop.
Oh, of course they have that.
But I just am super psyched that there might actually be, they might keep this number thing up, which is pretty exciting to me.
Well,
I actually like the Wrong Turn franchise, man. I think the only one I don't like is Part 3. It's pretty shitty.
Part 3 is atrocious.
Part 2 is the best.
It literally has some of the worst CG I've ever seen, but it's crazy. Like, the quality, like, Part 2 is really good. Part 3 is really bad. What do you guys think of the last one?
I haven't seen Part 5 or 6.
I like Part 6.
I haven't seen Part 6.
Part 6 got fucking crazy at the end. Right?
I thought Part 6 was actually pretty decent, yeah. I was surprised.
No. I got to marathon them one day.
Yeah, those films, man. Those backwoods fucking weirdo shit. That's good shit,
Listen,
man.
When you don't number your sequels, you end up with, like, the Chainsaw Massacre franchise. It's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 2, Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 3.
That's another one that's
Texas
stupid.
Chainsaw Massacre The Next Generation. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning, Texas Chainsaw 3D, Leatherface.
You end up screwing moods because he doesn't know whether to put Texas Chainsaw 4 with his McConaughey collection or his Zellweger collection.
Derek's laugh sounds like he's choking on cock.
He does that inhale laugh.
Yeah.
He does the inhale laugh. I like that.
So, I believe that's... I don't have much more for news. I know Derek sent me some stuff. Derek, do you know what any of that was? I didn't look at it.
Jesus.
Nice.
I did, but I kind of forgot about it, so whatever.
Asia Argento is starring in an Italy-based thriller called The Executrix.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I read that. I actually did read that article. I know it has an interesting cast. I know Franco Nero is going to be in it with her.
Nice.
Yeah. Nero's in every movie.
I actually do have one other thing. Actually, two other things. So, I was over on dreadcentral.com, and I seen that they posted this little article. I guess there's a streaming service called Tubi TV, and apparently it's free, and they air movies unedited. And it looks like that maybe they have a new lineup every month. And just looking at the lineup, I know that most of us own this stuff, but I was talking to Moods the other day about how many streamers there are. A lot of people in our group do not a lot of people do collect, but there's a lot of people who don't collect too. Some people just like to watch movies when they can see them, however they can see them.
TV or they're on
I figured I'd throw that out. It's Tubi TV, TUBI TV, and just Google that. Their lineup for December: Cabin Fever 2, Captivity, Cube, Cujo, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Ju-on: The Grudge 2, Minotaur, Motel Hell, Paranormal Activity 1 through 4, Sleepaway Camp 2, 3, the Sorority Row remake, Stigmata, Night Visitor from 89, and Texas Chainsaw 3D from 13. There's some solid movies. I'll recommend one right here off of this list.
I just love that, man. It's like they put every movie into a hat and just start pulling them out.
Yeah,
that's literally how they made that listing right there.
They're like, Minotaur.
It's in there.
Oh, I've seen it. It's fucking terrible.
That movie really is bad. It's fun, though, man. It's a shit.
Yeah. Dr. Howard is long hair.
What were you going to recommend, JP?
If I was going to pick one movie on here to recommend that definitely should be seen, it's Cube from 98.
Cube's good.
I like Cube.
Cube's
I
fantastic.
like Night Visitor. That's a recent watch for me.
Yeah.
That's a good film. The
Was
89 one.
Party
I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
Obscure list.
It might have been from the obscure list. That's the occult one, right? With the guy and his brother.
Yeah, man. I reviewed that film.
Yeah, that's a good film. Yeah, I think you reviewed it shortly after I watched it, which I found weird because. Yeah,
I actually didn't even know that. It was just one of those random reviews that I was doing. I was just fucking decided. I'd never seen it before. Yeah, that's a really good film, actually. I recommend that, too.
What's the one? Who released that, Moods?
I think it's MGM. MGM put that out. Yeah, it's the one with the pentagram on the cover and stuff.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, and the final thing that I have here is, actually, it's from Shout Factory / Scream Factory, and I've seen some promos for it in October, but I finally got a chance to check it out, and it is Horror Hunters. This is on their Shout Factory TV, which I guess is free. I remember I brought that up a while ago. If I was like, is that free or is that you have to pay for that?
Yeah, it is.
But if you guys have ever seen Pawn Stars or American Pickers, stuff like that, definitely
I love American Pickers, man. Those guys always find some fucking awesome shit, man.
You know what, man? I have the same issue that I have with every single fucking one of those shows. They start out great, and then they start writing scripts. They start acting things out. They start planting stuff. It becomes so fake and unnatural to me that I can see the fakeness shine through.
It's also the way they're edited too. They're edited so poorly. It just screams phony. Yeah, it's like
it is the
Pawn
way
Star.
that it
Pawn
is. Like
Stars,
they try to have like a suspenseful moment before every commercial break and shit.
Yeah, dude. It's like, man, some of the worst shit though, man, is like on Pawn Stars where the dad, he's got the two kids there, and you can tell the shit that's going on is totally scripted, and you're just like, if you're gonna script,
but it wasn't at first. If you watch the first season of that show, 100% unscripted. 100%.
Oh, totally. Yeah, but like it's the conversations between the sons and the father, and his dad too and stuff. You can tell that's scripted. It's like, if you're gonna write some shit, make it at least entertaining. Like the jokes are bad and like.
They started doing that shit on Comic Book Men too, and it's annoying me.
Yeah, they do it on every show, like Storage Wars.
But they
like
don't
that.
start. Like Comic Book Men was like legit at first. Now it's like fucking scripted as shit.
Wars. Oh man, it's fucking crazy.
And that store is like always closed because I lived like 10 minutes away from Comic Book Men. Yeah, because they're right in Red Bank, New Jersey, and
that's awesome.
There's nobody ever in that store, so that's completely staged.
It's like a stage somewhere.
No, it's an actual store, but it's always closed.
I can just see Dave right now listening to this episode. He's fast forwarding.
Do those guys actually work there?
What's that?
Do those
those guys actually work there, but I've never seen them. But granted, I've only gone in a few times.
You should just hide in there and see if they just record at night.
I usually go to Surf Tacos, which is next door.
Serve or surf?
Surf.
Surf tacos? That just sounds awesome.
You always serve tacos, huh?
Do they have fish tacos?
They do have fish tacos.
Nice.
So anyway, basically this Horror Hunter show, it's pretty cool. I checked it out. It's like 24 minutes or so. It's pretty neat on the Shout Factory network. The commercial breaks are trailers for their like upcoming releases, like Exorcist 3 or like.
So, what exactly? I understand the premise, like they're trying to find horror collectibles and things like that. But where are they going? Are they going to
fans? So the first episode, they go to this guy's house who's like really into Frankenstein. And he has a bunch of Frankenstein memorabilia, posters, Frankenhooker stuff, like any type of Frankenstein. Like he has Frankenhooker tattoos, multiple Frankenhooker tattoos.
Yeah, on his head.
And
this guy sounds awesome.
So the two hosts, I'm not exactly sure who they are, but apparently they've done a few movies, books, stuff like that. They're guys who just are horror fans. Wicked Lake, I think one of them did or directed or wrote or something like that. And they basically go around to a house or something like that, and they just kind of show off the collection, and then they'll the whole like kind of I guess you like because they wanted to probably have some sort of like a Pickers vibe where they're trying to get stuff too, because if not, then it would just be shown off collections.
So that's actually not the direct point of the show where they go to these people's collections and they actually try to buy shit off them.
No,
it's more or less just showing off.
No, that's what it seems like it would have been, but they couldn't do that because they're like, well, we have to have something else. So I think what it is, and this could be a fake part, it could be a real part, I'm not exactly sure yet. But apparently the two guys that are hosting it will bring something from their collection and try to trade something from the guy that they're visiting's collection.
Yeah, they did I Spit on Your Grave remake also.
Oh, okay.
Did they?
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
Oh, they directed that. Nice.
Writer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll check it out.
So,
that's cool.
Basically,
So how much Frankenstein shit did this guy actually have?
Because a lot of fucking Frankenstein shit.
Yeah, it was all Frankenstein.
Like so.
I'd like go out of my way all the time to find Frankenstein stuff.
Moose will drive there. He'll be like, shh.
It was actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Honestly, completely uninterested in most of that stuff in there. Like, I would not even. I would take it if it was free, but I wouldn't take much of it.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm not a collector of that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't want more stuff, but it looked awesome.
It looked cool. It looked cool. If you're really into Frankenstein, like there's a lot of busts and stuff and posters and shit like that.
Plus he has the room for this stuff too. So
what was that, Derek?
Mm-hmm.
He has the room for this stuff too. Like that's why he collects it.
Yeah. So basically. Right away, one of the things I instantly was so mad when I first turned it on because the very first thing that happens is one of those fake things that I was talking about. They get to the house. They go in the house. The guy's standing like in the background, like you could see him like in the background. And they're like, well, he said to just come in. And then the guy just pops out and he's like, oh, and they're like, oh, dude, you scared us or something like that, you know? And I'm just like, no, don't do that. Like, you're insulting my intelligence as a viewer to do that shit to me. Like, don't do it. But then that was the only real thing like that. And besides, I can't tell if what they're trading is real or not. Like, that's kind of bugging me. But the second guy's house was a little bit cooler because he just had a little bit different of, like, there was just random shit that he had. But they did a pretty cool trade where the guy got a autographed Fulci, like, sort of matte, like, setup where it had, like, you know, a little poster and, like, some lobby cards and stuff on it. And he traded some shit that he had.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it was relevant to this show because it was Zombie. It was the poster of Zombie with Fulci's autograph and shit like that. So that was really neat. It's a really, really, really cool premise, and I hope that they continue to do it. But I just honestly don't think that they need that fake shit in there. Like, it's entertaining enough just seeing the different collections, like, and the different memorabilia and like the dude found a signed VHS copy of Frankenhooker that had the you remember when certain like VHSs would try to like sell a little bit more by having some sort of nifty like little feature. Like the Frankenhooker one has a thing that you push and it makes like a like sound or something, like, you know what I mean? So,
yeah, the Dead Pit VHS, you press the button, the lights would, or the eyes would light.
Yeah, so like stuff like that.
That was a cool gimmick.
Yeah, and it's cool to see stuff like that, but I don't need to see I don't need to like have like the punny like ridiculous jokes like that are.
You know, see, I have no problem with that, man. If they made a show and they were just showcasing people's collections and they were talking about them and telling stories on how they got their collection and, you know, just interesting things like that. I mean, it's no different than watching those VHS documentaries, you know, like Just Tracking, things like that. Like, it's mostly, you know, people showing off their collections and talking about tapes and rarities and telling stories and shit. And, you know, it's entertaining as shit, man. I'd be happy with that.
And you know what? There was one other thing that really bugged me at the Frankenstein dudes thing. They're playing the pinball machine, the Frankenstein pinball machine, and the one guy's like kind of like trips a little bit, and he's like, man, what the heck is that? I keep tripping over something. You got something under there? And like they pull out this like tote, and they open it, and it's like, oh, and it goes to a commercial break, and I'm just like, oh my god, like, don't do that. Like, it literally angers me because it's like, okay, first of all, like, you got me thinking about the fact that you placed that tote there. You got me to the fact to think that you planned this whole thing out, and it just takes away the authenticity of what you're showing.
During the commercial break, they fill it with like some rare, weird looking shit.
Not to mention the use of the word tote.
Tote.
Listen, I never even heard the word tote before I started working at my job. Like, I was like, what the fuck is a tote?
Me neither. In my job.
Anyway, it's definitely cool, but just I don't like that type of stuff. But some people it doesn't bug them. So,
it's whatever.
I do recommend. I definitely recommend checking it out, though. It's cool.
Yeah, I'll give it a watch.
It's free.
It sounds pretty interesting. I gotta check it out though.
All right, and that's the news.
Nice.
Q. All right, so let's move into mood swings and the DVD and Blu-ray releases for November 22nd, 2016. And unlike the previous weeks, we actually have some to talk about here.
Yes,
it's been fucking dead, man, with releases. So first up here, we finally have the release for Chud 2, courtesy of Vestron, part of the collector series. I believe this is number. Anybody know what spine number this is? 4, 5. It's one of the two.
4.
Yeah, Bud the Chud 2. Really, on Blu-ray? Did we actually need a Blu-ray release of this?
Yes.
Listen, Chud 2 sucks. It's not a good movie, but...
No, it's not. It's terrible. And it wasn't even supposed to be a Chud movie.
It's supposed to be a Return of the Living Dead.
Allegedly. I've not been able to find any proof to back that up. By the way, because I went and looked it up. I was like, where the hell did I hear that at?
It's just zombies, man.
And it's a horror comedy, ain't it?
Maybe they'll mention it in the commentary that's on the disc. Or maybe they'll mention it with the interview from Garrett Graham that's on the disc. Or maybe they'll mention it with the interview of Tracia Lee Fisher that's on the disc.
Yeah, maybe.
You get money for each copy sold of this?
I think honestly they're not going to talk about that shit.
Well, I mean, if it's real, the fact that it was originally a Return of the Living Dead movie, I guarantee you.
I've actually never been able to find any hard evidence or factual pages or sites that that actually say that.
I haven't either, but
just word of mouth. Mostly just word of mouth. I've heard this forever and ever.
Okay,
but
good.
It does actually make sense. It does actually make really. Oh no, I've heard this for years and years. I remember watching old YouTube videos and someone talking about this. Some guy from the UK was talking about it, and but it does make sense because when you watch Chud 2, it doesn't feel like a Chud film at all. It's like zombies and shit. So I mean,
and isn't it weird that it's coming out the same day as the real Return of the Living Dead 3?
It is weird. That is weird. It is trippy. Yeah, Chud 2, man. I'll be honest. I pre-ordered it.
Listen, dude, I just like the fact that the door opens up for more of these movies. Like, everything should be on Blu-ray. Like, I'll say it, like, whether you want to buy it or not, that's up to you. But I mean, I don't see a problem with releasing any movie on Blu-ray.
No, I don't either. I was just giving it a hard time because it's really not the greatest film.
Brandon, ever see Chud 2?
Yes, a long time ago.
Yeah, me too. It's been years.
Only once. Couldn't tell you anything about it, but I saw it once.
It's been a while since I've seen it.
I just remember Robert Vaughn was in it. That's about it. R.I.P. to Robert Vaughn.
Yep. All right, next up here from FilmRise, we have... it sucks that FilmRise is putting this out. I didn't realize that until I was doing these releases. That kind of sucks because now I think I'm going to pick up the UK version of The Greasy Strangler. I've been hearing lots of buzz about this film. I've heard it's really fucking nasty and just nasty. So that intrigues me.
When I was at... when I went to that theater in Pittsburgh to see... When I went to that theater in Pittsburgh to see Phantasm and Phantasm Ravager, actually it was Ravager. Well, when I went to see Phantasm, there was posters for The Greasy Strangler. I was like, what the fuck is that? And then when I went and seen Phantasm Ravager, they were actually, it was part of a double bill, but you had to pay to see it too, and I wasn't staying. I had to work the next day, but they were showing The Greasy Strangler right after, and
it's a weird double feature.
It was just like, what is this? Like, I just had no. It was just weird. Like, it's like, what the is? I didn't know if it was modern or old or like what the hell it was. I just was like,
Mm-hmm. That's going to be your reaction after watching it. What the hell was this?
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty nonsensical, man. It's one of those films where you
sounds like I hate it.
Constantly questioning things. Like, why is this happening?
The ABC's guys who did part 2 of the letter G. G is for Granddad. Was that part 2? Yeah, and that one was just weird and fucked up.
Why wasn't G for The Greasy Strangler?
Well, the Granddad is The Greasy Strangler.
Oh my god!
So did you not like this film, Brandon? Or
I really didn't like it.
Really?
It's not for me. Okay. I tried not to tear it apart. I gave it a pretty low rating. It probably deserves a little higher. There are some funny parts. I gave it like a 3.
Will
a 3?
Either of us 3 like it?
Moods will love it. Derek will love it. JP, you'll probably think of it like a 5, maybe.
All right.
Is it really nasty though?
It is nasty.
Did that actually hurt it? Did that hurt the overall product for you yourself because it was just overly aggressively gross?
Yeah. I don't like that gross out like horror.
Death Squad service stuff.
This was
baseball
nastier.
bats and vaginas. Yeah.
I don't mind gross out. Like, I can handle gross out. Like, I've never seen a movie that I was like, oh, it's just too gross.
If you like seeing naked men douse themselves in grease and go around killing people.
To be honest, man, that got me a little hot right there.
That's literally what it is. But there are some real laugh out loud and quotable.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would you grease yourself and then try to strangle somebody?
Maybe he has a Crisco fetish. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you just can't strangle somebody if you're greasy.
Yeah, dude, if you have greasy hands, like, how do you grip?
Like that's
lies all over the place.
It's so nasty.
What is he like? What is he like? The guy from the Family Guy? You can't catch me.
He yells that his bacon isn't greasy enough. he goes to the hot dog stand and he wants more grease on his hot dog. He steals the bucket of grease from the grease pan below.
So
honestly, some of this stuff does
greasy
sound
aspect of the film. It's just over the top then.
It's over the top. It's bad.
So he's not just like some greasy dude. He's literally going out of his way to get more grease.
Yes.
He's a grease fetish.
I think it's so funny, man. Oh my god. It's definitely a unique idea. I mean, how many films have you seen like that?
Some of it does sound funny, but to me, I'm pretty much assuming that it's going to be right along the lines of like a Beelzebub type thing.
I don't think it'd be that fucking stupid.
Yeah, hopefully not that stupid. But
well, you watched it. What do you mean, hopefully?
No, for you, I mean.
Well, I think it has a more budget than a Beelzebub movie, too.
I think it'll be a one-time watch for you, though. Wwhereas Moods and Derek, I can
might
see
be a
them
one-time skip for me.
One-time skip. All right, moving along here. Next up here from Scream Factory on their IFC Midnight line, we got Intruder. I actually haven't heard anything about this one.
Me neither.
Read the synopsis of this one.
That's because it blends in with every other random titled movie ever, like Intruder.
Yeah, exactly. I think this one is what sold me right away. Was it's a home invasion film, so
makes sense.
Everybody knows that. Yeah,
it looks like a home invasion film.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's a selling point. It sounds like it could be okay. I just haven't heard anything about it, so which is kind of interesting, but. Who knows? It might be good. I mean, we all know IFC titles are hit and miss big time. Also here from Scream Factory, we've got David Cronenberg's Rabid coming to Region 1 Blu-ray. Yeah. Anybody grabbing this one?
I don't grab it when they come out.
I have the Arrow, so I'm not going to grab this one.
Yeah, I have the Arrow one too. I got to say, man, I'm not a big fan of this cover art, this new commissioned artwork for this. I don't like it at all.
What's wrong with it?
It's boring to me. It's really, really boring. I wish they had done, maybe picked a different scene from the film to showcase on there.
I'm just talking from somebody who hasn't seen the movie. Like, I look at that and I'm like, oh, I want to see that. That looks fucking crazy.
It is. It is.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty out there.
Like, they got, like, piss rolling out of their eyes, and this guy's getting, like, it looks like some, like, zombie shit.
Rabbit's fucking awesome.
Rabbit's a really good movie, man.
Yeah,
it's awesome better than the fucking Dead Ringers cover, I'll tell you that.
Oh my god, that Dead Ringers cover. Oh, horrid, man.
That cover makes me want crab legs.
Oh no, so this is number 4. So
crab legs?
Next up we got another one from Vestron. This is the number 4 spine. Yeah, Return of the Living Dead 3.
Yes.
Which is totally fucking awesome because this is actually the uncut version of the film.
Hell yeah.
And I'm not really too sure why the film was ever cut for Region 1 release. Anybody know the story there? Why it was cut?
It was just, that's the transfer they used.
Just to piss us off.
It's strange, man, because I always thought it was interesting that you could get this movie uncut in the UK, and with all their censorship issues over there. But
it was never cut because it was too much. It was just they used that cut. Same thing with like Waxwork. Like they just used that.
Why does that cut even? But why does that cut of the film even exist?
The theatrical cut.
What do you mean?
I meant like the theatrical cut. The cut that we got on the DVD is the theatrical cut.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Shit. Well, there you go. But I've seen all the scenes that were cut and stuff. I mean, it doesn't even make sense.
I'm curious about that.
Yeah, me neither, actually.
You can look at
I might have, actually, but I'm not...
See, but I never like doing that. Like, I hate looking up what the scenes were. Like, even, like, Chainsaw, right? That's another one. Like, it doesn't really make sense that movie was, like, Chainsaw 4. Mm-hmm. Like, the stuff that they cut out of there wasn't even gore.
I actually came across Return of the Living Dead, the cut scenes. I was looking up another film and looking for the scenes because I don't remember what the movie was, but I wanted to know what was shaved off certain scenes. I can't remember what I was doing, but it was this website and it was dedicated to, showing you what was cut out of films. And I saw the Return of the Living Dead one. I'm like, what the fuck? And it's just like shaved scenes. It's not like they cut out whole scenes. It's just like they're just kind of shortened up a bit. I'm like, what the fuck is the point of that?
Scenes of actual shavings? Or...
Yeah, man. It's just lots of
scenes of actual action. Shavings.
Fucking awesome.
Pause for Derek losing it.
All right, man. Next up here from Kino, part of their classics line, we got The Undying Monster. Never seen this film, man. I actually pre-ordered this because I've been wanting to check this out, man, after I read about it. So
yeah, it looks cool. I want to grab it eventually.
It looks okay.
Undying Monster looks awesome. Looks awesome. Shit.
Awesome.
Now this next one
looks a little too Teen Wolfy.
Teen Wolf. No, I don't think it'll be anything like Teen Wolf.
But, no, I mean just the design.
Yeah. So next up here we got Kevin Smith's new film, Yoga Hosers. I've been hearing nothing but just terrible things about this film. I didn't realize that it's rated PG-13. Anybody know the story behind that?
Was Tusk rated PG-13 or was that an R?
No, it was R. But why is it? I didn't realize.
Well, I think it's for kids, man. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's not really a horror.
It's a kids movie.
Yeah, it's about two kids.
Yeah. Well, I don't really know much about it, but I heard it's just fucking atrocious.
You've seen Tusk, right?
Yeah.
You know when they go to the gas station and there's those two girls that are like kind of like the clerks.
Mm-hmm.
It's about them.
Yeah. It's okay.
Johnny Depp's daughter and Kevin Smith's daughter. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely no horror elements to this film whatsoever? I guess not.
There's little Nazi sausages running around.
What was Kevin Smith's film before Tusk?
Red State.
Red State I like.
Red State was great. Tusk, not so much. It was okay. And so, I don't know, man. I wish he would just make a fucking straight horror movie. Like, stop with the half and half, man. I don't need fucking 10 pounds of comedy with 2 pounds of horror.
Why only 12 pounds?
That's what every horror movie is made out of.
That's what the whole movie...
12.
Okay, every
12
horror movie is made of 12 pounds.
Naturally, 12 pounds.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Interesting figure. Didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Learn something every day, I guess. But next up here from Mongrel, we've got a film called After. Oh my god. It just looks so damn generic.
It looks generic, but it kind of reminds me of the cover of the movie called Altitude, which I actually really fucking loved. And when I looked at the cover, I was like, that cover looks like shit. And then I loved the movie.
Is that the one with the plane and like the tentacle?
Yep.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
That movie was cool as shit. I haven't yet to hear anybody talk about it. This cover makes this movie
look like the cover of this film makes this movie look like a disaster type film, in a sense. But it's like completely not a disaster. It's like something to do with isolation or some shit.
Maybe they're trying to tell you that the movie itself is a disaster.
It's like when two bus crash survivors awake to discover that they are the only people left in the small town.
They're dead. That's the ending.
In a race
they died in the crash.
Behind their isolation. A terrifying events unfold and start to question blah, blah, blah.
Hey, who wants to bet me?
That's not what I was expecting.
They're fucking dead. They died in the bus crash.
I'm not betting you on those because it could happen.
They were dead the whole time. One bus was going to heaven, one was going to hell.
Yep.
What is this, Hearts and Souls?
The whole film.
Hearts and Souls.
From Lost Empire? What? Lost Empire? I don't think that's a real label. Come on, that can't be real. We have a film called Coldwood. Wow, again.
Oh, sounds like my Saturday night.
Oh, it just looks this and this cover is about orange for Saturday nights.
You didn't laugh at that? That was funny.
Somebody laughed.
I laughed. Moods, that didn't kill you? What the hell? You always laugh at dumb jokes.
About wood.
Was that Derek? That was you who laughed? I thought it was Will.
But this cover is definitely about as boring as your Saturday nights too.
Yeah.
Look at this shit, man. This is like this solo house with this fucking bloody hand coming out the top. Oh my god. Yeah. Can't get any more generic than that shit. Oh, until you see this one. Yeah. Spoke too soon. Prey Deck Films. I think that actually is a real label. We have a film called it's a late night double. It's a late night double feature featuring cannibals and bloody revenge. This cover is fucking brutal, man. It's like some bloodied up nurse. Oh, it's just horrible. No one's gonna buy that shit. Why did they even bother to put that out? Right? It's ridiculous. Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode. What number is this?
Volume 29.
37.
So we were right in the fact that they were re-releasing all of their volumes, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Yeah,
actually.
that's pretty cool.
But there's still, $37.
Oh, this one has some pretty cool ones on here. It's got The Human Duplicators, Escape 2000, which is also known as Turkey Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was known. That was the American title for it.
Yeah, it was the Anchor Bay DVD. Yeah, it was Escape 2000.
Invasion of the Neptune Men and the Horror on Party Beach, which is actually kind of a cool film. Kind of fun. Early 60s stuff. But Mystery Science Theater 3000. Man, I would love to own all these.
I would too. I truly would, man.
Me too. It's so much money.
I forgot about them. Like I seen them when they aired on the Sci-Fi Channel in the mid '90s. Like I would watch them all the time, and I had no idea what I was watching. The first one I ever seen was Squirm, I think, and I didn't understand them. Like I didn't find them funny or anything. I would just try to watch the movie, and I didn't get that there was I was like, why is there all this stuff on the screen? Like it just confused me. But like I would love to revisit them and go back and like actually check those out.
Laser Bass was a good episode because they're talking about how Leonard Maltin gave it like 3 stars. That was like the ongoing joke of that episode.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be super cool to have all those, man. Fuck, be just a lot of hours of watching. Like really, there's so many.
They even did a zombie nightmare one, dudes.
Did they really?
Yeah.
I can't believe they did Squirm. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah. Next up here we got. Oh, probably. From Film Rise is releasing this also, and I actually haven't watched this entire film. I started to watch it on Netflix and just never finished it. It's not that I wasn't enjoying it, I just never finished it. It's called The Nightmare. Now, I know you guys, Brandon, JP, you guys both watched this and really liked it, though, didn't you?
This is like that one about the nightmares, right? The kind of like documentary.
The Night Terrors?
Yeah, Night Terrors!
I liked it. I think JP thought really highly of it.
It wasn't that highly of it. I thought it was a really cool concept.
You were all over it. You got it pregnant.
I did really like it. I thought it was I thought it was scary. I just liked the concept because my friend would always fucking tell me about his night terrors and like how, like, and he had the same shit that they're talking about, or thought he had this shit. Like it's debatable on whether it's real or not. Like the sleep paralysis. And he would always fucking just talk about it. And so it really intrigued me to hear, like, oh, there's other crazy people out there, too. And, the way they filmed it was just very interesting, where they, like, tried to reenact, like, the ideas that these people were telling them. It was, like, half movie, half doc. It's pretty neat, but I think I was maybe a little high on it than I should have been. I think I came in at about 7.5. Maybe a 7 would be more appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Cool. All right, so that's going to do it for the DVD and Blu-ray releases for November 22nd, 2016. Now, for the release of the week, I mean, this is really a no-brainer. I mean, you pretty much have to go with Return of the Living Dead 3.
Yeah.
Uncut. By Vestron. Everything I've seen from Vestron so far, the transfers have been outstanding. Features are cool. Yeah, man, big ups to Vestron.
Yeah, so I believe...
Or Lionsgate, I should say. I should say Lionsgate, / Vestron. It's, yeah.
Yeah, but we say Scream Factory, and it's Shout Factory. You know what I mean? So it's,
it is true.
Vestron's just a sub-label of Lionsgate, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so I think that's 3 now. Pretty sure that's 3 Vestron titles.
Wow, crazy. Awesome. Return of the Living Dead Uncut. I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
Me too.
I really, really like Return of the Living Dead 3, man. And I always forget the chick's name. What's the chick's name that's in this movie, Derek? She's I know she was like the mom from the OC.
Yeah, I can't think of her name.
Melinda Clark.
The what? The what from the OC?
Clark. The OC.
She was the hot mom.
The mom. What a
the hot what?
What a weird dude.
The hot mommy. The half.
No, nobody says mommy either, weirdo. It's mom.
Father.
You and fucking Brandon, man. Yins would make a fucking weirdo couple.
Father.
But who says that? Like, who even says mommy?
Nobody. I don't know why you keep bringing that up. Nobody says that.
Who does, man? Like Europeans, man. They say mommy. They say.
You do that every time.
Mommy.
I'll talk shit on you for saying mom, and then you'll be like, oh, what am I supposed to say, mommy? And I'm like, no, nobody says that either.
Blood.
Just
That's
change
why
that.
I said it, because no one says that shit. Who says father?
Brandon, like a
so
fucking
strange,
creepy
too.
Norman Bates psycho motherfucker.
That's so strange.
He'll be like, so
Yeah,
me and my
you've
father
never
were
actually
watching
seen my
Return of the
father
Living
or
Dead
heard
Part
him, but I
3.
talk about him all the time.
Yeah, he's not real. He's stuffed
he's a
with
skeleton.
sawdust in your basement.
Too bad you don't have like a YouTube channel. You could do like videos of his like reactions to movies.
Yeah, he'd be sitting there, stone-faced, because he's dead.
Jesus. All right, so that is going to conclude the release of the week. Voicemails, questions. I'm pretty sure that we got some this week.
Yeah, let's start with Brandon's.
Yeah, Brandon,
Great,
you got a question for
cool.
us.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about this, and JP and I, well, actually, we all brought it up when we were doing Trick or Treat, and he even mentioned it when you guys did Trick or Treat, was the use of songs in movies, and how every time we hear Marilyn Manson in Sweet Dreams in the werewolf segment, you kind of get goosebumps, and I was just wondering what other films do you think have effective scenes like that are made more effective by the songs that are played during those scenes?
I rave about this one all the time, and I didn't specifically say what the music cue was, but I just recently did a top 10 Irish horror films, and Stitches was on my list. And this is like probably one of the most recent ones, but I always say that movie right there has some of the best music cues that I've seen in any modern film, man. It's just crazy. But the scene where they cue up I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight.
That's great.
That is one of the best musical cues I've ever seen. Like, it literally gave me goosebumps. I'm not joking. Like, I actually rewound it a couple times. Like, that's the greatest musical cue ever. Yeah, just what's going on. It's so fucking perfect, man. It's amazing.
Yeah, because I started thinking, because I watched The Neon Demon recently, and even though it really wasn't, it was just really the end scene and the end credits, I just thought the song that they play at the end credits is amazing.
See ya?
Yeah, See Ya, Waving Goodbye. Such a great song. And I always go back to Fright Night and give it up in the club scene.
Yeah.
When with the whole mirror. So I don't know. I was just thinking about this.
One of the ones that comes
to
mind.
That scene is McLovin in that scene.
Fuck McLovin. Jesus.
Well, one that I really liked, and it's kind of weird because it's actually a beginning credit sequence, is actually the first Hatchet when they're playing Marilyn Manson, the new shit, and then it goes into that big giant like Mardi Gras thing when everybody ready, it's a new shit, and it shows all the craziness. Yeah. I really like how that was synced up to that song. They played it at like the right moment.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, it's definitely like Sweet Dreams. I think they do it in House on Haunted Hill too. Sweet Dreams, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
That one definitely sticks out. I'm trying to think of some. I really like Mad World when it's in stuff. Gary Jules from Donnie Darko.
Donnie Darko.
Yeah. Like,
look how young JP is. He thinks Gary Jules is the singer of Mad World.
Is it not?
It's Tears for Fears.
It's originally Tears for Fears, but Gary Jules' version, I think, is definitely more haunting.
Just like, Sweet Dreams isn't Marilyn Manson's song either.
Yeah. No, I know.
Dick.
Yeah. I'm just messing with you. I'm playing you a compliment. I'm saying you're a baby. You're young.
Yeah, it means you stay the fuck away from me.
Hey, we're 500 feet away.
Anyway, you guys have any other ones? Any other? Like, that's a kind of an interesting question.
You know what song always gets me going though, man? We talked about it in Dead End Driving is The Expression. You know, when the what's the name of the song?
I love that whole soundtrack to that movie. Like the end credits song just gets me like fucking going.
Yeah, actually,
I gotta pick that up.
It's when the couple when they first go into the restaurant there, the song Brave New, Small Brave Land. That's the name of the song.
Yeah.
Small Brave Land is playing by The Expression. And those two guys are like breakdancing and shit in the background. I fucking love that. It's just, it gets me going, man. I absolutely love that scene.
Yeah, I thought The Conjuring 2 had a great soundtrack. They had the Clash in there. They had the Hollies in there. They had some really great songs in there played throughout the movie.
I got one.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen it, actually.
Goodbye Horses, Silence of the Lambs, and Maniac.
Oh, yeah.
The Maniac remake.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good. That's good shit right there.
I feel stupid that I didn't pick out the scene from like my favorite horror movie.
Yeah, right. Or Tiny Tim, Tiptoe Through the Tulips.
Tiptoe through the tulips.
Insidious 1 and 2, I believe.
Yeah, that's another good one. Yeah.
You know what movie is just filled with them? I know this is kind of a cliched answer, but is quite obviously The Lost Boys. No, The Lost Boys.
People Are Strange.
People Are Strange. Yeah.
That's the one I was gonna say. People Are Strange. I love that cue, man. It's so great. It's so great when they're so good, man.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of them. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. If I had,
that's why I felt stupid because I was gonna leave the voicemail, so you guys would have. Time.
There's like and it's one thing I always notice in films too. Like I always say I do, but I really do, is music cues, man. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, with...
wait, I like Black Roses when they're fucking playing Lizzie Borden in the beginning.
Yeah, Black Roses has a good soundtrack, too. I think you can actually buy that soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck was that movie, Brandon, that you loved from last year? I already forgot the name of it.
From last year?
Gravy?
Gravy, man.
I love the soundtrack to Gravy.
Talk about fucking opposites for shit music cues, man. Oh, man, it's like totally off in that film.
But it's such great music.
The music is good, it's fine, but it's just the way they queued it up. It's like, it's awkward.
I watched it again recently on TV. I'll tell you what, my dad watched it recently. He came down one morning and he's like, I was up last night watching this movie Gravy. Have you ever seen it? I'm like, I loved it. He's like, yeah, I loved it too. I'm like,
really?
Now, was this you talking to yourself?
I don't know.
He was talking to the stuff.
We haven't reached the end of the movie yet.
Sometimes you just get lazy and leave the dummy down in the basement and just pretend that it's there and talk to yourself.
I was talking to the mirror in the bathroom.
So what do you like? Harry Osborn? Avenge me, Harry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So those are pretty good, you know. I think we have a question via the email that we have here. I'm actually gonna have to go to that because I didn't have it up in front of me here. Did I send you guys the question?
Yeah, you did.
All right.
I actually don't remember what it is now.
Yeah, neither.
I think I looked at it yesterday and then I don't remember.
Now, Moods got mad that you addressed it to me and Derek.
Yes.
Why not?
No, that was specific because he actually legitimately sent me an email.
I did.
But no, it was perfect though. It was great because I actually didn't even know. I hadn't checked my phone, right? And after you told me, I was like, oh shit, man, there it is. Awesome. Perfect.
Well, do you have that email by chance?
I don't. No, I don't.
I forget what the question... Who sent it? Gotcha. James Cox from Finland.
Oh.
Yeah. So he said...
My secret Santa.
Oh, he is from Finland,
Was that your secret Santa? He left the
My
voicemail.
secret Satan. Yeah, he was my secret Satan.
Yeah. So he says, yo, 3 amigos, 4 amigos. I'm going to touch that up for you, buddy. Seeing as I did my first phone in the other week, thought I'd do my first email. I've got a question, nice and short, so here we go. Do you have a character that genuinely scares you and isn't from a horror movie? For me, it's the character Don Logan, played by Ben Kingsley from Sexy Beast. Jesus Christ, scares the shit out of me. Watching that for the first time, I literally put myself in the movie and having his character come into my life in the way that he does. Damn, I have no idea what I would do. Kingsley is absolutely fantastic in the role. Anyway, looking forward to hearing your answers. Just a side note, I'm working my way through the back catalog and I'm almost there. I think I have 7 left to listen to, and he's saving Spider Baby for last. Keep up the amazing work, Chars.
Well, no wonder he was terrified. He said he literally put himself in the movie.
That was a good choice because that's actually a very interesting.
It's a good choice if you're not me, I guess, because like I have no idea what that is.
Oh, it's a great movie.
I actually, I don't think I've ever seen Sexy Beast, but I know that
Ray Winstone.
Yeah, I know it got rave reviews when it came out.
Ben Kingsley, awesome film.
Yeah. I'll have to check that out.
Well,
Ben Kingsley's such a fucking great actor too, man.
Yeah.
Pulls that shit. Oh, he's so good, man.
Well, you think of like two.
Yeah, I had two also.
I was thinking, actually, since you mentioned Sexy Beast, I chose Ray Winston in The War Zone, which is actually directed by Tim Roth. It's actually Tim Roth's directorial debut. It's a very interesting film. It has like a lot of like very boundaries and taboo subject matter because it involves incest, especially with his character.
Nah, it's not taboo.
Not in Canada.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's pretty normal around my ways in the West here, you know.
Yeah, it was just the way it came off and how they found out about it and stuff, and it's just a very dramatic film and stuff. But just the thought of like a father actually doing that and shit, it's kind of disturbing. And another one I was thinking about was Tom Berenger in Platoon.
Nice.
Which one's Tom Berenger?
He plays
Substitute.
Barnes.
Substitute.
Yeah, he plays
the
Barnes.
One that shoots the dude, the homie.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that fucking makes me sad every time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did Moons go yet?
I did not go. I couldn't. Honestly, it was weird. I was trying to think, and I was like, I can't really think, and then it just kind of fucking. Hit me.
Wait, I had another one too. I forgot. Gary Oldman.
Jesus Christ, Derek!
Come on, Derek.
Gary Oldman in The Professional, man. Gary Oldman.
That was mine, you fucking asshole. You had to get that
stealing
extra
all
one
the
in
answers.
there.
You don't get 3 answers.
Shit.
Gary Oldman in every movie.
Yeah, Gary Oldman. That's a pretty good one, actually. Yeah, I was kind of struggling with this a little bit. I was like, non-horror, kind of scary characters and shit. I'm like, and then it just kind of hit me, man. I can't even think of what the actor's name. He's got one of those weird ass fucking names, man. But the dude from No Country for Old Men,
Anton Sugar.
Yeah, dude.
It's a character's name. Javier Bardem.
Yeah, Javier Bardem. Yeah, man. Fuck
Damn
you.
it, you stole one of my two.
That guy, man. It like instantly just dawned. I was like, that. You know what freaks me out about that? It's because it's the lack of dialogue. People that don't talk freak me out, man.
And it all comes down to a coin flip.
Yeah, dude, it's such a great movie. But his performance is so good. It's chilling, man. It's chilling. He walks up and he's just like, psh, into that guy's fucking head with that like air gun. I was like,
please hold this.
Jesus Christ, man. It's fucking awesome. It's just executed perfectly, man. It's freaky.
Yeah.
And what has to do with that haircut, too? That hair is just... It does something to me, man. It gives me the chills.
He's a great actor, too.
Mm-hmm.
Literally taking the question as it is. Did everybody go?
I didn't go yet.
Good, Brandon. You go.
Moose just stole one of my answers, but my other answer was De Niro in Cape Fear.
Oh, yeah, good one.
Mm-hmm.
Max, whatever the hell his last name was.
So fucking menacing. Don't you just hate him in that film, too?
Terrifying. Like, scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, dude, that's a good one. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of that, but I thought it would be like a cliched answer too.
It is definitely a little bit of a cliche answer. It's probably like a more popular pick, but it's effective. It's still creepy.
All right, I like honestly, dude. Like I could not think of a single one that went for this question that like legitimately scared me, unless I did like a handicap of saying when I was a kid. Like when I was a kid, like. This freaked me out in a regular movie that's like not even close to horror, and there's two that I came up with. One is R. Lee Ermey from Full Metal Jacket. Fucking terrified me as a kid because he was so.
You will not laugh. You will not cry.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the other one, and I fucking kid you not, I've seen this movie when I was about 5, and I've seen it a couple times. It's also De Niro, and it's from This Boy's Life.
Yeah.
His stepdad. Like, he terrified me, man. He
actually
reminded me of my mom's boyfriend's dad, and just fucking just not a nice dude. You know what I mean? And yeah, those are the two that I thought of, but they're not real. They're just mean people. You know, I guess that's why they scared me. But
okay, so what about on the flip side? What is the name like a character from a horror film that actually scared you, like legitimately?
Fucking Zelda from Pet Sematary.
You know, the one that I always think of, man, is the original Nosferatu. The way he looks, man. It's just,
I never seen that young enough.
When I was the way he's walking, oh, dude, I don't know what the fuck that is, man. It's not like
it's similar to how Zelda looks.
Yeah,
Peter from What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah. Dude, I don't care. That movie's funny as fuck.
Dude, I rewatched it recently, and like, I don't know.
Still funny?
It's fantastic.
The movie's so funny.
I hope they make a sequel, man. They nailed that comedic tone.
They did.
One that really scared me as a kid was...
the execution is so good.
Yeah. One that really scared me as a kid was actually Jason Voorhees in Part 2, when he jumps through the fucking window.
Oh, yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I had fucking nightmares.
Tall Man freaked the hell out of me when I was a kid. Yeah, Tall Man was scary.
Tall Man was scary, man.
Candyman.
Candyman scared you?
Terrified me.
Huh.
Gary,
that movie
are you,
traumatized.
Like, racist or?
Yeah, I was like, Mommy, what's wrong with his skin?
Well, his hand's missing.
No, the hand didn't bother me. I knew that people were missing hands. I never knew people were so dark. But it reminds me of that old saying from the Bible. From the Bible. You know what happened when God made the first black person? What he said.
What did he say?
Ooh, I burnt one. Yeah.
You know, the reason I knew that answer is because Brandon tells the same jokes all the time. Over and over again.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
So yeah, pretty solid question there. I really like. Sometimes I think about just doing a podcast where we don't even review movies. Like we don't have featured reviews. We don't have news or anything. We just pick a topic and just talk about it. Like
a tangent, yeah.
You tend to start a lot of podcasts and don't follow through. So don't jump on
this show.
Okay.
Not another.
Oh no, we could actually do that one time. Just literally, it's like an entire episode of knowledge or something.
22 shots of moods and nothing.
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 But just talk about like movies that scared us or something, or like stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be actually really.
It'd be like a change of pace. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd actually like to really do that.
So, yeah, that is the question. We have 2 voicemails. 2. All right, so we have 2 voicemails. The first one is coming at you right now.
Hey, what's going on? Vatos? This is 22 Shots Tito, man. I'm the #1 fan of the 22 Shots podcast. I know it used to be 22 Shots Down, but me and my vatos jumped his asses. We haven't heard from him in a while. Anyways, I want to say hi to JP. He's my favorite member of the podcast. He's representing for my people. So keep doing your thing, vato. I appreciate it. Anyway, the question I had for you guys was, who was your favorite Latino character in a horror movie, and who was your favorite Latino actor in a horror movie? I'm really interested in what you guys have to say about that. So anyway, I just want to give another shout out to JP, man. Keep doing your thing, Holmes. You're representing for us. Vato, I appreciate it, man. All day. So anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace, that's it.
Yo. Listen, when I listened to that voicemail, right, when I screened it, I was like, you ever be in a situation where, like, somehow you just ended up in a room, like, with, like, 12 women, and it's, like, only 12 women, and you feel like, oh, I shouldn't be here. Like, that's how I felt when listening to that. Because I'm like, I'm not really Mexican enough for this.
That's funny.
You like to teach Mara actually call?
Yeah, man, that was awesome. So, the question, favorite Latino actor, character, I think you gotta, like, I think I have to go with Danny Trejo, right? I mean, like, the dude, like, is he not a great representation of, like, a Latino, specifically Mexican actor, like, in the horror genre?
Yeah, he's...
Am I right?
Just in any genre, because he's just in... Yeah, he's in fucking, like, 9,000 horror movies, it seems.
Con Air. That was the first time I ever seen him. Con Air.
Literally in every movie.
He's in Maniac Cop 2.
He is.
Yes, he is.
Latino Samuel Jackson, man.
And he's awesome. Like, when he talks, he's just a cool dude, man.
And he's just a badass when you just see the tattoo on his chest.
I remember Skeleton Crew interviewed him one time, and like, he just seemed like a fucking chill dude. Like, he was just cool, man. Like he was just kicking it, like with a couple dudes, like and like, I remember the publicist like stepped in to like cut the interview because he was going too long, but like, you could tell he wanted to chill.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
That's crazy.
Yes.
Did he also ask favorite, like,
character
or movie?
Yeah, my favorite character is definitely Cheech Marin's, like the announcer at the fucking titty twister.
Pussy.
Yeah, him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. If you got no money, fuck yeah.
That's awesome.
What about you guys?
All those characters in that movie are funny.
Yeah.
Favorite Latino actor? Man, it's so tough, man. They don't really get casted a lot in horror films, do they?
Not really.
No.
Like, honestly, like, when you really think hard about it, it's like...
Not usually the ones with, like, the accent as well. Like, there's a lot of, like, you know, Mexican, native, you know, actresses. Like, there's a lot of Latinas out there that don't really... It seems... You know,
yeah,
like very Americanized.
Latinos in American films are
Eva Mendes and Children of the Corn 5.
Very far in between. Yeah, very far in between. It kind of seems like they're, you know, Mexicans, Latinos are cast in their own films. Really, I actually don't know, man.
Chloe Grace Moretz, I believe she's of some sort of.
Is she really?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, with the Moretz. Isn't that Spanish?
Well, one of my favorite Mexican like villains type deals in a film, man, is like the monster from. You guys ever seen Brainiac from 1962?
Nah.
Oh man, it's so fucking ridiculous, man. That's got to be like one of my favorite characters. Well, I guess more or less like a villain type deal. Actors is a tough one though, man. That's a really, really tough one. I wanted to say Paul Naschy, but I'm pretty sure that he's from Spain, so. I don't know if that counts, but
Brandon, you got anything?
I would think that counts. I didn't have a specific actor or anything, but I was gonna say, you know, like the characters from movies like, you know, Devil's Backbone and Kronos.
Well, I was gonna say, man, pretty much everybody
Guillermo.
from
everything from Del Toro films, yeah.
The old guy from Kronos.
Yeah, he's good.
That guy's awesome, man.
Yeah.
But
Vatos Locos Forever.
Vatos Locos Forever, I say.
Oh, the asshole father from Hidden in the Woods is pretty fucked up.
We are what we are.
Oh, that's a good one.
Such a good film.
Those psychos.
So let's move on to the next voicemail.
Awesome.
Yes, y'all's going down right now. Hey, everybody, not the horror down here. It's not the horror down. I had to throw Derek in the mix now, the Boston Brando. But anyway, I was just calling in because I wanted to ask another question. So, the question I had was, what was the horror movie that you saw that really surprised you? Maybe the most surprising horror movie you've ever seen? Maybe that's because it blew your mind. You had low expectations going into it. You just kind of like, you know, I don't really know what to expect, and then you watch it and you're like, damn, this is a fucking amazing movie. And then just switch that around. So what's a horror movie that you maybe had high expectations for, you're expecting a lot more from, and it was just super underwhelming? You're just like, wow, this is shitty. Just a pretty simple question, just something to think about. So yeah, guys, I'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
All right. So, Moods, you want to take that one first?
I'm just going to go with recent stuff. Basically, I got two from this year that I was expecting absolutely nothing from, and I got a lot more than I anticipated. First up is Frankenstein, just titled Frankenstein, from the director of Candyman. I wasn't expecting really anything from that film, and besides the crappy CG type ending, whatever, but the whole film was really surprisingly good. I thought it was a really interesting take on the Frankenstein story. And the other one that kind of shocked me this year was Fender Bender. I'm not gonna lie, man. I was expecting it to be complete shit, knowing that it was being made actually by Shout Factory, and I was like, you know what, I can't imagine this thing being any good. Didn't give it any credit, and it turned out to be really good. Like, I was very impressed. It had an awesome ending. Killer looked badass. Lots of really cool shit. So,
yeah.
What about most disappointing?
Most disappointing from this year?
Blair Witch.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting it to be, definitely the Blair Witch. That one definitely comes to mind. I have to say, though, honestly, this is kind of a weird pick, but the French film Road Games, because I'm a really big fan of road horror films, right? Mm-hmm. This one was a huge disappointment for me, man. But my pick, though, for the most disappointing film that I had high hopes for is Holidays. Holidays was pure and utter rubbish, man. It was fucking garbage. Yeah.
What about you, Derek?
For surprise watches, are we doing this year, or could we just choose any?
Oh, you can do anything. I just picked this year because it was fresh.
Okay. Well, one film that I wasn't really expecting much from that I actually fucking highly enjoyed, I actually did a review of this a few weeks ago, actually, is Larry Fessenden Habit.
And you didn't expect it to be good?
Yeah, it was just mind-blowing. It's just...
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. And another one that comes to mind, what the fuck is the name of it? Beyond the Black Rainbow, because it does have that weird cover art type deal, where you don't know what the fuck the film's going to be about, and when you watch it, it's like a hypnotic film. It sucks you in with like its soundtrack and its visuals, and you just get took in for the ride of how the film is going to progress. And those are ones that really surprised the shit on me. And one that really kind of let me down, I still gave it a decent rating, though, is The Curse of Dr. Wolfenstein.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was just, it had a lot of repetitiveness with like the kills and stuff that kind of put it down for me.
Well, the runtime is like ridiculous in that film, isn't it? Like close to 2 hours.
Yeah, and the way it goes is it goes from like this cast of characters to what Dr. Wolfenstein's doing, and a lot of his scenes are like very repetitive. And it takes them like the whole like till like the last like half an hour of the film till those actually join, those two like stories meet type deal. And
I still need to watch it. I just picked it up. I got it. So
yeah, I still gave it a decent rating. It's nothing. I didn't really hate the film. If a film that I really hated was probably Zombies, because it's retarded, but it's fun. It's like retarded stupid.
Well, like the name of it, Zombies.
But it was fucking funny because I remember there's one scene that had me cracking up because it reminds me of the show when Jeremy says zombie giraffes, and there's actually zombie giraffes in the film.
Damn.
That is too bad.
What about you, Brandon?
For me, keeping it more recent in terms of like surprises, having not necessarily low expectations, but not expecting to be wowed the way I was. I think for this year, specifically, the movie Southbound was one of my favorite anthologies that I've seen in a long time.
I still gotta see it. Yeah.
It's terrific. Yeah, I saw you post that you just picked that one up. I loved it personally, and I can't wait to talk more about it.
I really enjoyed it too, man.
I know Mood.
Man, it flowed so well, didn't it?
It did.
Oh, it was
really
really
well done. I know Moods wasn't a huge fan of it, so I was hearing split things on that. Not that he wasn't a huge fan, but that it took him out of it. But from last year, I finally got around to seeing Krampus, and I was blown away. I thought it was phenomenal. I thought it's the most Christmas-like Christmas horror film I think I've ever seen.
Oh, there's so much pros to that film. It's just, there's certain elements that I was
I understand
taken right the fuck out of it.
I understand the scenes that you're talking about, but even those I love them, and I just love that whole movie.
I am gonna rewatch, this since I have the Blu-ray. I haven't watched it yet. So
it happened with it.
This Christmas season, I'm gonna dip into it.
It did, yeah.
So at least I know what to expect this time around. Well, so I'm sure I'm really gonna enjoy that.
Well, actually, it's actually on our viewers' choice Christmas poll too. So we might actually be doing that.
I hope we should probably put that poll out this week.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should probably post that.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing our Christmas show, but we're not covering Krampus, so I would love to hear you guys cover Krampus.
Are you just picking one movie? How are you guys doing yours?
They let me pick it, and I actually picked one short, one foreign,
I remember that.
One domestic.
Yeah, you guys should have did... You guys...
So the short was Tree
You
Venge?
guys didn't announce what you're doing yet, so you don't want me to say.
No, but Tree Venges are short, but...
Yeah, which, by the way, I think I mentioned on episode 3 of this podcast, told Moods to check it out for a year.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen it. Actually, all 3 of the movies that I picked are 3 movies that I haven't seen.
It's weird that the main feature that you picked also has shorts, but you didn't cover those shorts.
Yeah.
They're shorts, you might as well cover them.
Curious to see what your foreign is.
So... Did you pick a disappointing?
Yeah, I didn't pick a disappointing, but I'll talk about one that I just watched recently that I'd heard nothing but good things about, and I was finally excited to check it out on Amazon, and it's The Corpse of Anna Fritz.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of big praise for this film, and it was just nothing with nothing to me. Very underwhelming.
Interesting. So I'll rattle off a few. If we're talking this year, most disappointing for sure is 31.
I figured that you were going to say that.
Just not what I wanted at all. Just so many problems with that movie. It was fun, and I did give it a 7, but my expectations were way higher than a 7. And also Phantasm 5, honestly. Phantasm 5 was quite disappointing for me. For a surprise this year was Night of the Living Dead. It's not an amazing movie, but
that's the one that I actually seen this year too, and it actually surprised the shit out of me too.
I just expected to hate it, and I actually really liked it.
Fucking name.
I watched it last year. I loved the lead actress who played Deb, and what's his name's in it?
Yeah,
Ray Wise.
That's
Ray
kind
Wise.
of what sold me was the lead actress, man.
She was
she's really
cool.
good. Yeah.
She was quirky, just fun, entertaining. You like her. You know what? Most surprising in history for me, one that I think of a lot is Cube, because of when I watched Cube. I remember renting a couple movies back in the 90s, and one of them was Bleeders. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie.
I know the cover art. I actually never seen it.
Cool cover art. I haven't seen it since the 90s, but I remember that it wasn't good. And my aunt rented Cube, and everybody was giving her shit because it was it's a fucking cube. Nobody thought that it was going to be good. I thought it looked stupid. And it blew me away even in 98 or 99, whatever year it came out. And it's still one of my favorite movies. And the other one is Requiem for a Dream. I was hanging out with a couple people in, I don't know, mid 2000s or something, and a video store was going out of business, and we went and bought a bunch of VHS tapes, and this girl kept saying Requiem for a Dream or whatever, and I was like, oh my, this is totally looks terrible to me. and it blew me away. It was so
it's such a good movie.
So
tough movie to watch, but really good film.
Oh, yeah. Requiem for a Dream. American History X as well. American History X is a movie. The title, it sounded so uninteresting to me.
Dude, that's
American
literally,
History
I have a
X.
story like that too, man.
I was like, what?
I was up at the movie store and I was like, there was like nothing to rent. And it was me and my buddy Norm. And so we asked the girl that was working there, I said, man, is there anything good? And she's like, oh, you got to check out American History X. And I kind of grabbed the film and I was like, okay. It's like it's about Nazis or some shit. I'm like, okay. It didn't look that overly intriguing to me. I didn't even read the synopsis or anything. And holy fuck, were we ever floored, man.
Yeah,
that
for
shit
sure.
is intense and awesome, dude. I'll never, ever, ever, as long as I live, forget the part when he makes
broomstick?
when he puts his fucking teeth on the curb.
Like the curb.
You can hear his teeth clenching the curb. And I'm just like, oh, God. No, they're not going to show. And then, wham.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
like
I
one of the
love
craziest shit
movie.
I've ever seen in a film. I was like, oh, my God, that's nuts.
The whole movie is like mouth drop scenes. Like,
to see Frankie Stechino from Boy Meets World like tossing out the N-word like every 2 seconds was pretty intense as well for me. And another one, speaking of Ed Norton, is Fight Club. Like, I looked at the cover and it was like the bar of soap, and I never was interested in it. We owned that VHS for years, and I never fucking watched it until like years later, and I watched it, and now it's like one of my favorite damn movies. I still have the VHS.
You ever see Primal Fear, JP?
Yeah, that movie
you should check out Primal Fear. I think it's another one that would surprise you in a good way.
Yeah, you know, I haven't watched non-horror films in like 3 years.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Ed Norton's he's terrific in pretty much anything. But check out Primal Fear. I think you'll be a fan of that.
Do you guys know I haven't watched more than like 10 non-horror films in 3 years?
That's crazy, dude.
Well, we're gonna do a challenge for you soon, where you have to watch one non-horror film.
I've been wanting to, man. I've been wanting to watch non-horror, but like
you've watched a few though because you've had films sent to you, so you've watched a few.
Yeah,
yeah, those are like the 10.
Oh, is that all of them?
I mean, there's a few. I mean, but it like some of the films were like exploitation, obviously, like Coffee and stuff. But I'm mainly talking about
lump
like
that shit into the genre.
Yeah, I'm talking about just like I watched Escape from Alcatraz the other night, and it was like really fun.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that movie. That's a good movie. Anyway, that's the question. So that's it for the questions this week.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Only a couple this week. Interesting. So, do we have any feedback, or we got any knowledge this week, or
nope? I don't have anything.
You guys have anything? Knowledge?
No.
Knowledge. I heard Exploding Heads is the #1 podcast on the Horrorphilia.
No, the ledge.
You guys wouldn't exist without 22 shots.
I give plenty of props to 22 shots, guys.
Yeah,
on
and then
your
Christian
anniversary.
edits it all out.
With his cinematography.
Yeah. Good shit. Well, I guess we'll just get into the morbid fact, and this week's morbid fact is fuck Rue Morgue.
Good fact.
That is it. That's the morbid fact. That's the blunt fact right there. Still pissy that we didn't make that top 25 list. Bullshit.
Like, I could understand if it was like top 5, right? Like, okay, the top 5. Top 25, come on.
Yeah, these guys aren't doing their homework. Yeah. I mean, there's no way that they've listened to a lot of podcasts, because that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, how is Exploding Heads not on there?
It was the funniest thing, though, to hear Dave word it the way he did when he told you guys.
Why? What did he say?
Because he made it sound like he was about to give you great news that you were on the list.
I know.
Yeah.
And then he just crushes your souls.
It made it that much worse, because it was like
Dave's
the first
morbid
time.
fact.
Man.
Like,
It was the way he delivered that. Yeah, it was all delivery.
Depending on the delivery, I could have just been like, but like, he delivered it in a way where like I was like on the edge of my seat, and then it's like, well, fuck them.
I know, right? It was the same thing. I'm like literally holding the magazine. I'm like, fuck this shit, man. No.
That's what
you
Dave...
know what? He did the same thing to us also. You know, he was like, "Oh, this is the top 25 from what came out."
Yeah, the Halloween show, right? Halloween 3.
Yeah. No, you're not on it.
That's all Dave does is think about morbid facts and Wings Hauser.
Wings Hauser.
Wings Hauser. Yeah, man.
On the Wings of Love was written for Wings Hauser.
Fuck. I heard that Wings Hauser was supposed to star in that TV show Wings. Actually.
He's actually a very interesting dude, that guy. You know he walked with Dr. King? He was a civil rights. Yeah.
Wow.
He was in the back.
Makes his character from Tales from the... Makes his character from...
Get it? Because he's white?
Anyway, yeah.
Makes his character from Tales from the Hood more interesting if you think about that.
Yeah.
So that is kind of funny when you think.
Yeah, I don't know what Rosa Parks was complaining about. The back of the bus is the best. You get the big.
I know.
jumps.
I always sit in the back.
Yeah.
You get the heat.
Well, isn't that like what white people do though? Is like, we'll just make it cool to sit back here then.
Yeah, that's what we...
Am I right?
I always try to get the chairs in the train next to the door, so I'm like, oh, get out of there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me too.
The exact same way. Yeah. All right. Well, that's gonna conclude Mood Swings, and yeah, I guess we might as well get into these featured reviews for the week. Oh yeah. Continuing along with the show into the featured reviews. Are you guys excited, man? You guys excited?
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
I've been waiting for this.
Everyone's so enthused right now. Brandon.
Let's do this.
Fucking JP just left. He's gone. Yeah, man. Lucio Fulci 2. Super, super stoked, man.
Mm-hmm.
You guys fans of Fulci?
Oh, yeah, man.
I like Fulci. Yeah. As much of a fan as you are? No.
Well, it's just sad. It's just
JP,
sad.
you are sad.
I mean...
JP, are you sure you're not ginger?
Listen,
and no soul?
bro. I've now seen, six Fulcis. I like Fulci. I like Fulci a lot. Do I think he's as good as some people do? No. I don't. In fact, I actually, I was going to mention this at some point in the show, but I guess I'll mention it now since you shine the spotlight on it. But I think Argento is much more up my alley if you're comparing the two big Italian masters there. I think that Argento.
Why is that?
I think his films are better.
No, well, not in terms of better films. Like, why do you prefer Argento? Just because he makes better films, or do you just like his films more?
Well, I mean, what was the question again?
Like, why do you prefer Argento's films? Is it because they are better made films, or do you actually just like Argento's style more than Fulci's? Because I mean, theoretically, they're quite different. They are quite different.
It would be both. I think his films are better, and I like his style better. Well, I don't know if I don't notice a definite Argento has a definite style. I don't know if I notice a style from Fulci though.
Really, you don't notice the style.
Oh,
not.
I feel like Fulci's narratives are a little bit,
That's
all over the place.
That's what it is.
But that's very common in a lot of Italian films.
Well, it's actually
narratives can get a little bit choppy. Yeah.
It's actually interesting you say that because actually the screenwriter for most of his films was the same guy who wrote A Bay of Blood, and I know you weren't very high on that film, JP.
No, it was a convoluted mess, but I did like it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was thinking about this after I watched these three films, where in the Gates of Hell trilogy, I really do like this film. City of the Living Dead's my favorite Fulci movie. And I really love the end of the Beyond and stuff, but there definitely is some fuckery going on in that movie, and I just kind of chalked it up to okay, well they're building it's over hell, and like hell's like kind of magic, so like weird shit can happen and unexplained shit can happen. But
yeah, it's on one of the gates of hell.
As I'm watching, the other 3 films that were not built on top of the gates of hell, I'm like, oh, so this like everything's just kind of has fuckery in it a little bit. So and Argento does a little bit too, but I just think not as much. And I think that's why I think that Argento's narratives are more interesting than the like if I'm comparing these 3 films specifically, like Gates of Hell is interesting. But I don't even think it's as interesting as some of the Argentos I've seen either, though. And
I think it's hard to compare, like, if you're comparing something like the Animal trilogy to the Gates of Hell trilogy, it's like comparing apples and oranges, because when you're dealing with giallos, it's like a very specific formula. It's a totally different film than something like the Gates of Hell trilogy. Well, they're completely polar opposite films.
I'm comparing the 6 that I've seen from Fulci and like the 7 or 8 that I've seen from Argento, like the body of work that I've seen. And from what I understand, there's not many more horror films of Fulci that I haven't seen. Like he didn't do a ton more, right?
No, there's quite a few more.
There's quite a few, but these are probably
Well, you haven't seen
the big 4 now.
A little more notable.
Yeah, you've seen the big 4.
Like I know there's Manhattan Baby, which people talk shit on. Don't Torture the Duckling. Enigma.
That's a great one.
Lizard in a Woman's Skin.
Yeah, so there's a few I still need to see,
awesome.
but
those are really, really good.
Those
are more on the lines of like Argento type films.
Yeah. So I think that the type of movies that I like, because even Argento, like I have issues with some of the stuff that's in his movies and things like that. But I think that overall, I think that his sort of aesthetic, just visual style, I like a little bit more. And it makes me like the movies a little bit more, and it kind of makes up for some of the other things in the films. And narratively, some of these Fulci films are very simple. Like out of the ones that I've seen, the Gates of Hell and these 3, like the narratives are very simple. There's not much there in terms of narrative film. They look good, they sound good, the gore's good, but I'll get into the gore a little bit later too, because there's some things I want to comment on that with some of the films and things like that. But I was thinking about it today or yesterday after I watched Cat in the Brain, and I was like, I was thinking about this Italian month. I was thinking about Argento and Fulci, because those are really the 2. I know Bava's there too, right? But those are the 2 that I've always heard the most about. And now that I've seen a decent amount of movies, I feel like I can kind of finally say that I prefer Argento.
Yeah, I mean, to each their own. I mean, I like the simplistic style of Fulci and stuff, and just how like over the top ridiculous he can get with his gore and shit like that. But I mean, it is what it is.
I like both for different reasons. It's just
that's the thing. Like it's like comparing apples and oranges. Like
but if you're gonna, trilogy I was just comparing the body of work. Like who's the better filmmaker?
Who's the better filmmaker? Or which?
Well, this is like Arrow and Scream Factory.
I
don't really know.
I think Argento's better, and I like Argento better.
I don't really compare directors.
I personally like Argento better, but
do you think Fulci's a better director?
No, I think Argento's a better director.
What about Carpenter, Craven? Like I think most people would agree Carpenter's the better director.
Yeah.
Oh, easy. If I was to actually pick who was a better director between Fulci and Argento, I would probably say Argento is probably a better director. And with that said, I mean, that's not even a biased remark, because like Fulci is my favorite director.
Yeah.
And that's the word.
That's kind of what I was getting
notable.
out.
It's favorite.
Okay, I guess.
But it just so happens that I also like Argento's films better.
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Awesome.
So,
interesting.
The first.
All right. So first up here, and of course this is like just totally random. Really, we got 3 films here. This is not trilogy style like the Gates of Hell or the Animal trilogy or anything. What we got here for y'all tonight is, of course, first up here from 1979 is, a film that has multiple names, but out of the UK, it's called Zombie Flesh Eaters.
Worst
it was
title.
released Zombie Flesh Eaters, yeah. It was released as Zombie in America, Zombie 2 in Italy, of course, because it was technically Fulci's sequel to Dawn of the Dead. And Dawn of the Dead was released as Zombie in Italy, so that's why they called it Zombie 2, and so on. So, and I'm sure most people do know that, but there might be a couple that actually don't. And I've had questions in the past, like, what's with all the Italian films having like multiple names? It's just, it is what it is.
Zombie's a movie that people might actually own about 40 copies of it and not realize it.
I actually do own 40 copies of it.
I got Zombie, I gotta get Zombie 2. What's Zombie Flesh Eaters? This sounds good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I never liked the Zombie Flesh Eaters title.
I don't like it either.
I don't know. It just it sounds like too like cheesy to me, like a trauma title or something,
Yeah.
But I don't know. What you guys just call it Zombie, or you guys call it Zombie 2?
I call it Zombie.
I whenever I think of it, I always think of it as Zombie 2.
Because you're
but I call it Zombie though.
I call it Fulci's Zombie.
Yeah.
Moods, from what I read, and I don't know if it's true, but Fulci did not give permission for it to be called Zombie 2.
Exactly. Yeah, they didn't.
So he didn't even want it to be Zombie 2. He didn't, because he didn't acknowledge it as a sequel to Dawn. From what I read, obviously.
Yeah, honestly, I've heard multiple versions of that, like that he didn't intend to actually make a sequel to Dawn of the Dead, and it was more of the producers and whoever was backing wanted to market it as.
Well, the most interesting thing about this film is that Fulci wasn't even supposed to direct it.
Yeah,
that's true. He was not doing horror at the time, right?
No, he was. Well,
he was. He was. I mean,
actually, Enzo G. Cascarelli was actually the original director of this film.
Yeah, but he doesn't do horror films, so he passed it along to Fulci, or recommended Fulci. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's been interesting to see
I wonder why they were going to slate Cascarelli to do this film. Like, I wonder what their thinking was behind that. That's weird.
Giant action sequences with zombies.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
Don't you guys kind of have?
He's mostly known for doing the Bronx Boars trilogy, man.
Yeah,
like the post-apocalyptic film. By the way, I love those movies.
But he did get into horror later with like The Last Shark.
Yeah, he ended up doing horror.
Jaws,
sure.
Don't you guys kind of wish that somehow they would have tied this to Dawn of the Dead, though? Then you would have had like a branch of.
No, I actually really don't.
Really?
I really, really don't at all. I'm really glad that this is like a standalone film. And well, let's get into it then. Okay, yeah. So Zombie from 1979. I don't know why, but I always think this movie came out in 1978, like just after Dawn. I don't know what it is. I think it's the association with Dawn of the Dead. It's so fucking weird.
Well,
I always think it came out in 78.
Dawn of the Dead came out in 79, I believe.
Yeah,
in
officially.
The States.
Yeah, it was officially released in the States in 79. Yeah, because it got his original release in Italy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The zombie cut, yeah.
Zombie 1979. Quick little synopsis here. As usual, I love reading these things. They're funny. Strangers searching for a young woman's missing father arrive at a tropical island where a doctor desperately searches for a cause and a cure of a recent epidemic of the undead. So
I got a few words before we get into this.
Okay.
The boat can leave now. Tell the crew.
Yep.
So, I guess we can start right where I kind of mentioned.
Have your first
I'm
issue?
curious to see why you wouldn't want it to be associated with Dawn of the Dead at all.
I just would never want that. I love the way this film is just the way it is. I mean, if there was an association or if it was, kind of related to Dawn of the Dead, I mean, I guess that would be fine. But
hear me out, Modes.
All
totally I'm saying is, you know how the movie opens and it's on like the boat and there's the fat zombie? Like, that's a great scene. Like, what if there was like a reference to that happening, like that boat coming from, like some kind of reference that tied it to Dawn of the Dead is what I was saying. I'm not saying that I wanted it to be like a straight up sequel to Dawn of the Dead. Like, it could still be the same movie, but I just thought it would be cool if there was like
they kind of show the helicopter flying by, and you can tell it's the same one.
Like,
they just escaped from.
Or like, like even want like a name reference to Own the Boat or anything. You know what I mean? Like, I just thought that it would be neat that it would be like these two separate, like, splintered zombie stories in this giant mythos of the Dead films. Like, then you would have like Zombie 3 and 4 over here. And, you know,
that's pretty much the only way I would accept it, though, if it was just kind of tied together by something that, you know, that trivial. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, like, you know, here's the name on that. It directly ties it to Dawn. Yeah, I mean, that completely makes sense. Yeah. But as for, like, narrative, no.
No, yeah, because it's fine where it's at. Like, I like the tropical setting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Plus the
I like the whole story to this film, actually, you know, because it's one of those zombie films, you know, like there's so many different types of zombie films. This
is one of those voodoo zombie films.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Is it?
This is my point I'm trying to make here, is that there's a lot of zombie films where they tell you specifically, yeah, there's like an acid rain, or, you know, the chemical spill, or this blah, blah, blah. And they give you a specific reason why the dead are coming back to life. In this one, it's kind of interesting because they beat around the bush with it, and they let the viewer know over and over and over again that they don't fucking know the cause of this. Is it voodoo zombies? Is it actually a virus that is infected the dead? It's making them lie. And I love that because they keep telling you over and over again, and that's the whole point of the film. This doctor's there, and he's legitimately trying to, like, you know, use his scientific background. He's not even for a second trying to fuck with this voodoo idea. He's like, that's bullshit. Voodoo is for dummies. That shit doesn't exist.
Discover, like,
it's about this thing, but we don't really know. Like, we don't know. It actually could be voodoo. It might actually be this airborne virus that, by chance, you know, it's this mutated virus that has actually got into the dead and makes them rise from the dead. So
did they actually say that it could be airborne? Or is that just you speculating?
Yeah, the doctor actually says that.
I think at one point he does say something about, well, it's some type of, I think.
And him and Ian McCulloch are like walking and taking that ride to the.
Which I always thought it was kind of interesting though too, because he's at such close proximities with these infected people and stuff. You know, these doctors not even wearing a mask and stuff. So if it was airborne, theoretically, you know, he probably should get sick himself.
Unless
because the other doctor did, the other guy.
Unless he had like a gene that would infect him.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's
nothing discussed.
That's assuming, but that happens.
That
usually happens. That's like every zombie film, though. Like some people don't get infected by it. These certain types of films.
It's a lot of modern zombie films that do that. But, you know, bringing up what Mood said about it being sort of up in the air, I like that as well. And, you know, a lot of Georgia, like, because even Night of the Living Dead, they kind of hint at the fact that it could have been like a meteor or something, but.
Yeah.
Then in Dawn of the Dead, they hint at, like, well, the fact that it's just when hell's full, like, the dead are rising, like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's just kind of there. Like, there's speculation, but there's no solid answers, and I like that too, because I'm cool with, like, sort of giving outs and sort of having ideas about it, but when you make it definitive, it makes it a little less interesting. It's just more interesting when you kind of don't know. And I like and I'm down with any of those ideas. Like, even in this film, like, you almost kind of get the sense that there's a puppet master. At least I did.
Yeah,
where
they totally give you that idea that there actually is some type of, you know, voodoo master or something that's just way back in the bushes, and he's actually controlling this whole thing. But I get that too. I didn't
mean literally. I kind of meant like a god. Like it's just because the way they rise, like it's not like you get bit in like your zombie. Like these, it's very rare that they like actually come out of the like buried dirt, like where they were completely dead for a while.
Yeah,
like,
I'm kind of glad they didn't show any of like the voodoo stuff, because then it might have went into like Zombie 4 territory.
Yeah. Well, they weren't going to show any voodoo stuff in here because they weren't really going that angle anyways. So they were just kind of presenting you the idea that it could possibly be, but more likely I mean, you get the impression that it's more likely a virus, because hence the doctors, and he's really putting in his time and his efforts to try and, you know, crack this case, right? So I like that whole premise, but I like how simple the narrative is, but it's so effective though too in this film, because it keeps you thinking the whole time, like, are they going to reveal it that it's actually this or that? But essentially it never really comes down to it. It's just, it is what it is. It's zombies rising from and now you're fighting for your life. So
what do you think about that, Brandon?
I do like the open-endedness of that. I do want an answer, but the fact that I don't get it doesn't hurt my enjoyment of the movie.
But that's the thing, you can have an answer though. Like, you can create that answer with the clues
that's
that
true.
are left in
That's
the film.
true. I like
you
the
can
fact
decipher your own
that
answer
it's
about it.
science versus like voodoo here. What's really going
exactly.
on.
Yeah.
But the thing I couldn't. Well, I could look past it, but that bothered me was, how did this sailboat get all the way up into New York?
Well, the sail was open, so it just sailed there.
From the Antilles, that's like 1,600 miles.
Yeah, I mean, it is a sail.
I mean,
it's a
not
sailboat, so they don't need fuel. They don't need fuel, so it's not like.
Yeah, it just happened. It didn't say how many weeks it went by. It was out at sea, but
it actually doesn't give you a real definite timeline there. Who knows?
No,
I think
it's not a big deal. I'm just thinking, wow, this
a month or something.
Sailboat landed exactly where it needed
sailboat.
To.
Yeah.
Unless the fisherman zombie.
That's the gravitational pull from New York, man. It just kind of sucked it.
Yeah,
back.
the current and the winds.
It's nonsense. So another thing that I was kind of thinking about is, okay, this place is completely like uncharted. It's not on the map and stuff, but they have like vehicles and like all this shit there. Like, that's a little weird, huh?
Yeah, I've thought about that
vehicles, but they have a beautiful cottage built there.
Yeah,
a
beautiful cottage. They got a goddamn cottage.
Is this the cottage he was talking about? No, it's the next one down the road. Come on.
There definitely is a lot of amenities on that island, right? Considering how hidden it really is.
Uncharted. It's like, how is the people getting in there? Do you think they just fucking chart it then? If the first time you go there, just chart it so that people know where the fuck they're going to bring the supplies in.
Yeah, the minute their boat breaks down, Brian,
it's such a minor plot point, though, right? It's like who really
These movies, they add up, though. Like, they really do add up to where it kind of takes you out of the movie a bit whenever you're constantly thinking about this stuff.
Really? They thinking about like where this hidden island is? I don't even
I never honestly it crossed my mind when I'm watching.
Obviously, you think about it when they're going there, but then you get all this other really cool shit like
but I'm saying
underwater zombies, and zombies attacking sharks and shit like that,
and naked scuba
scuba divers with really really nice tits,
and Ian McCullen being in pimp with his bald spot.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that just fucking hilarious?
Yeah, he's the fucking badass in this. He's a badass actor in all these Italian films.
It's funny, man.
That's Mr. West to you.
On the Arrow Blu-ray here, it's got an intro from Ian McCulloch, and he was like, I saw this film for the first time 20 years after it came out. It's like, holy shit, man. He'd never seen this film for 20 years. It's really crazy. It's like Dave with his fucking 30 years on Fright Night.
Apparently, Guillermo del Toro really likes this movie.
Yeah, he actually introduces the Blue Underground edition of this one.
Yeah, he does. He does, actually, yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, can we put one of those on every single release ever? An introduction. Why not? Who cares if it's somebody that wasn't involved in the film? Like, I love those things. They're neat.
Those are awesome, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, continuing along here, we got a zombie versus shark.
It's fucking
so iconic.
It is iconic and it's awesome looking. But
you can tell because you could tell that guy was the trainer, that they had switched out the actor that they were going to use.
Yeah,
with the shark trainer, because he's doing like these like real technical like movements. It looks like.
They probably. I mean, you have to prepare for this scene.
Oh yeah, no
doubt.
It's like you're fucking with a real shark here.
You don't want to take a chunk out of a real shark and fucking, you know what I mean? You can't like hug it and shit. You don't get to really train down.
We know that, and I know that too. I know that you can't, and I know that it like there has it's amazing that they got what they got, right? But that still doesn't remove the fact that like you can tell this is definitely, for multiple watches on this film, there's a few things in a lot of Italian movies in general that I've seen so far have an issue with this, and it's sort of like a choreography during kill scenes where whether it's a head being held there for a machete to hit it, it's very like stoic and just still and like for example in the shark scene they. Like the guy, you can tell he's like fake biting it, right? Like it doesn't even look close to somebody actually trying to bite the shark.
Well, it's probably because he's in a weird position too and stuff underneath the shark. And
I heard he really bit the shark.
You heard he really bit the shark?
Yeah, big chunk.
I honestly thought that it looked pretty damn cool, man.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not saying that it doesn't look cool. It does look cool, but.
But you gotta remember, shark's skin's a lot harder than an actual human skin, so you might have had problems trying to actually bite into it. No, I'm saying
like the acting where they're like it's fake looking, and going into the other huge gore shot in this film, the eye scene, right? Like the girl's head she's holding her head still, right? Like she's not struggling or moving or anything. And I'm just saying that when you watch these films with multiple watches, there are flaws in the way that these gore shots are done. And, also, if
she could have just karate chopped that piece of wood.
But honestly, that more or less comes down to the editing part of it, though, too. It's not necessarily how it was shot. It was more of how these scenes were put together.
She'd still be alive if she had karate chopped that little splinter of wood sticking out.
True. or maybe, put her hands up or something.
I love that scene, though.
Well, they kind of do put it into almost slow-mo, though, too, right?
Yeah.
It's not in real time at that exact moment.
I'm just saying, she's holding her
the
head
splinter
still.
Goes in.
She's not moving her head.
I get that, but I mean, it's more for the
a visual.
Effect,
it's for more of the visual effect of the actual kill scene. It wasn't probably real time, and it was just it just shows you going slowly, but it was probably really.
It's because the actor had to hold still
for the effect to work. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's unrealistic that the girl would not move her head. You know what I'm saying? It's things like that, and I understand that you guys love this movie, and I understand that you guys,
it's my 75th time
about Fulci Zombie or anything, but these are legitimate complaints that other people would bring up in other movies. And also, one more thing about the effects, and
I don't think I was going to talk about something like that. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's the first time I ever heard
those type of things, man, don't really bother me too much, man, because the end result of those effects is still satisfying enough that I can really overlook. And yeah, that is one very prevalent thing in Italian films where they do that. You can tell that the prop is there, before the machete hits the head or something rather to that extent, right? I mean, it is what it is, man. I guess I've seen these movies so many times, it really doesn't even trigger in my mind. I'm just like,
this is just my 75th time watching this movie this year alone.
They're legitimate, though. I agree with you, JP. There's a couple of kills where it's almost like the Austin Powers scene where he's getting run over by the steamroller or whatever. And he's 10 miles away. They start screaming, like the nurse.
Yeah.
Again,
the nurse screaming, just walk into the other room.
It is editing, but it's also choice.
100%
it's choice. It's direction too.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I feel it because I love the gore.
Films are made in the editing room, man. I mean, you could make a film so shitty with a really bad edit, man. Really, we know that. And
okay, well, I mean, then it still doesn't make it not a flaw. Just because the editor did it over the director. But, also with the makeup effects, and this is there are some, fantastic makeup effects. I'm not going to lie. I the splinter in the eye thing, the first time I seen it, I was so interested in what was happening that I didn't even notice this stuff, okay? So this is rewatch that I started noticing this stuff. Because it's slow and it's you're like, oh shit, is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? So the first time I watched it, I didn't notice any of this. But another thing is that I noticed this time watching it is their skin tone blends are really bad in this movie. The prosthetic blended to real skin, the skin, the tone This tone of the prosthetic versus the tone of the skin is almost often in every prosthetic.
Really?
You guys didn't notice that?
No, I mean, no,
I
I've
noticed it with
noticed.
the
I've noticed
shark
that there's
one.
a little bit of discolor, you know, there and stuff, but
The shark zombie looked like he had like a plastic bag covering his forehead. And you could see half of his forehead underneath.
yeah. Well, you are underneath water. I meant, I imagine some of the actual makeup and stuff is probably coming off.
I thought the conquistadors looked awesome.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
When they rose from the I thought they looked awesome. I wasn't looking too much at skin tone.
The main zombie that's on the poster is just amazing. When
Yeah, so awesome.
All those ones that
That's
rise
one
from
of my
the graves
favorite looking
those are
zombies
fucking
of all
awesome.
time.
Well,
That's
that's
such a
one thing about
scary-
this film. I said this movie pretty much has like my favorite looking zombies.
yeah,
Well,
in a
because they
zombie
look
film.
like dead, like.
they don't look like blue
Rotted,
anemic.
like
They don't look like blue anemics from Dawn of the Dead.
But they're not gooey either. You know how like some zombie movies like have that like they're real gooey. Like think of Jason in Part 6, like his face all gooey and stuff. Like when he's rotting.
Well, this makes sense though because
sometimes you dry out kind of right. Like it's
Kinda like Jason
you're
in
not
Part
always
7?
soupy. Like when you sit, like I found a dead dog under my house when I was a kid. Scared the fuck out of me, dude. And it was
Was it your dog?
no. We moved into this house and
Jesus.
I was playing outside and I threw a ball under my porch and I go in there and there's this dead dog that's like it's like molded to the ground and it's like it's like there's a layer of like skin over its bones, like you can see its ribs and it's just like but it's not, it doesn't look like skin, it's like the same color as the dirt. It's like but it's like dry as fuck and it looks like these zombies.
Yeah, but it actually kind of makes sense because they say, you know, when these ones are rising from the cemetery, it's their, you know, they were part of the Spanish Inquisition, blah blah blah. But you know, they explain that it happened like 300-400 years ago, so these things were, yeah, they were a little dried out, man. You're in a tropical area, man. What do you expect is gonna happen? Shit is gonna dry out, man. You're in like 115 degree weather.
Yeah,
so
with a lot of rain.
Makes
And
sense.
they look awesome with the worms coming out.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
but
design on
another
the
thing
zombies are
with the
amazing.
worms, though, right? Like, don't they look very placed? Like, they're not, like, spread out. They're, like it looks like some, you know,
well, it looks like a
makeup
bunch
guy
of worms
walked
coming out
over
of
and
his eye.
stuck them right in that spot. And then they started crawling away, and he pushed them back into that spot.
That's
No?
really nitpicking, but
That's-
yes,
No,
maybe.
you are getting super
That's-
picky, man.
That's too picky.
What do you
Well,
mean?
it does make sense where they are because they're coming out the eyes, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Because
even when they're on the
would have
mouth.
been eating on the inside and coming out, and they're
Yeah,
coming
but-
out of like the orifices, right? Like it kind of makes sense where they are. Like, why would the worm be on the side where there's nothing to eat?
They always
Like,
say it's hard to work with kids, animals, and worms.
Why
so,
would the
you know,
worms
the
be
worms
there at
work
all
well.
when they're, like,
Those
400
damn
years
worms,
old?
man. I know worms can only work like what 10-15 seconds at a time.
Yeah,
It's brutal, man.
I thought it looked awesome. I love Fulci's obsession with the eyes and with
Oh,
these.
speaking of musical cues, fuck, man,
Yeah.
when the score kicks in when the zombies are rising, oh, so good,
yeah,
man,
yeah.
it's so good. The score to this film, but
Fabio
Fritzy,
Frizzi.
That's actually what sparked the question was watching this movie. I'm thinking, the music, the soundtrack is so great, and the musical cues are great. So,
it's so good throughout this film, man. Really, really
Yeah.
good stuff.
I even like the Caribbean stuff that's going on when they actually end up going to the island, like the little Caribbean section.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of has a little like lightheartedness before like the independent doom happens.
Yeah, that's what probably my favorite. I have like two favorite scenes in this entire movie. One is the final shot of the movie, and the other is the rise.
Yeah.
The zombies walking on the bridge there.
Mm-hmm.
Spoiler
So
alert.
good, man.
Yeah, I love that. For some reason, like I wish that the Zombie 3 or like what would have been Zombie 2, like I wish that would have followed what happened at the end of this movie.
I'm not really too worried about spoiling it. I mean, Blue Underground, that's the cover art for their fucking DVD, man.
Even the Shriek Show DVDs that cover are like the special edition.
That's right, it is too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Totally
again,
that
when I say like that,
Oh,
just because the
of
cover
course.
art,
I know you got to explain that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean,
get
then
into the
again,
movie with those.
99% of the people listening to this podcast right now have seen Zombie.
Yeah.
Trust.
no way,
Trust.
99%. Get the fuck out
Well,
of here.
all the people I'm going to be sharing the Italian Facebook group.
Considering nobody listens to our Italian Horror Month, I bet 40%.
No, I said the people that are. If there was 100 people that listen to the show, I bet you 99 of them have seen Zombie.
Or will say it before listening.
I don't
Exactly.
know. I don't think so. I think you're looking at maybe like 70.
No way.
Dude,
No way.
I haven't even
Classic.
seen Zombie until like 2 years ago.
Yeah, but you
but
didn't know who Meryl
And I have
Streep
a
was.
poor,
But you were so. But
You didn't know who Anne Heche was.
So fucking ignorant. But you were playing so ignorant towards foreign films though all the time. You're like, I like my American films.
I do
can't
like
read my
American
movies.
films.
Pro-American.
I've never been
I'm just saying.
against foreign
I'm just saying
films,
that was
though.
your
I like
choice,
foreign
right?
films,
That was your
too.
choice. So I
I
mean,
just
it
think
makes
America
sense that
makes
you
the
didn't
best
see
movies.
America.
Fuck
But
you.
yeah, but
America.
yeah, man.
JP, for as nitpicky as you're getting, there's one scene in particular that really bothered me, and that was the character of Lucas.
Is there actually any legitimately like
Which character?
major concerns here, JP? Or you just
Lucas.
have like minor nitpicks?
I don't know, dude.
Lucas
I'm just
transformed
telling you
into a
what I've
zombie
seen.
way too quick.
The which scene?
Lucas,
When Lucas transformed into a zombie?
the black guy who was helping on the island, when he gets his arm bit and turns into a zombie like 2 seconds later, and then kills the nurse. Yet everyone else in the movie, it takes like hours.
Maybe it's because she took like a 16-ounce steak out of his arm. You know,
Yeah.
like she dug right down and got into his bloodstream, and he was like, "Yeah."
That's
Man,
what most
but
zombie
it
movies
is
are,
kind of-
though.
But it is funny because that is legitimate though, because
But
the
see,
majority of the people that turn into zombies in this film, it takes so long. Like, I mean, even when
He
you
wraps
get
the
the flashback
bodies
scene-
up. Put
Yeah,
bunches
and
of
when he
around
waits
their heads.
for the other scientist, when he waits for Anna's father to rise, like it feels like they're like time lapsing there. You know, it feels like it goes on for
but
fucking
isn't
ever.
that
and that's-
with? See, I know that like I can actually explain away this one. Like any disease, right? Like herpes. Like if Moods and Brandon have sex with somebody who has herpes, like Moods might get his herpes signs like way before Brandon. Right?
Yeah,
Like it's just it's different people,
So
different
it's only the
effects.
worms that bother you.
yeah.
Well, I just can explain that away. I can't explain
It
why the
actually
worms
makes
look
sense.
so
I'm
placed.
actually kind of pissed that you have like a fairly decent explanation for that. 'Cause I thought that's a more legitimate nitpick than the worms look like they're forced into one socket.
They do. I'm just
But
saying.
let's face
man.
it here. But let's face it here, though. I mean, he turns into a zombie right away because we're in the third act, man. Like, I mean, we're at crunch time. We're at crunch time, and shit's going down in that scene.
yeah.
Gotta get rid of that nurse who just could have easily just walked out of the room to save her life, rather than stand there screaming.
You know, going back a little bit to the eye scene, very, very iconic scene.
What-
I personally love
Iconic?
the way that whole scene develops. You know, like in some film, like it really could have cut out all the, the previous suspenseful
Yeah, like the
things,
shower scene and the
like
chase.
leading up to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a lot of build up to that scene, and even when she's being attacked and stuff, like that actually goes on for a long time before he actually delivers the goods. I know I've heard some people say that they think it goes on way too long. I personally love that whole build up to it. I think
Like
it's
this-
fantastic.
It's
Yeah.
100% necessary. Like that's what you do. Like in any horror moment, to get the most out of your punch, you have to have build up.
And just
You
the
can't- you
ramble
can't-
of the door.
If she would have just walked in the door, the zombie would have grabbed her and then just stuffed her eye onto.
No, not
a
all that
splinter.
all that previous stuff, of course. But I meant when she's actually being attacked, like when she's physically being held. Like there's a lot of time that goes by in that scene too. Like
Yeah, it
in
cuts
some
to her,
films,
cuts to the splinter,
Yeah,
cuts to her,
and-
cuts to the splinter, cuts to her, cuts to the splinter.
the cinematography is fantastic.
Closer. Yeah, I like
a lot of
that.
a lot of filmmakers just wouldn't take the time to even do those POV shots. It's like her, him, kind of back and forth, and then kind of beats around a little bit. And generally you just be like, okay, fuck, she's done.
Yeah, at one
But-
point she was close to the splinter, and then 2 seconds later she was further away from it.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
which means that she could have just pulled away a little bit.
Well, I mean, she
She was struggling.
Yeah, she was struggling.
They were strong.
She struggled, and
Super
she
zombies are
basically
strong.
knew that it was, yeah, every time
she was eye jelly.
yeah, exactly.
I really love Richard Johnson in this film as Dr. Menard. Like his delivery of lines is just amazing.
You know what? Part of the eye scene that I like, it's not the penetration, it's when they kind of
It's the
push.
foreplay.
it's like they push it away and it kind of like pushes out the side of the eye a little bit. That's what sells it for me. It's not the penetration. It's the way that it looks when it's in there.
I'm always down with penetration in films.
I think JP just wants to say penetration. Gooey and penetration are his 2 words tonight.
Gooey.
Well, and that's another thing.
And they go well.
They go well.
I
penetrated.
Really kind of. Fulci's notorious for doing that in his gore scenes. Kind of, like in a lot of films, that scene probably would have been just overread. The splinter goes in the eye, but he takes it that extra step, right? He shows it going way in there, and then it kind of changes the angle, and then you see it getting ripped out the side, and it just keeps going and going, and you're like, holy fuck. It's like the scene in City of the Living Dead where she's puking up her guts. Like, it goes on for like a minute.
That's his best scene ever, in my opinion.
It's like, it's literally the longest, most disgusting fucking scene ever, but only Fulci would make it go for a minute. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, JP, didn't you criticize Trick or Treat for the kid throwing up too long?
Exactly.
Yeah, with gurgling fucking comical sounds.
It's awesome.
Like, and it wasn't guts. He was throwing up like
you don't
water.
get. You don't get those comical type scenes in these films. 'Cause I don't think Fulci had much of a sense of humor.
I've never seen somebody throw up like that kid. Had somebody threw up guts, that's exactly what it would look like.
I throw up like that kid. They're eating a steak and cheese sub.
There's no comedy at all.
One thing that I absolutely love about like this film in particular is it is a horror film. It's scary.
Mm-hmm.
And that if I seen it when I was a kid, it probably would have freaked me the fuck out.
I always found that this film was very interesting too, because you think it'd be Fulci's very known for having very atmospheric films, especially with the Gates of Hell trilogy. Yeah. And this film, for me, it doesn't really get atmospheric until the third act. It has that atmosphere that you're on this island and stuff, but it doesn't have that dark atmosphere to it.
Yeah.
But it definitely bothers me because once it switches gears into the third act in this film, and it becomes more of a Fulci feeling type film. The atmosphere is super fucking thick in that. I love it, man. I love the way this. Honestly, man. I have heard people critique and say, this one's a little bit slow and shit like that. I personally don't find this film slow paced at all. I think
the reason for that is because I actually really enjoy the characters. Like, I like Peter and
See, that was my other complaint. I don't like the characters. They're not interesting at all. Like the Doctor. I like the Doctor. But nobody else.
Richard Johnson's awesome.
I like the
his
naked
wife
scuba girl.
Don't care. She's not interesting. Naked scuba girl's not interesting except for when she's naked.
Naked scuba girl's not interested?
Except for when she's naked.
And Dr. Menard's wife was hot too. She was naked also before she got
all good Chars. Yeah, she's really
before she got penetrated and gooey.
Yeah, but nobody in this film is not likable. Nobody's you don't dislike.
Yeah, but I don't care about like or dislike or anything. Like I could hate somebody. I just need to feel some kind of emotion towards them. These ones I don't really, honestly. And but I don't think it's slow at all. Like that's one thing that I'll agree with you on. I don't find it slow at all.
You don't think fucking.
Well, what's interesting about any of them? What's interesting about the
I like
well,
they're just likable. I mean,
I like Anne and Peter's interaction, like when they first meet and they team up, and then they have that one scene in the boat, which is kind of comical in a sense because he tries to gets kind of a little action at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know. They just seem really basic. They're not it's not a huge problem because I don't need to like characters.
You're stretching for the stars here, man. You're just trying to name all that little bullshit so you can give this one a shit rating.
No, I'm not. I like this movie. 2
out of 10.
I'm being 100% honest, dude. Like
4 out of 10.
These are
no. I honestly,
you've picked out stuff like this.
If the main characters got slaughtered in the end, I'd be like, dude, that's brutal, man. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Well, yeah, because everything that he fucking does is brutal. Like, all of the kills are brutal. I'm just saying, I don't know. Brandon, did you think these were interesting characters?
No, I agree with you on the characters. They were a little bland, but they weren't developed enough. But it's not really about the characters so much. I did like,
and that's why I don't find it a huge problem.
And that's my other point right there. This one isn't necessarily about developing fucking Peter's background in his journalism.
But
all we know is that he's got a hot story. That's all. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that it's like I don't need that in this movie. I'm just calling it what it is. Like,
Yeah.
call a spade a spade. They're generic, basic characters.
Don't call a spade a spade. They don't like that.
Well, I'll give you one thing. I like Brian and Susan when they're introduced. They're kind of not my favorite characters either, but I still enjoy them and do feel for them when they do go and stuff.
Brian's a good guy. They're doing so much to help them, and then
I like that guy, man.
Yeah, me too.
Al Cliver, yeah.
Al Cliver, yeah, man. He's in the Beyond and shit like that. So
yeah.
But Richard Johnson,
he's in a bunch of films.
Richard Johnson is fucking steals this film as the Doctor.
Yeah, Richard Johnson's amazing.
Yeah, a fucking great actor.
Died last year, didn't he?
Yeah. I know a lot of people were sad because he's kind of like one of those underrated actors in horror films.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of those ones that doesn't really get mentioned. He was in the original Haunting and stuff. And
wait, are you telling me people were sad because he died?
Yeah.
No. What is this?
That never happens.
Well, like in the horror genre, it's
I know.
He's someone that wasn't really recognized for his horror films, besides maybe like the Haunting and this one, and like the other ones too. You know what I mean? He starred in like The Night Child. Really good, underrated actor in my opinion.
I agree.
There's actually one point in this film where, going back to the whole voodoo zombies thing and, the potential virus that's infected these dead. There is a point where I think it's Peter who he's talking to the native. Is it Peter? Yeah, I think it's Peter that's talking to the native. Mm-hmm. And the native, he says something on the lines of when the earth spits out the dead, they'll feast on the blood. And I always love that line.
There was another line that I liked in this movie a lot, and I can't remember what it is.
But it was at the beginning.
What was it?
It was the line from the chopper when the guy on the chopper says, "The skipper of that craft must be a real turkey." I forgot to bring that up earlier.
How about Fulci's Hitchcock moment in this as the head of the room?
Chief?
Yeah, the chief reporter.
Oh, the chief editor, yeah.
He always has good cameos in his films. They're funny. Like
that's a common theme, man. Fulci's in all three of these films.
Yeah.
He was in Cat in the Brain? I don't remember. Who did he play?
He played...
the cat. He played the cat.
Yeah,
because it was obviously a puppet.
Scene of that film, the one that was gnarling on all his guts.
The sock puppet cat at the beginning.
Well, the one they took from the set of Inferno.
Oh, the eating scene where they're eating Dr. Menard's wife is, that's pretty graphic with the 5 zombies just sitting around.
Dude, that's like one of my favorite scenes in the film, actually.
That's great. It's great.
So brutal, man.
Oh.
Like, Fulci just doesn't hold back on that scene,
No,
his zombies are looking nasty, but the guts and, she's just destroyed, man.
His gore is nauseating. I don't eat when I watch Fulci movies. I could eat when I watch an Argento film, but I can't eat when I watch a Fulci film.
It's so strange. I reviewed Murder Rock during the 31 Days of Horror, and it's a early 80s Fulci film. And I think at the time when he directed that film, I think they told him to kind of tone down the violence in the film. The movie it's really strange when you watch it because it's almost bloodless.
Yeah, it has no gore in it.
It's really strange to watch this type of Fulci film because it feels like a Fulci film. It sounds like a Fulci film, but it's just it's very noticeably missing the gore. Yeah, it's just so strange. But,
before we get into ratings, you guys want to hear some trivia?
Sure.
Entertainment Weekly ranked this number 10 on their Guilty Pleasures Testosterone Edition list in March of
Guilty
2007.
Pleasures. Who was this? Entertainmently Weekly?
Entertainmently Weekly. Yes.
Entertainment
Weekly, whatever.
Yeah.
Dude, those guys aren't even credible, man. Fucking bullshit.
Only 3 zombies featured in the film have their eyes open.
Yeah, I was reading some of these facts, and it's interesting.
That's actually another really, really well shot scene in the film where you see that one shot of the zombie kind of staggering through the desolate town there. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Such a great scene,
and that music thing, the music cue that comes when it edits to that scene.
So perfect. Again, music cues, man.
There was a scene shot where the zombies come out of the the water in New York. Apparently, it never made it to the final edit, though.
Oh shit!
Mm-hmm. That kind of sucks. I would have liked to see that.
That kind of would have been cool. Yeah.
Did you see? Yeah. Did you get that one about the boat zombie? Actually went to like the CBGB's bar in New York, and no one noticed like his makeup. He was in full makeup.
Like a punk bar.
No.
Yeah, it was like.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like the bartender of the certain drinks as the zombies, like, this is normal.
Yeah, I read that too.
So this was a video nasty, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Under its infamous Zombie Flesh Eaters title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you guys want to get into ratings?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll go first since these dickheads think that I'm coming in low.
Okay.
So,
hey man,
Zombie.
I was just busting your balls, dude.
Zombie. I love this movie. Like I really do. But I wanted to be fair with the thoughts that I was thinking while watching the movie. Watching it with the critical eye, it's different than when I watched it the first time just to watch it. There's definitely flaws in the stuff that I mentioned. Whether you care to ignore them or be like Brandon and kind of agree, but kind of not. Whatever.
I agree with you.
But there are so many good things in this movie that we talked about as well, such as that cue. It's haunting. It's a scary movie. Like I don't give a fuck if you can see that the blend isn't good or not. It's still scary. It's a scary thing if you have an imagination, and I do. I don't like the characters. I don't really need to. I like the opening of this film. I love where I love the fat zombie in general. Like there needs to be more fat zombies. They're scarier to me.
Mm-hmm.
I like the setting. There's a lot to love in this film. The gore shots are awesome. Like the very fact that they put a zombie versus a shark like on film that's practical, that would never happen today. Super cool. I give this film an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
Cool.
Want me to go next?
My last rating was a 9, by the way, just so you know that.
What's that?
My first rating when I rated this film was a 9.
Your rating went down?
It did go down. Based on the things that I found. Only a half a point for all that I mentioned, though. Come on.
It's pretty minuscule, though.
Okay. Well, as you guys already know, this is my favorite horror film of all time, so that's a kind of a spoiler alert when I'm going to rate it.
6 out of 10.
No, this isn't Troll 2.
4 out of
10. But, yeah, I love everything about this movie. Like, since the first time I ever seen it is when my friend's house and his cousin, who's no longer with us, his house on VHS. It was just tantalizing. When we first got to see zombie versus shark for the first time, we were like, what the fuck is going on? And stuff. And it's just the tantalizing of Fabio Frizzi's score. I do like the characters of this film because I do feel for them when they're in situations where you do have to feel bad when they do die. And I do kind of feel that, especially with like certain characters that I do like, and like the interaction with like other characters. And of course, I think Menard's character is very interesting, and terrific performance by Richard Johnson. I love the gore effects that Fulci enters in, the creepiness of the slow moving like eye gouging scene to guts ripping out and certain bite scenes, and the looks of the zombies I highly enjoy. This film is one of the ones that will stick out for me for the rest of my life, and I will always recommend it to people and tell them that it's a film that I will always love. And even though there is maybe a few minor flaws with it, but they're flaws that I enjoy about the film also. So it's getting a 10 out of 10 for me.
Nice. Would you want me to go next?
Sure, go ahead.
Alright, yeah, I mean, if I'm scoring this film rating this film based on its score and its gore, it's a 10 out of 10. But I'm between what JP and Derek said in terms of the characters. I didn't dislike the characters, but I didn't like them. I was indifferent to them. They weren't overly developed. Towards the end, you start to like them more because they start to team up and work together, and, you know, you start to feel for them. But it's not what the movie's about. The zombies look amazing, and obviously the ending is awesome. I love it. I wish they had a little bit more budget to maybe up the ending a little bit more. And again, I can forgive, you know, the opening scene. The only thing critical that I really was overly critical about with the sailboat ending up in New York, it had to end up in New York for the story to get underway. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Peter West. They never would have had the whole story otherwise. So I forgive that, and it's a minor thing. And I had my score set. I'm actually going to bump it up a half a point based on what JP said about the other critique I had of Lucas's character turning too quickly. And the fact that he gave the reason that he did made me like it a little bit more. So I'm going to come in at a 9.
Yeah. Zombie, man. When I think of zombie, I think of the most amazing looking zombies I've ever seen on film. And I'm not just saying that because we're sitting here reviewing this film right now, being legitimately for real. The zombies are just outstanding in this film. There's so much great, awesome zombie action in this film. Pretty much everything about this movie I absolutely enjoy. The gore is just ridiculous in this film. It's just so over the top and amazing. I think the third act is actually one of the most atmospheric third acts of any zombie film I've ever seen. I love the way everything kind of just goes down in the end. It's brutal. I'm pretty convinced that Dave would probably hate the end of this film. Maybe a little bit too much gun action for him. I don't know. But there's definitely a lot of defensive gunplay in this. So, but yeah, man. I mean, you know, I can take what JP says into. No, I'm not going to take it into consideration and, you know, bump down my rating because of those things. But what he is noticing, what he has said, yeah, there's definite visual, you know, issues with the blending of the colors. I mean, that's just something that you get in these type of films. I mean, low budget. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and defend, you know, because it's all low budget and stuff. It's there. It is what it is. But with that said, man, those are such minor complaints that, you know, I can just overlook. I mean, it doesn't even bother me one bit. It's kind of like, you know, how JP, it doesn't bother JP, you know, with seeing a scene at the beginning of a film that you know is going to happen in the end. Doesn't bother him, bothers me. We're different. We're indifferent to it. So as for the characters, you know, honestly, man, I actually do like the characters. I care about the characters, man. You know, Brandon, you said that, you know, they kind of come together at the end and work together. I think Peter and it's Anne, right?
Anne.
Yeah, it's Anne, which is actually Mia Farrow's sister, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think that they're pretty much teamed up the entire time because they have to be, you know, but I think that they're attempting to be, you know, work as one the entire time. It's not like they're sitting there battling and being indifferent with each other and stuff. So I think that there's that bond throughout the whole film anyways. You know, I mean, yeah, I mean, I can probably give it to you guys and say that the characters aren't the most interesting characters in the world, but they don't have to be in this film because it's not about them. So, and that's really what it comes down to me. It's a zombie film. It's the mystery of the zombie story that I find so intriguing in this film. I think I think that's one of the coolest things about this movie is that it never fucking tells you what the actual root cause of this thing is, but it gives you ideas. So you're not even guessing on the ideas. It throws you. We've got voodoo. We've got viruses. We got this type of thing. I like the whole Spanish Inquisition. I like all that type of stuff, but it's just such a fantastic film to me. I think pretty much, yeah, it's not a perfect film. I don't think Fulci has a perfect film, you know, even with all of his films out there. You know, with all that said, I'm going to come in at 9.5 on this one. I think it's honestly,
yes.
In my opinion, I think this movie is one of the best zombie films out there.
So do I. I definitely agree with that. I mean, I think that there's only maybe 4 zombie films better that I've seen than it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the Dead trilogy plus Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
I
can take that.
Maybe The Battery.
The battery, wow, that was just like I always forget about the battery.
I know, because it's so current, right? It's easy to forget about. So let me see, what would it result in the highest rating? 10 from Derek, 9.5 from Moods, and 9 from Brandon, which is 28.5.
So we got an 8.5 to a 10. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Brandon's rating of a 9, Moods' rating of a 9.5, and Derek's rating of a 10, Zombie is now inducted into the Hall of Fame. We did figure out last week, guys, that it was just a typo. I actually rated Sleep Tight at 9 instead of an 8.5, so it still is in the Hall of Fame.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we all listen.
Yeah, it's such a... Actually, oddly enough, we can thank Brandon for that one. That's just kind of strange, but... Yeah, that's a really good film, man.
JP, you bumped me up. I was at an 8.5 with you. It still would have made the Hall of Fame. But I was at an 8.5 with you. But Lucas, that really bothered me. Because when you said the whole herpes thing, it really got to me.
Yeah, listen, hey.
Herpes always gets to us.
I will explain
I thought my
away
explanation
shit.
that he took like 16-ounce steak.
I like the steak. I keep thinking of the next movie with the steak.
I know, right? The next movie. Two movies ahead. But I will explain things away. I come up with scenarios in my head that if I could come up with a logical thing in my head on why something could be explained, even if it's unlikely, right? It doesn't have to be likely. It could be unlikely, because unlikely things happen all the time in life. If it's unlikely, I could explain it away, or if it's likely, I could explain it away. Then I'll completely give it a pass. I've always been that way when I watch movies. If I could explain it away myself, then I'll give it a pass. And I think that you can explain that away.
Yeah, and I never thought of it, and the fact that you explained it away, I accept it.
Thank you for accepting my explanation.
I'll accept it. Judge's rule.
All right.
All right.
What the fuck is that?
I believe that might be the New York Ripper entering.
All right, so we jump 3 years into now we're in the 80s. 1982 comes a what would you guys consider this film? Do you guys consider this film to be a giallo or a slasher film?
It's more of a giallo.
Well, giallo and slashers are like the same thing, except for just a giallo. A slasher film is a slasher, and a giallo is a crime drama detective narrative mixed with a slasher. That's how I've always interpreted that.
Yeah, well, the difference between the slasher, the stalk and slasher, these films have those same elements. What separates the two is the investigative part.
Yeah, this is more of a, because we're following cops and stuff in this film.
Yeah, I feel
an
it's a giallo.
investigative narrative on its own is not a giallo. A slasher on its own is not a giallo. Together, they become a giallo.
Yeah, this is more of a giallo because it has both elements.
Yeah, that's why I always kind of put this one into a giallo, and a lot of people are like, no, it's a slasher film. I'm like, well, it has that whole fucking police
film. Not a straight up slasher film. Like, yeah, you can lump it into the slasher category, but it's more of a giallo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of a mixture of both, I guess. It's on the border. It's kind of like the borderline of maybe stage fright in a way too. That era. Like when stage fright.
But yeah, the film in question, of course, is the New York Ripper, which, we'll get into this in a minute, but quick little synopsis here. Oh, this is such a stupid. A burned out New York police detective. So bad. Teams up with a college psychoanalyst to track down a vicious serial killer randomly stalking and killing various young women around the city. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's kind of funny that they wrote the word randomly in the synopsis here, because that is something that we do learn in the film. But
okay, New York Ripper. One thing that I'll say right away is this movie is very sleazy.
This is Fulci's entry into the sleazy giallo realm, man, for sure. It's oddly enough, for as sleazy as this film is, this isn't even close to the sleaziest giallo I've ever seen.
Me neither.
And there's a Ghostbuster in this.
Really?
Dr. Egon.
Is he really in this movie?
No, it's the next one, ain't it?
Oh yeah, sorry, wrong movie.
What are you talking?
What the fuck
So,
am I talking about?
Speaking of the sleazy nature,
We got foot molestation?
I was watching this with a friend, the same friend that I watched Ebola syndrome with, and I was like, which one should we watch? I have these 3 movies that I have to watch. I got Zombie, which she had already seen, and then Cat in the Brain or New York Ripper. And I just figured, I don't know, New York Ripper sounded cooler. So I was like, let's go with that one. And it was like, it's funny because it's like almost every time I go over there to watch a movie, it's always like some crazy ass, like Ebola syndrome, like sleazy ass New York Ripper or something. It's never like Gremlins or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, but she keeps coming back to watch movies with you, so she must really like you.
No, I go over there and force her to watch the movies.
Did she like it?
I think we liked it about the same. I might have liked it a little bit more.
Yeah.
I thought you would.
It was interesting watching it with somebody though, because anytime I'd be like, wait, I was trying to figure out what was going on sometimes. I don't know, like, I don't, like, okay, I obviously watched, like, Tenebrae, or not Tenebrae, Inferno, and I was confused watching it, and then I came to, I knew going in that it's kind of common, like, was anybody else confused in this one, or am I just dumb?
No, I wasn't confused.
I wasn't confused at all, but I do think you're dumb.
Okay. I was just confused with the reveal. Like, I feel like I missed something or something along those lines.
Oh, that's just Fulci for you. It's just.
What do you mean? The reveal is simple because they do explain it in the very end.
They explain the very end, but it kind of like what does it really have to do with the beginning and everything?
What's the beginning?
Well, I mean, you have to do something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, okay.
It makes sense why we.
I get what you're saying, JP, because you kind of feel like you're following a pretty simple story with where you know who the killer is and it's
well,
just
that's what all giallos do. They give you red herrings and
it's very typical of giallos to do things like that.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I don't know. Maybe I think I feel like I missed something. We can't obviously go into it because of spoilers and stuff. But
I can mention to you after the show.
I thought it was going to be a movie about a man and his dog playing catch the whole time.
Boy and his dog.
Like, for example, I don't know if it's just me or like what it is, but sometimes with these Italian movies, man, the first time I watch them, I have a hard time telling characters apart sometimes. Like, like the chick who was like masturbating in the theater, like, I was like, wait, where'd she go? Like, have we seen her again? Like, where? And then, like, I can't remember which one she was, like, after a while, because I haven't seen her in a while and stuff, so.
She's the same one that got...
got bottled.
Got toe fucked.
Yeah, got foot molested.
Yeah, okay.
And then she got the bottle, right?
The bottle.
Then she got the 3-finger shocker.
Oh, yeah. The 3 fingers. Yeah, that's awesome.
So,
same chick.
Yeah, well, okay, so let me ask you guys this. There's a scene where the girl is in the car and she just decides to write shit for some reason, not like...
Oh, I know why.
What was that about?
No, that was the same car she drove by with, like, the guy who was like, look where you're going, and stuff. That was the same car. So
that's the car that she had the confrontation with the guy. And
why was she writing shit? Like,
she was gonna write shithead.
Oh, okay. I was like, she's just writing...
Because he said to her, "You got the brains of a chicken," and she said, "And you're an asshole."
Where is this car parked?
On the ferry.
It's
on the Staten Island ferry.
Yeah.
So she gets in the car, she writes a thing, and then like everybody's like, "Hey, why isn't this car moving and shit?"
Yeah, because she's fucking dead in there.
Yeah, but where's the guy?
It's a good point. Where's the driver of the car?
Like, where the fuck's the guy?
Oh, I know. I've always wanted the same thing. Yeah, the driver of the vehicle.
Yeah, that's one thing that
Dude, it's totally something I've noticed in this film a million times too. I'm like,
why is everybody screaming at this girl to move?
Dead in the car?
Like had she never died, the same thing would have happened. Like everybody would spin around, like, "Hey, move this goddamn car!"
and the truck behind him was just pushing him all the way.
Yeah, I was like, that would never happen. But that was one of those things. I was like, "Where the fuck's the guy?"
No, it's like he just disappeared, man.
But it's like when one of those moments happen, you start to second guess like everything that's happening because you're like, "Wait a minute."
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like it confuses me because like then I start thinking that I missed something, and then I think that like every other scene I think that I missed something too.
Yeah. Now, is a joy trail the same thing as a happy trail? Are they slightly different?
It's so funny that you brought that up, though. It's something I've always noticed in this film, man. I always shake my head at it. I'm like, where did Buddy go? Like he should have found her dead in the car.
Yeah, right.
Not there. I know it's
unless the killer threw him overboard.
At first, I was like, well, maybe it wasn't a ferry or something. Like, but then I was like, well, why the fuck were people behind him? Like, it's just like, it's weird. It's a weird like just thing that they never thought about.
I know, right? It's so weird.
Like, because I started thinking like, oh, maybe like he got killed off. I just missed it or something.
Going back to the fact that Fulci's never made like a perfect film. We're not even 5 minutes in this one. There's already a major fuck up.
Unless the killer drove the car there, and then Buddy was still trying to find his car because it was in a different spot. Maybe I don't know.
No,
that's the only thing I could
ridiculous.
Think of. What do you mean not realistic?
I said that's ridiculous.
No, it's because I mean
it could be.
You know that guy was driving that car. Yeah, they show him in there. So
they show him driving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying maybe they moved the car in a different area where it was in line and the killer just jumped out, maybe. You know what I mean?
But you can't move the cars when you're on the ferry. That's the thing, right?
No.
Not even close to an explanation.
Where you're parked is where you're parked. So.
But I'm saying, like, it was like in a straight line when they were getting off the boat. That's all I'm...
Uh-huh.
No, it's a legitimate fuck up. There's like literally no explanation.
Unless the killer threw Buddy off the fucking ferry, and that's the only.
We would need to see that.
Then we would have to, but we could assume lots of shit that he was upstairs just chowing on hot dogs
or getting drunk on the ferry bar.
Yeah, but that's not a good explanation.
That's my point. Like we're everything would just
like
be
whenever I say I can explain things and if it's like plausible, like this is just. That's not even close.
No, I was just giving you assumptions. That's all. I wasn't trying to really explain it.
No, you were.
So one thing this film has in common with Zombie is that it's got a wicked score. I love the music is so perfect for this film because it's almost very sleazy sounding.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just screams sleaze and.
Oh, dude, it's like I didn't know that I liked sleaze as much as I do. Like it kind of freaks me out a bit because like I never even like back on YouTube in the early days like like the sleaze community, right? Like I was never part of that community. I was cool with some of the dudes that were like part of that, like sleaze hounds and stuff. But I mean, like I didn't like I don't know, man. I just like it's I don't know what it is, but like Ilsa and stuff. It's just
you should watch Strip Nude from the Killer. Good family fun.
Family. Stole your joke, Brandon.
Yeah, man. This one right here, it just captures it all, though, man. And like, I mean, everything from the fucking toe scene to this one's got some really awesome shots of like 42nd Street in New York in that time.
Very dirty. Like
it's such a shame that all of us never got to actually like
I know
see
it. Live
the
42nd Street, but there's some really great shots, and it's kind of cool that they go to the extra level to go into these actual peep shows, or not peep shows, whatever they call them. I think that's what they are. Live sex acts or whatever. Shows. But it's like right on 42nd Street. You can go right in there, and isn't that crazy? Like when you really like think about that, you can just go sit in this like theater type setting and watch people
flick your beam in the theater.
Like that blows my mind that shit used to exist like that. That's crazy.
Good old days.
Yeah, you know what, Moods? You mentioned 42nd Street and stuff. One thing that I was a little surprised with and was maybe hoping for a little bit different was, have you ever looked at the cover to the New York Ripper? it has the girl laying there with like her dress all torn, and she's on a highway, and then New York City's like behind her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, like in my head, I always pictured this film more like Maniac, like being set at night. A lot of this movie takes place in the day.
Yeah, it does actually.
I just wish that, I don't know, like in my head, I was just expecting, because that cover, I always pictured this like New York Ripper, like Maniac.
It's because of the whole police aspect of the film, right? The whole investigative part.
Yeah.
That's really,
It's so weird because there's only half of the day is day. So you would expect that they would have to at least touch on night.
Yeah.
All right, so getting into the film here, man. This movie kind of sticks out in this subgenre, giallo slasher kind of realm, for one major reason. The fucking killer is so unique in this film, man. It's like Donald Duck, man. Like, okay, do you guys find that this is a good idea?
I love it.
I don't mind it at all.
I like it.
I think it's fantastic. I've always loved it because it sticks out. It's very unique.
It's just why not? Why can't there be a killer who fucking makes noises? Like
I know.
I'm picturing like this is the way Howard the Duck was supposed to be.
Well, I've heard that's one a major complaint from a lot of people.
I've heard that too.
I liked
Before I ever saw this
film,
film,
I hated the killer, and I was like, really? I think the killer's so unique.
Dude, I used to hear that all the time.
It has its own style. Like that's what makes this film kind of stick out. I
love when he's taunting. I love when he's taunting the main cop in the film too, like with the phone calls.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I was expecting it to be Gilbert Godfrey, and he pops out with the Affleck duck at the end.
Affleck!
Is that him?
No.
Gilbert Godfrey? He does Affleck?
He was.
Oh, really? Did you know he has his own podcast, and it's movie-based?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah,
Chris?
I just listened to my first episode the other day. He had Tom Savini on.
Really?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, the duck sounds. Like, I remember hearing all the time that I remember hearing, like, in the early days of YouTube, like the most dumb killer ever. Like, he walks around making duck. I always thought it was Don't Torture a Duckling, though. So, like, I was surprised to see it in this film.
Well, actually,
you just
makes a lot of sense, man.
Actually, that film has a lot of Donald Duck references in it too. Which, if you ever see it, I'm not gonna really.
Actually, it does. It actually does.
The duck sounds in this actually create some of the best backstory to it, because some of the explanation for it in the end is actually kind of heartbreaking.
It is.
And,
I know, like the whole story, like where it goes to, you're just like, oh man.
Yeah, so it's really well done, and it goes to a really like sad, dark place. But it's but if you're watching it and you start now, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
I like the part where like the girl is like pictures that the knife hitting the wall, and then she sees like the broken tipped knife, and you're like, oh, it's the broken tipped knife. That must have been the one that hit the wall.
I love how our main cop is like a sleazy aspect to himself because he bangs a hooker.
That hooker was hot.
Yeah. And like Fred Williams.
It just really adds.
So you
to
mean
the
he was a
whole
cop?
Element of the film, right? Like everything is so sleazy, even the cop.
Yeah, even the cop was sleazy.
Look, they even bring a sleazy woman into it who enjoys going to live sex shows. They didn't need to bring her character in, and I messed up. She's not the one who gets the bottle to the cooch. She's the one who gets stabbed in the motel after having sex with a certain character.
Yeah, her
what
death
was
is
up
actually
with that
pretty
dude's
nasty
tape?
too, man.
Like,
Yeah.
why did that dude like having tapes of that?
That's the only way him and his wife had
They had an open marriage. They were just, she was like a...
That's the way he got off. He had like a fetish.
He got off on the recordings, and she got off on, this
Whatever she did.
S&M and bondage type stuff.
And toes.
Yeah, that's a fucked up relationship, man. Like, how could you ever be involved in something like that?
I love dude's face when you see him, like the reveal of him listening to the tape. He's like, oh hell, like his tongue's hanging out and stuff, like salivating over it.
Yeah, it's like, I understand, like, I could understand, I just don't understand the tape thing. I don't know, maybe it's just because like it's the 70s or whatever, or 80s. Like I guess tapes are more like
I mean that's what they used, right?
People have fetishes and stuff, and that's just one of them. That he liked this stuff on tapes. And that's,
did you get all excited when Paul was buying magazines at the newsstand there?
Oh my god, I was getting hungry.
Those are like literally the gayest magazines ever.
Yeah.
I just love it. Like he's just, I like it. You know, I kind of like that whole angle that they threw into this film too. You know, it's obviously there to kind of like throw you off and shit like that. Like, but I kind of like that whole aspect of it too. But you know, he's like this super genius that he's a closet homosexual. And,
wasn't there a scene? I fucked up by watching this one first, like early in the week, because I'm starting to forget it already. Wasn't there a scene where somebody like got away? Like, how did they get away?
Oh, the girl that's
she's the one with all the scars.
The one that gets attacked in the train station.
The one that gets chased by a 3-fingered dude first, and then
and then she wakes up in the hospital.
8-fingered.
Yeah.
But we see that whole scene from her nightmare.
Yeah,
that's such a weird transition in film though too. I've always had a problem with the way that transitions, because we kind of meet this character, and then all of a sudden, you know, we're seeing this scene from her nightmare, and then it's like she's in this hospital bed, like she kind of wakes up and stuff, and then you're like, okay.
Yeah. That was her nightmare. I thought we were just seeing like this chick get attacked and then her wake up in the hospital later.
That was her dream. You see a dream sequence, she wakes up, and all of a sudden she's your main character now.
And she's your main character, and it's like, we start following her, but the way it's presented to you, it's so strange, because you know, you think it's really happening, but it's actually a nightmare and stuff, and you're like, what the fuck? And then you have to kind of wait it out a little bit to figure out who the fuck she is and stuff. And it's like,
see, that's the type of shit that throws me off in these movies, man.
That's an oddball filmmaking, and that's why
they almost require you to watch them twice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first watched this movie for the very first time, I was fucking thrown 30 yards, man. I was like, what the hell just happened?
Like, were you okay? Did you have to go to the hospital?
Dude, I woke up in a bed right next to her.
Right next to her.
Yeah. It was ridiculous. But yeah, I was like, what the hell just happened there? Because that's very oddball filmmaking. You don't just transition and introduce your character in a nightmare sequence. And
usually you see the person and then they have the nightmare.
That's the thing, right? Like, this is how we're introduced, and then we find out later, you know, she sees, like, you know, where the knife hit the, you know, the wall and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
I'll tell you one thing, though.
Odd-ass filmmaking, man.
This eye scene has surpassed the best eye scenes. I think this is the best eye scene of all time.
Yes.
Oh, the razor... Oh, yeah.
Doesn't it go from an eye to a nipple?
Dude, the nipple slicing is so realistic, though, too.
Listen, I had to...
He knows from experience.
Yeah, man.
It's so realistic.
My friend that I was watching this with, she refused to fucking watch the eye scene. I tried rewinding it like 3 times, and I was getting so annoyed. I was like, just look at it.
Just look at it.
It's so brutal, man. Like, that death is awesome. Nasty, man. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this one is super, super sleazy with crazy kills in this, man. Awesome gore.
I love when fucking Fulci's like characters revealed with the fucking the cop says to him, "Oh, it's you."
Yeah, it's fucking Hitchcockian moments, right?
But he has like a whole like dialogue scene in this one too, though.
I know, but it's like, dude, the dub on him, the dub on Fulci in this film is horrible. And that's another thing that's really funny about this. You know, watching all 3 of these films, Fulci, the dub used is different in all films. So who is Fulci? You know,
he never used his own voice, right?
No. But all 3 films have like completely different voices.
Yeah,
like, put them back to back.
I love his appearance in The Beyond, where he
actually sounds like, you know.
Yeah, I love his accent in The Beyond. It's like Texan.
He didn't speak English at all, did he?
Fulci
very little.
Yeah, he spoke a little bit of English. Yeah, I've seen interviews with him, but not very good.
So, you guys got much more on this one?
You guys notice? Oh my god, the one scene in this film that just makes me die laughing every time is when they pick up that cock pipe. The cockpipe is the single funniest thing I've ever seen in a film. That every time, it never fails me. I piss myself laughing, man. They pick it up because it's like where you put your mouth is like right on the mushroom.
Oh yeah, the cockpipe. I totally forgot about the cockpipe. I've seen one of those in real life.
Oh my god, that is the funniest shit
Made out
ever.
of glass.
Mushroom.
The mushroom.
Oh, man.
Shit, man. It's kind of cool, man. Like, you know, there's a scene where they kind of film 42nd Street as they're driving down there and stuff. And I don't know if you guys noticed like some of the films that were playing in there. Like Final Exam was playing in there. I thought that was kind of cool.
Noticed that.
There was a bunch of.
Yeah, I saw Nighthawk and something else.
Yeah, Nighthawks and
What the fuck is the other one? I didn't write it down, but
yeah, I should have wrote them down too.
Yeah, there's. I think almost every time you watch that film, you could probably, see something new in that scene. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Total guerrilla film style or filmmaking too, right? Just like driving by filming. It's great.
I was a little confused. I didn't think that Mickey's character committed suicide.
Oh, Mikas?
Mikas.
Yeah.
But yet I don't know, self-suffocation with a plastic bag over your head?
Well,
can you do that?
Well, I think he might have got killed by Dude because after that. Well, it's kind of spoiler, so I don't want to really.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
But even the police, like, they wrap it up as a suicide because he was sort of like desperate.
Can you kill yourself with a plastic bag?
That's what I'm saying. Once your instinct your body would take over and be like, rip this bag off my head.
Poke a hole in it.
Unless you went all David Gale.
The only way I think you could
potentially
do it is if you're drug induced.
I think if you put a bag on your head and you taped up your neck or whatever, and then handcuffed your hands behind your back.
Well, if you go that far, maybe.
I mean,
wait, that sounds like my Friday nights.
Yeah. Oh, that's why I couldn't get a hold of you on Friday.
Wait a minute. Friday nights.
Plastic bag and handcuffs, man.
Watching Darkman.
I thought Cold Woods was your Friday nights.
Which was? Yeah, Coldwood. No, Coldwood's my Saturday night.
Oh, okay.
Shit, man.
All right. You guys want to go into ratings?
Yeah, man, sure. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first, I guess. Why not? Let me get my just edit that part out. All right, New York Ripper. Fucking sleazy aspect. I really love the New York setting of it. A lot of like cool, like atmospheric like moments. I really love that scene where it ends up being that bottle kill where it has like this great green tinge in it. That kind of more reminiscence of like Argento style of filmmaking with like the tinges. But Fulci does it really good in the scene, especially when the reveal happens with the bottle. And I just love the sleazy aspect of this film, especially it takes place during that sleazy era of like 42nd Street with like all the live sex shows, and the killer is just fucking awesome with like his and the duck noises are fucking awesome, and I really love like the reveal of it because even I'm not gonna really spoil the ending, but I'm gonna say like it is kind of like heartbreaking at the same time when you do find out the reveal of who the killer is, and really cool stuff. I really love that one scene with the eye and the razor blade. That's really fucking awesome, and the sleazy aspects of it. So I'm gonna give this one a solid 9 out of 10.
Brandon.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I surprisingly enjoyed this film. It's funny that I, made fun of you, JP, calling you stupid, and then I went right ahead and immediately mixed up a kill. But
you actually mixed up the entire movie at one point.
Yes, I did. I didn't realize I was looking at my cat in the brain notes. Yeah, so fuck me. I'm stupid. I enjoyed the sleaziness of the film. I do think that I don't know. I almost wish it might have been played a little bit more straightforward because of the way it plays out. Mm-hmm. I love the psychology of it all. So it almost feels like two movies, almost like how we talked on the 96 show about From Dusk Till Dawn. Mm-hmm. But I still love it. I want the sleazy film, and then I want more of the psychological torture film. But everything about this film, the kills are insane. You know, a lot of nudity, great stuff. I can't come in as high as Derek, but I still enjoy the film a lot. I give it a 7.5.
Right. Yeah, I'm honestly a super huge fan of this film. I really love everything about this. Again, man, soundtrack completely amazing. I think it has one of the most unique killers. I love the cinematography. Gritty New York City, man. You get to see 42nd Street. It's fucking awesome. It's actually one of my minor complaints of this film is I wish we got to see more of it. You know, just because it was.
I wish we would got to see more grit in general. Like, I agree that it is gritty New York, but it didn't really capitalize on that like most New York-based horror films do.
It's also because they couldn't afford permits to shoot, like, you know, in that actual. That's why you get a little bit of that guerrilla style filmmaking where they're just driving and shooting.
Yeah,
you know, and shit like that. I mean, that's
what. Wait, there's a gorilla in this?
Yeah, the same one in the basket case.
Yeah, man. Exactly. Yeah, this film to me is just bonkers, man. It's like ridiculous, man. Like I said, it has a really interesting killer. The kills are fantastic in this film, man. It gets a little confusing at times. I would recommend watching this film twice because, like I said, the first time I watched it with the dream sequence, I was like, "Who the fuck is this person, man?" I'm like, it's those moments where you're just like,
yeah, it's
where
so,
JP explained,
it's so
where you kind of go
that you think that it
so
might be
jarring.
somebody that you already know, and you're like, and you're like, that's what I'm saying. Where I'm like, do I know that?
I've always had a problem with the way he introduced that character. Like, it's not really good filmmaking at all to do that because it's very jarring. It's just out there. It's very out there and stuff. This one, one of the sleaziest films, man. And it fucking grosses me out too, man, because I can't stand feet. And when he's like toe fucking that bitch, I'm just like,
it's disgusting. It's absolutely.
It's so disgusting. But it actually has one of the funny. Even though that scene makes me gag because his feet are disgusting. He's got long nails. I'm sure he was hurting her vagina, like for sure, man. He was like cutting that shit up.
He was scratching over his toad fungus for sure.
But one of the funniest lines comes out of that fucking scene, though, man. when fucking I think when he flips the table and he's like, Morales has silver toes. And I'm like, I lose it every time, man. I'm just like, oh, that's disgusting. What the fucking toe talk? Ugh. So gross. But yeah, man, I actually think this film's a lot of fun, man. It has an interesting reveal to the film, I will say. I really enjoy it, man, because it definitely allows you to go, oh, shit. You know, and then it just starts explaining everything. I think that's really cool, man. Really cool shit. But yeah, man, not a whole lot more to say about the film besides the dude's absolutely ridiculous moose knuckle in the pool hall.
Yeah.
That shot that Fulci, he focuses right on this dude's moose knuckle, and it's like, who wears pants like that, man?
Is that a Canadian term?
I guess some dude that wants to be noticed, you know, I guess. But this one has it all, man. It's just the sleaze factor is amazing. I'm going to come in at a 8.5 out of 10. I'm a really big fan of this film. I highly recommend it, but I do recommend watching it twice, like I said. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. You know, I had a blast watching this one. I think this is a great movie to watch with somebody else too. It's just absurd. Like the long ass masturbation scene in like the theater. Like it's absurd. It's like okay. The toe scene also absurd. It's
same chick.
Like, yo, like it's disgusting to me. It's like I don't even know why you would want to do that. I get the girls and nympho and stuff, but like the Mexican dude seems like just a regular dude. So I mean, I don't know why he would want to do that. But yeah, I like the killer. Like I actually like the duck sound. I know that people say that they don't or whatever. Great gore in this one. Just a little too flippity all over the place for me though. That's my number one complaint in this film. Like that I just didn't really get a lot of the stylistic choices with like either the editing, like Mood said, or like some of the ways that the reveals were done were just like a bit off. They just didn't feel smooth, and like they like a reveal, like aha, like that. You know, it was just like it was like, wait, what? And then, but I still really enjoyed this one. Maybe I'll like it more in another watch, but I'm gonna come in at a 7.
Yeah, you probably will. You probably will once you watch it, and you know that some of these jarring moments. I think we got to put about $5 or $7 in the jar.
I don't have to put
in the jarring
jar. You do.
You're the one who said jarring first.
Yeah, but it's the jarring jar.
You started the jarring, and then I had to use it again too. But honestly, that's a perfect example.
I baited
to
switch.
Use adjective.
That's a bait and switch right
to
there.
use that adjective because it is actually really jarring. It doesn't really make any sense at all.
All right. One little thing in terms of trivia. Kitty's death by razor blade was originally longer and more gruesome. Why the extra violence was cut is unsure, but images found on the Japanese DVD cover confirm there was more gore filmed.
Oh, wow. We need to get that Japanese DVD cover.
What about that? Maybe there'll be some like Greek VHS. There always seems to be Greek VHSs that has all this new footage, you know. Seems like there's so many films like that.
I'll call Mikas.
Yeah, exactly.
Mikas the Greek with his...
See if he can score you a copy of that VHS.
With his 3-finger shocker.
Hey, Moods with his 6-finger shocker.
Moose is supposed to send him his 2 fingers to replace the other 2 that he was missing.
Yeah. His fucking hand was nasty looking too.
Yeah, it was.
It was like it
was totally mutilated. It's gross. Yeah, good shit. Is that it for the facts about New York Ripper?
Yes.
All right. So let's jump 8 years into. Well, now we got look at that, eh? We got the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Shit,
Dude, I was so surprised to see that this film was filmed in the 90s. Like, because you mentioned to me when I was watching, you wanted to Skype, and I was like, I'm busy. And he was like, what are you busy doing? And I was like, I have to watch these Fulci films. And you're like, well, I know you watch things in order, and you watch New York Ripper already, so you only have the Cat in the Brain left. And I was like, no, I actually haven't watched Zombie yet. For some reason I watched the reason I watched them out of order was because I hung out with somebody and watched New York Ripper first. But when you said that, I was like, well, what the hell year did Cat in the Brain come out? And I was like, and I looked it up, and I was like, I was in the middle of it, and it was like the 90s. I was like, what the, get the fuck out of here. Like, I thought this movie was like made in like 84.
Yeah, man. Because it actually looks like it was made in the mid-80s.
Yeah, it does.
It does. It looks so much older, man. But yeah, from 1990 we got Cat in the Brain, and this is a very interesting film, actually. I know there was a little bit of controversy after this one came out, or not after this one came out, after Wes Craven did New Nightmare, which came out, 94? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But I know Fulci actually accused Wes Craven of stealing his idea for a film. You know,
really? I did not know that.
Yeah, I don't know what really actually ever came of it or anything, but I know there was, you know, he'd mentioned something about the fact that, yeah, he kind of stole his idea. Because this one obviously precedes New Nightmares, so, you know, think what you will about it, but, you know, this is actually kind of an interesting premise for a film. But yeah, Cat in the Brain. A horror film director is stalked by a mad psychiatrist / serial killer hell-bent on killing people to model the killings after the director's gory death scenes from his movies. Yeah.
Dr. Fulci?
Dr.
Fulci.
Well, why does he have to be a doctor?
I don't know. I always wondered the same thing, why it says Dr. Fulci, Lucio Fulci.
Dr. Lucio Fulci.
Fulci's fucking great in this film.
He really is. He really is great.
The way I take Fulci in this film is the same way I take Brandon when he was watching his films for last year. Like, when he got the Death Squad service, then that was it. This is how Fulci acts in this film.
I can never tell, like, acting when shit's dubbed. Like, I just can't tell.
Oh, just his body movements and the way, like... I know it's dubbed, but the way his body movements are in the film too.
Interesting fact: there was a Ghostbuster in this film. There was a Dr. Egon.
Yeah. Schwartz. So he was a Jewish Italian.
But
so your guys' thoughts on this film?
So one thing that I will say first off, because I've been doing this all show where I'm like, I'll go first. Is
because you don't want people to steal your fucking thoughts. That's
exactly.
Why
you know what? That is exactly why I like to try to get them out, and because I'll forget them because I don't fucking take notes ever. So like, as I'm sitting here, sometimes I'll be thinking of stuff, and then I'll be like, oh man, I got to get this out before I forget it. Because you guys will start talking about something, and then I'll start thinking about what Yins are talking about, and I'll be like, what did I want to say?
Yins?
Anyway, yeah, Yins, y'all. That
Yins,
you know,
Yins, y'all.
So. Why reveal the reveal like early in the film? Like, why do that?
Why reveal the killer so early?
Oh, yeah. Why show the psychiatrist doing what he's doing to Fulci?
Yeah,
I
just kind of.
I was gonna say I feel like this isn't really about being a murder mystery so much as a psychological study
Wouldn't
of a person.
It be more psychological if the audience didn't know if he was.
No, but it's a psychological study of what a horror filmmaker must go through on a daily basis, making the types of films.
Mm-hmm.
It's his inability to.
It's not really about the mystery of the killer.
That's the subtext. I understand.
Yeah, it's never supposed to be a mystery. I mean, it's just
But I'm saying like why
kind
not?
Of like life imitating art. I don't know.
Because then there would have to be a lot more explanation as to how he did it. Because Fulci's at all these crime scenes and seeing all these images, and it makes sense with who the killer is and what's going on.
I really do like the premise of the film though, because he's like the psychiatrist, and basically there's actually no explanation to why this guy's. I just assume that the killer is just fucking insane. He's just insane, and really, I mean, he obviously is a diabolical killer because. He's got this whole plan.
Diabolical is perfect because he's like practically mustache twirling.
Yeah, man. Like he literally takes the time to hypnotize Fulci and then recreate his murders from all these films and stuff, and then it automatically would point towards him. It's actually kind of a brilliant idea for a film. I like the premise of this film. I think it's fucking cool, man. And, I know a lot of people have a huge problem with this film, and I think they're kind of missing the whole point of it, though, too. They're like, man, this film has so much, stock footage used in it. They show all these kills from all his other films and stuff, and I'm like, that's the fucking point.
Yeah, but if you watch this movie without having seen any of those, you wouldn't even know that.
Exactly. So it doesn't even technically matter. But I know some people are like, oh, yeah, they use all this. And I'm like, it's kind of the point, because Lucio Fulci is playing himself, and it only makes sense to show his real films that he worked on, as
and it's convenient
for the viewer.
For the budget.
Exactly,
it kills two birds with one stone.
But it actually makes sense to the story.
Yeah, it's fine.
But it makes perfect sense, right? And I'm like, that's the whole point of what they're trying to do. They're showcasing his work to you, and this is and he thinks he's going and fucking insane. So there's really no issue there. I don't understand what people's argument is. With
I actually like the stock footage. The problem I was having was deciphering which films they were from.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
I know some of it's from Touch of Evil.
Yeah, I didn't care that it was stock footage. I didn't even notice on some. Yeah, I don't know what is and what isn't.
I'll ask this right up. Does anyone know what the hell the film was that the psychiatrist was watching with the woman singing?
Touch of Evil.
Is that what? And then they're slapping each other?
No, it's Touch of Death.
Touch of Death.
That's what I'm talking. Yeah.
Touch of Death is actually with the scene. Obviously the guy eating that huge ass steak.
Yeah.
And shit. And actually, so that scene's from Touch of Death.
Well, that's the film he's actually filming in this. Is Touch of Death.
Yeah. And
but then there's scenes from it.
But yeah, they kind of chop it up throughout the film. Actually, the scene with the microwave, with the fucking melting head.
Yeah.
So some of the other films that are used in this one are Massacre, which he produced for Andrea Bianchi or whatever, the guy that directed Burial Grounds.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The Murder Secret was another film that was used in there. That's another one that he produced. I believe he wrote, or I can't remember the whole thing. What else did they use in here? Touch of Death, of course. And do you know what other films there is, Derek?
There's a few that kind of look familiar. Like one scene kind of remind me of like a Reverse Beyond.
I got another one. The Nazi orgy is from Ghost of Sodom.
Oh, okay.
That whole scene is from Ghost of Sodom right there.
Okay.
So yeah, there's like 5 or 6 films that he chopped clips up from and put in.
I'm surprised I couldn't find like the listing of the films because I actually kind of want to see them. I actually believe I've seen Touch of Death, but it's been so long, so I didn't even.
I actually watched Touch of Death about 6 months ago again, so it was quite fresh.
Yeah, it was interesting.
But yeah.
I love the concept behind it, right? Like the life imitating art thing, and I like that it's a very interesting topic, right? Like if it's a commentary on probably what was the topic of the time right after the slasher boom and like the censorship of the late 80s, where
there's a lot of
people were saying like, hey, like these movies are fucking up our youth, like. And then it's like, if you are a director who maybe didn't want to direct horror films your whole life, and you kind of got pigeonholed into that, you might think what the fuck did I do? Like, why am I doing all this? Like, what kind of mental issues does it like? Maybe you do have like weird, shitty dreams or something, you know? Like, because everybody's not like us who loves the stuff. So it is kind of like a interesting idea, for sure.
I like how they presented the film, though, because they didn't use young people. They actually used, like, you know, Lucio Fulci, and the killer is like an old, and the killer's like an old one. It's not like they're using teenagers and stuff, so it's not solely focusing on that element of, you know, kids and killing, you know, shit like that. This one's kind of focusing on, you know, this could actually happen to the other side of it. You know, teenagers aren't being just influenced. It's also the directors and older people, too. Mm-hmm. So there's kind of the flip side of that, too, right? Which is interesting.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, it just it's less about what happens to everybody when they watch horror movies, but it's more about what happens to one person in his situation that is constantly murdering people, you know, metaphorically or, you know, like... Yeah.
Well, there's a really good scene in this film where Fulci goes to his favorite restaurant, and he's just repulsed.
No, Totter. No,
Totter. Like he can't, and that's a good representation of like.
Scene.
It's a great representation.
No,
it's a great representation.
That might be my favorite scene in the movie.
Who knows? This could actually really happen.
It was a little cheesy though when he's like, how about some steak tartare, which is like raw hamburger. It's like
and then he sniffs it.
He clearly didn't want any.
This is luck. He gives. He's like, no, Tata.
Just bring him some chicken fingers.
And you know what's funny is later when he's talking to the psychiatrist, he's like, I went to a restaurant and ordered a steak, and I couldn't even. I was repulsed by it. It's like, no, he didn't order a damn steak.
Yeah, I know.
Like the guy offered him a steak. He didn't order any steak.
Yeah. Again, man, Fulci is non-perfect films.
I love like the little homages to all his other films that are in this one, though.
Yeah, there's a really cool scene in this film, and it's like a brief moment of a big shout out to the Beyond, where he's approaching, which we find out is actually a film set. But it's kind of like in that cemetery area, and he starts walking. It's very atmospheric and stuff, and it's playing the Beyond music.
Yeah,
and it just kind of cuts out, but it's fucking cool because it's mimicking the end of the Beyond.
Yeah, with like the atmosphere with the fog and stuff.
Yeah, because it totally looks like he's walking into hell. It's fucking cool, man.
That's the scene they filmed with Adam, and then they're like, "Where's the director?" And he's like, "I'm over here."
Yeah,
my keys, my car got broken.
Yeah.
It's a mind trip.
This movie right here is just like a fucking. It's like a
letter to himself.
Well, yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like a highlight reel of gore. You know, it's like a music video. It's just like scene after scene after scene, and that's one gripe I've had with this film is as entertaining as the film is, I find it's way too long. We get the fucking point. We don't have to keep seeing the same clips over and over again in the film, and I think it just runs a little bit too long. It could have been about 10 minutes shorter. This one runs about 3 minutes.
I think. Little kind of
I've always felt too long.
I always think the car chase scene could have been cut off.
Yeah. I mean, probably could have done with a lot of things in this one.
You know, the one where he's chasing the dude.
Well, let's put it this way: when there's no mystery involved in who's doing the killing, and the reveal happens in the first quarter of the film, you don't have to have a 90+ minute film. It doesn't because we've already got the point of what's going on here.
You know,
we've gotten to Fulci's psyche.
You know what this film reminded me of, kind of too, is the Masters of Horror episode of The Black Cat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, I think that this film, there's certain moments that just come off kind of cheesy to me, though. And I don't know. I feel like that it's something. First of all, I was so fucking surprised that Fulci was like the star of this movie. Somehow I had never known that going into this movie. Like I never heard anybody talk about that. So I was like, I was floored. I was like, holy shit. I like the movie within the movie at the beginning too. Like that, I kind of wanted to watch that movie as well, which seems to happen a lot lately. But I think that this film, I feel like if maybe Fulci was younger when he got the idea for it, but then it wouldn't have been about the same thing though, because it would have, it would have.
Well, he didn't have that body of
the
work
experience then.
Yeah, or that body of to actually showcase.
I feel like that in terms of like his career was kind of winding down at this point, and the budget, you can tell that the budget was really low.
He was sick at this time, right?
He was actually quite sick.
Kind of looked ill,
yeah. He was actually quite sick.
This is sort of like a reflection on his life, and
well, honestly, yeah, this movie had like no budget.
It had $100,000 budget.
Yeah, apparently they shot a lot of the stuff like close to where Fulci lived.
Yeah, and you can definitely tell. And I feel like if there had been a bit more budget and maybe a little bit more care with maybe another script writer who kind of had some interesting ideas to go along, because there's definitely a lot more you could have done with this concept.
Oh, for sure.
Then what we got with the mustache twirling, like it's kind of a basic idea there, and it kind of doesn't make the most sense in the world. Like it just seems very unlikely that this like crazy psychopath like psychiatrist would like go through all this trouble to like hypnotize, and like it's just like I like
due to the simple fact that he is super diabolical. Like this guy is calculating his moves
diabolical.
And shit, so.
Like he seems like fucking Boris from Bullwinkle or something.
It's fucking funny though when he fucking that hooker and I think she's a hooker. You want to ride? You want to go for a ride? And he comes out with an axe and a fucking switchblade and fucking. You want my purse?
Like, you know the beginning of the film where it's like the puppet cat eating the like, it's just a shot eating like the brain.
Giant brain. Yeah.
Yeah, like I thought it would have been cool if they just got a cat to do that instead of a puppet cat, because the cat like just put some jelly on everything. Like there's something, it'll lick it and chew it and stuff.
I heard that was a real cat.
Brand's favorite scene is the German orgy.
I love the German orgy. Oh, Scheiße.
I can't believe that Fulci was... Because to me, like, they're very different films, like Craven's New Nightmare and this.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just the general premise of it, though, right? Because, I mean, let's face it, before 1990, how many films that used this idea?
Yeah, I mean, was anybody, like... did George Romero call Fulci like, you stole my goddamn idea for Night of the Living Dead when you made Zombie, or whatever? Like, I don't know.
Fulci even said his influence for Zombie was
totally not done. It's for
he specifically says it was not Romero. It was something to do with some Spanish thing. That's why he said it in the Spanish islands.
That's
or whatever.
Crazy.
No, he wanted to set on
He
an
made
island.
zombies like zombies that those didn't exist before Romero. Like you had to be influenced by those.
Well, I mean, technically, but no, his main source was not, Night of the Living Dead.
It was
he
more
didn't
of the
want to
voodoo
recreate
zombies.
That. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like his inspiration for that film.
White Zombie, I Walk with a Zombie, like those films.
Yeah, but he wanted to, something to do with some Spanish thing. I can't remember the whole story with it, but that's why he said it where he did. Yeah. It was kind of a shout to that, the Spanish.
And it was just the producers of that film that wanted, to connect it to Romero's film.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I understand that. I'm just saying they're zombies. And zombies, everybody had to be influenced by... Because they're not voodoo zombies. They're like...
Well, I'm sure there's one or two zombie films that were made, in the history or after Romero's Night of the Living Dead that maybe those directors never saw Night of the Living Dead.
Everybody saw Night of the Living Dead because it was public domain and it played everywhere.
Okay, so now you're going with 100% on this, and you
you don't even think 60% of your listeners have heard
sarcastic,
that's not a viable statistic right there.
I mean, I'm being sarcastic, but I'm just saying, like, Night of the Living Dead was everywhere because it was public domain. That Night of the Living Dead would have never been successful as it is if it hadn't gone public domain.
Yeah, I probably agree with that.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, what is some scenes that you guys like really dug?
I like the scene with his interaction with like the girl in the wheelchair, Mr. Fulci. And he sees like the Vernon, like the corpse just getting thrown down the stairs. Mr. Fulci, please, you're supposed to help me down the stairs. And he's like looking at her, fuck this.
I actually do like Fulci a lot in this movie. Like, I like how he has the he looks like younger Pete from Pete and Pete with the flannel fucking hat and
shirt. Like the bob, the bobblehead. He's dressed like that,
yeah. Like, I was looking at his hair too, and I'm like, he has like that. Like, I don't know. I've always found that kind of balding interesting. That people just let it. It just balds. Like, it's kind of weird.
I love when his neighbor calls. I heard shots. I just had the TV loud.
Yeah. I love the wheelchair scene, man. The wheelchair like across the fucking neck and shit. That whole scene is ridiculous. Man. It's like so ridiculous.
I like the kid in the bike. Like, Peter, is your father home? And chainsaw.
Oh yeah, that whole scene at Gabrielle's house is brutal.
Oh, the chainsaw in the kid's head. Man, that's from fucking. I don't know what. I don't think I've seen the film. I think it's got to be from like Murder Secret. I don't know what the hell it's from, but that's just nasty, man.
I want to see that movie now.
Yeah, I want to see that movie too.
There's a bunch of really gory scenes in that film that they come from those two films.
A lot of mean-spirited kills in this.
Oh yeah.
All the kills are really mean-spirited. Not that they aren't in other films, but they're really just brutal in this.
I like mean-spirited things.
I do too. I love
the singing bitch needed to die. Like when you watch Touch of Death, man, she's so fucking irritating.
I gotta rewatch it. I don't remember. All I remember was watching this, and I'm like,
but that
all they're doing is
so...
slapping the shit out of each other.
It's so bizarre, man. She's like singing.
Yeah.
And he's like tying her up and like getting ready to kill her, and she's still singing. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Just kill her.
It's so bizarre. Yeah. Really, really strange.
So
I love the name. Oh, good.
I was just gonna ask Brandon. What did you think of this one? You was kind of a little quiet.
I really enjoyed this film. I took it as sort of Fulci almost kind of looking back on his career and how it's affected him in ways. And the ultimate resolution is that he's satisfied with what he's done. He's happy with what he's done, and he's able to move on now.
And that really shows in the end of the film too.
Yeah, that's why I love that ending.
That ending is so perfect because it kind of gives you one thing, and then it kind of goes back to that, and you're like, oh, that totally makes sense. Like, that's how it should end, right?
Yeah,
and
it made me kind of think of Fulci as like not like some weird Italian dude, but kind of a badass.
Yeah, because he was about to tap some ass too.
he's like, I'm like, yeah, of course, if you. Why wouldn't you put that in the end of your movie? You're fucking writing this movie. It's your movie. Of course you're going to end with a bombshell.
Kitty.
Kitty was from the other movie, New York Ripper, man.
No, it was Kitty in this one.
No, it was Lily. I watched
Holy shit, Brandon. Did you watch these things all together at the same time on 3 different TVs?
Wasn't it Kitty? It wasn't.
No, Kitty was from New York Ripper. You're getting all the movies mixed up now.
Which one was Kitty in New York?
She's the one with the razor blade eye.
Oh, yeah, Nurse Lily.
Yeah, Kitty's the one that gets the nasty death, yeah.
I love how he named his boat Perversion, too.
Yeah, Perversion, yeah.
From the Perversion story, it's actually a very underrated Fulci film, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's because it's not even a horror. It's more of like a exploitation comedy type deal. I don't really even know how to say it.
Yeah.
It's weird. But the guy that played the psychiatrist in this film, Dude, some of the looks that he gives are just fucking so funny, dude. Like
when he's like that scene
when
where
he's holding the knife, he's
they're
creeping up on that chick,
dude.
Dude, I started laughing so hard today. I was like all tired. I actually watched this before the show, and I was I started laughing so hard again. I was like, fuck, I forgot how funny his looks are.
And the music that goes with it, dun 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 dun.
So serious. It's just like these eyes are just so menacing, but it's like so cheesy at the same time.
I like when he kills his wife with the piano wire. Oof.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
He's been wanting to do that for a while.
Fulci is evidently under the impression that it's very easy. That's why I changed it to was evidently under the impression that it's very easy to remove a head.
Yeah, there's no bone in between there.
Especially like in the scene at Gabrielle's house is I guess it's the daughter who gets her head slammed in the wooden chest.
I love that Fulci actually looks in the chest too after.
Yeah, he looks in the chest after. Yeah, he has to make sure the head's in there.
Yeah.
A little bit of trivia on this one. This is very interesting. The original script was 49 pages long and contained no dialogue. It consisted of descriptions of bodily mutilations, imagery, and sound effects that would complement them on screen.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's a lot of pages for no dialogue. Also, Fulci did not use his own voice even in the Italian version.
Huh.
Yeah. He said apparently because lack of confidence in his acting skills.
See? Proves my point, man. These Italian directors, they cared about the acting. It's awesome.
Right. I didn't even watch. I should try to see what his voice sounds like in the Italian cut.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
It's weird. I mean, this is kind of like, I think like Adam Green kind of did this a little bit with
and digging up the marrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still haven't seen Digging Up the Marrow, but
I love that film. That's a film that I think could really use a sequel too.
There's word that it might happen, honestly.
Wouldn't you love to see like Into the Marrow?
That's my number one issue that I had. I was just like, I want to see
more.
I
know. And I get the issue. I still love the movie, but that's why it sets up perfectly for a sequel.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have much more on Cat in the Brain?
Not really. Not really a whole lot to say about it.
We dug into most of everything that happened.
Who wants to go? Who hasn't went first yet?
I'll go first. Did I go first?
Yeah, you went first.
Okay.
Brandon.
I'll go. Yeah, I'll go first. I enjoy this film. I get that it's a mix up of a lot of clips, but I didn't know where a lot of these clips came from, and this was a second time watch for me, and it was really well put together for something that's really just 20 different movies spliced together. Fulci's great. I love the way the movie plays out. What else is there to say about this? Oh, the one thing we didn't mention about this, and I thought it was probably the funniest scene, is apparently it's very easy. All you have to do to get away with raping a woman is go in and apologize afterwards. Because Fulci just goes nuts and starts ripping the clothes off the German woman. Go in and apologize to Mrs. Herbert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
different
Italy.
time. Yeah, Italy at a different time, I guess. But no, I really enjoy the film. I like the way it plays out. I feel like it's a nice sort of like
farewell
love letter to his career in a way. I like this film. I'm gonna give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah. Me, I did like it a lot. I like the concepts behind it, and I like the overall like good feeling of like, okay, this is a look back on what he's done and sort of summing it up in film. Like what better way to do it than the language that you speak? Film, not through words, but through film. That's very cool and that's very interesting. I honestly was not really interested in the psychiatrist angle at all, and I just found him lame and cheesy most of the time. But I did like all the subtext that was going on in the film, but that was the main issue that I had with it. So I can't come in that high. I did really like it. I'm gonna come in at a 6.5 though.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you like though how almost like the psychiatrist is almost an afterthought? Like even his ending is just sort of just very minimal.
Yeah, but it takes up such a big chunk of the film is the problem.
The kills do, but you're not really seeing him. You're just sort of seeing.
Well, that's kind of like the new footage for the film. Right, is like the whole psychiatrist is like film. Yeah. So, yeah, man, I enjoyed this film too. I love the premise. I've always said the premise is excellent. It does have a little bit of flaws. I mean, I think this one runs way too long. And there's sometimes in this film
it could have been 70 minutes. Easy.
Yeah, man. Like, you get the point of what they're doing in this film in probably 70, 75 minutes. Like, it doesn't need to be that long. And they even replay the same clips a bunch of times in this film. And it's like, okay, I mean, I really don't get tired of seeing these awesome gore scenes and shit, but, at the end of the day, it's like, it's just not needed, right? You just don't see it that many times. But man, this one right here is actually kind of strange because it definitely doesn't have that overbearing and powerful score to it. That's one thing this film's missing is like a really, really great score. I always felt, you got to get the glimpses of the beyond in there and stuff, and that's awesome. But otherwise, it doesn't really stick out too much. But yeah, I love the subtext of this film. It's great. It's totally awesome. Fulci's awesome. The end is great, and I think that's really what kind of sells this film too. Is that he actually did a perfect ending for this story. It makes complete sense. The whole shot of what's happening right there is perfect. Essentially it was. I mean, he ended up doing I think 3 more films after this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, this isn't exactly his farewell, but that's kind of what it's portrayed to be, which is fantastic. So. But I'm going to come in exactly with Brandon rated it 7.5 out of 10. It's fun. It's really, really fun. And I'm glad that they threw in the scenes from Ghost of Sodom because that's probably one of the least viewed Fulci films out there. The whole fucking Nazi orgy scene. Ghost of Sodom is a fucking strange film. It's a really, really strange film, but give it a shot.
Okay. So, this is actually my second time watch also, and it's very interesting. I'm actually glad that we went with this film because I did want to rewatch it again. And I gotta say, it got better with the second time view because I really got the aspect of like Fulci as a character because it's pretty much Fulci playing like even though it's like a fictional version of himself, it is him. And I like how his body movement of like certain scenes because we know it is dubbed and stuff. And the way he reacts, and I like the bittersweet like comedy of the scenes, and I like all the homages like we talked about, like the Beyond homage, and they did, and just a little like few hints of like the films that he's done. Even though I know some of the scenes in the film are stock footage, it does work with the type of film it is. And this film is very melodramatic with like the certain psychiatrist angle, but I do find it kind of like cheesy too, like the music that goes along with it. So I'm with Brandon and Moose on this one, 7.5 out of 10. I really like the ending of this one. The ending's great in my opinion. So yeah, 7.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Sweet.
All right.
So... I'm actually I'm surprised that you like this one as much as you did, JP. I was expecting you to really not care for this film.
Yeah,
for some weird reason.
I don't know. I'm not sure what reason that would be.
I don't know. It's Fulci. It really is. It's just the fact
Fulci.
It really is. It's sort of endearing in a way.
Yeah.
Me and Brandon cared about him in this film. We cared about him in Solar Turkica.
I like. I don't know. You know me though. I like. interesting concepts.
Yeah, I thought maybe you would probably be a little harder on it, just the execution of the film. You know how they use so much stock footage and things that.
But you have to
just kind of comes off as
that I didn't know that. I haven't seen those movies. You know what I mean?
So like reflecting on it now, did it seem like it went together pretty? See, in my opinion, I think a lot of the spliced in clips in this film actually flow pretty well.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Actually but that's the one cool thing about Fulci is that if all these type of films, they're all shot very similar, right?
Yeah.
Because it's very seamless from scene to scene and stuff, and it's like, wow, like that's
Extremely.
a totally different film than this one, but it's shot very similar and it just goes together. So
I just said it was pretty well put together for a film that has like 20 different movies in it. It really does. It's hard to tell, except for the fact that like I knew ahead of time because I've seen it before.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like all those films were shot on the exact same film stock.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy.
And it's nice because now that I know like some of these other movies, and I feel like I knew them better the first time I saw this movie years ago, but now I can go back, revisit Touch of Death, check out the other films that you said.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I'm gonna try and get my hands on those Murder Secret and Massacre and stuff. They're just fucking expensive in UK.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the shits, but I really got to see them. I mean, I've watched Cat in the Brain a few times. It's actually my second time I've watched it in like the last couple of months. Me and Dylan watched it. So, but yeah, I got to check them out, man. It's been too long knowing about them. So,
but yeah.
But yeah, I think that is going to conclude episode 94, the real episode 94. Apparently I said 94 in the last episode.
You did, and me or Derek didn't notice it.
Me neither.
That's so fucked. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Oh, what happened?
So,
shit. So yeah, thank you guys for coming back on, Derek. Coming back on the show.
Thanks
Brandon?
for having me. Pleasure as always. My first time on your guys' show without Dave.
I know. I thought you guys were attached at the dick or something.
Let's go to the show. Let's go to the show.
Yeah, this is the first time you've been on with Dave. That's right.
Yeah, because
Besides
even when Dave was on here, he just held his hand over Brandon's mouth the entire time.
Nice.
Shit, man.
It's nice not to have to watch 50 films for a 22 shot show.
Right? We go big, man. We go big.
Yeah,
I guess it kind of felt like you're prepping for one of your own shows, right? You know?
Yeah,
30
this
films.
was nice. This was nice to read films. I didn't have to watch 60 movies from 1996.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not going to say that every year is going to be a fucking blockbuster, okay?
This 86 one, though, is going to be crazy.
I know. I started already.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
There's a lot of films. So.
Yeah.
But anyways, man, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I'm tired. Really, really tired. And, JP, take us out of here.
Yeah, everybody make sure that you guys check out Brandon's Exploding Heads Horror Podcast, which is not his, but he's allowed to be there, apparently, for a while at least. I think he pays them. And, check out Derek's channel as well, as me and Moods. Moods. And we'll see you guys next week with Sergio Martino. We're doing Your Vice is the Locked Room and Only I Have the Key, as well as Torso and Cannibal something.
Mountain of the Cannibal God.
Mountain of the Cannibal Gods.
We return
AKA Cannibal something.
AKA the return of Stacey Keach to the podcast.
And that'll wrap up Italian Horror Month. Me and Moods talked about it a little bit. I think we're going to take a little break right after Italian Horror Month, depending on schedule, because like episode 100, like we're trying to plan it all out.
Prep for like the viewer's choice and the year-end show and stuff.
Yeah, so we'll be doing the year-end show. Hopefully we're going to do the year-end show, the Christmas viewer's choice, and a What We Watch show in between, all before episode 100. So I think we have one other episode to play around with in there, or does that take us to 99? I'm not sure, but we'll take we'll figure it out. We'll take a little break after Titan Horror Month, probably. I'm excited to do another What We Watch show. It's been a while since we've done one of those. those are always fun to me. Those might be my funnest show for some reason.
I usually like those shows because you guys talk about like mad films. Like,
yeah.
What we watched, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it because you guys are always just talking about what you watched.
well, guest star.
So damn selfish about it, right?
You always guest star on one, maybe someday.
No, you should talk about what you didn't watch.
Season 2 of Narcos.
I'm getting all Fulci here.
That's pretty much all of my my TV horror.
I'm thinking outside the Cat in the Brain.
It's pretty much my.
Ooh.
So, also, as you guys mentioned, 86 show. Brandon, I'm sure you might be back before then, but if not, we'll see you back in 86. I think we're shooting for February, March-ish for that one. So, all right.
See you on Valentine's Day.
With that said,
all right.
Hope you guys enjoy. Peace out.
Peace out.